Chapter 1007. The Longmas stepped into the sky, its entire body pulsating with flames. Its scales, which resembled the scarlet gold of phoenix blood, were sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was radiating with light, and there were 2 dragon horns on its head. It glared at Fan furiously. This dragon steed was excessively arrogant. It charged over dozens of times, its basin-sized hooves stomping directly at the top of Fan's head. Every time it did so, it would shatter the heavens. Its breath took the shape of a horned dragon, and its dragon-elephant power was inexhaustible. Fan clicked his tongue in wonder. This Longma's strength was beyond ordinary people's imagination. It was actually able to fight against him. This was definitely an anomaly, a rare divine steed nurtured by heaven and earth. He estimated that this Longma's hooves could destroy the moon, and its strength was comparable to that of a meteor crashing into the earth. It would not take much effort to trample an existence like Pope to death. Moving mountains and filling seas were useless against it. The Longma let out another long neigh. The mane on its neck throbbed like flames, and its entire body flickered with scarlet light. It was exceptionally divine. After being hit by Fan a few times, a trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth, but it was not seriously injured. It was full of energy. As its 4 hooves stomped, the mountains within a radius of dozens of miles were all crushed into powder, collapsing into the dust. Its strength was extremely shocking. It charged over again, and this time, divine light surged as it leaped, drowning the entire place. The pair of dragon horns on its head clanked, and thousands of scarlet sword waves slashed out, raising the entire place to the ground. Komatsu carried a small medicine basket on his back and hit on Fan's shoulder. He was dumbfounded as he watched. He was extremely envious of this kind of powerful strength, and he muttered to himself. Fan's attacks became heavier with each strike, but this Longma could completely withstand his strength. It could only be said that it was a rare species, worthy of being called a divine fetus of heaven and earth. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from the distance. Waves of blood, chi rose from the horizon, and 3 beams of light rushed into the sky. They were like 3 blood-colored pillars that supported the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. Fan's eyes shone brilliantly. He discovered that 3 Dao Severs had come. The immortal veins of Kunlun were truly astonishing. There were a total of 4 kings, which was unavoidably shocking. Sand and pebbles flew in the distance. Some mountain peaks were uprooted and blown into the air. Dark clouds pressed down like the bottom of a black pot. Komatsu was scared and nervous. He held his small medicine basket and sat on Fan's shoulder obediently. He grabbed Fan's collar with his little paw and refused to let go. Even if 4 path cutters attacked him at the same time, Fan would not care. In this world, there was no one who could hurt him. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. The 3 Dao, severing ancient demons, were not on the same side as Longma. Seeing that it was in trouble, they rushed to kill it. Longma let out a long hiss, and the flames on its body flourished even more. Its entire body was scarlet like blood, and mist surged. It spat out dragon-shaped pillars of chi from its mouth and nose. Seeing this, Fan retreated to the side and did not attack again. This was a meeting of the 4 great kings in the immortal veins of Kunlun. He also wanted to take a look. Demonic chi surged over. It did not seem like a gas, but more like a group of mountains pressing down. Apart from the Dao Severers, no one could withstand it. The Golden Lion and the Old Flood Dragon had long since escaped without a trace. Moo! The sound of a wild ox rang out. A big eye the size of a small mountain, golden all over and with horns on his head, charged over. This was an ox king. Every strand of its hair glowed. It was 300 meters tall, and when it ran like this, its power was astonishing. A pair of large horns pointed at Longma. On the other side, a black ape stepped on the heaven and earth. Black mist surged all over its body, and it was 300 meters tall. It was like a roaring deity, and it held a long blade in its hand that shone with dense black light as it hacked down. The third creature was a Taoist. He chose to transform into human form. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and his face was waxy yellow. He looked sickly, but he was the most terrifying. This was because he held a black dragon spear in his hand, and it emitted an aura that made one's heart jump. This was the reason why they dared to attack. The Taoist attacked Longma with the spear in his hand, and it greatly frightened it. It had no choice but to leap and dodge to deal with the three. Yifan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the black metal spear in the Taoist's hand. His heart skipped a beat. What kind of weapon was this? It actually made him feel a chill run down his spine. Longma, this spear has been activated today. You will definitely lose. Give up the Fire God Cave, the Taoist shouted. A black light surged from the black spear and pierced through the clouds. The three kings of the Tao Severing Realm were all very strong, and they weren't weak. Because of the black dragon spear, Longma was forced into a passive state. It was exhausted from dealing with it, and it was in danger of being killed. Yifan didn't make a move. He led the Komatsu and watched coldly from the side. The four beast kings fought within the immortal vein of Kunlun. They fought until the sun and moon lost their light, and the heaven and earth became dark. Demonic aura spread out for thousands of miles. Buzz! Suddenly, the black spear trembled, and the astonishing aura was extinguished. The black light converged, and it disappeared. Longma let out a long hiss, and flames flickered all over its body. It immediately recovered its power and shook off the demonic aura in all directions. The bright heaven and earth reappeared. As the two sides confronted each other, Longma's eyes were filled with disdain. It was extremely arrogant as it stared at the three beast kings, and especially at the Taoist with waxy yellow skin. The Golden Ox King, the giant black ape, and the Taoist glanced at each other and turned to leave. They relied on the black spear to attack, but they didn't expect to fail at the last moment. Their divine might didn't last long. Longma counterattacked. It was as fast as lightning, and thunder descended from all directions. There were flames everywhere, and there were even bolts of lightning under its four hooves. It rode on the light as it moved. Pa! The divine chariot was extremely fast and violent. It galloped forward, and in a flash, the Golden Ox King's bones and tendons were broken. Then, the dragon horn flashed with brilliance, and a trace of Tao shot out. The giant black ape spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Boom! In the end, it stood up like a human, and its front hooves stomped down like the great seal of the Celestial Emperor. The Taoist used the black spear to meet the attack, but he was sent flying. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and his entire body was overflowing with blood. Yifan nodded. As expected of the Longma that was born from heaven and earth, it wasn't born from an ordinary body, and it was able to easily defeat a severing Tao King of the same level. With its combat strength, there were almost no opponents in the world that could suppress it. It was only afraid of the black spear just now. Longma was full of contempt for the three beast kings. It gave the Taoist another hoof, but it didn't kill. The relationship between the two seemed to be very complicated. Clang! Yifan used the army formula and instantly took over the black spear. It was completely black, and there was a dragon coiled around it. It was unknown what kind of metal it was made from. The body of the spear was heavy, and it actually weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The tip of the spear was sharp, but it was dull and lusterless. Yifan held it in his hand and gently spun it. A powerful current of air flowed out, piercing through the void. He stabbed with all his might, and from dozens of miles away, a mountain in the distance was turned to dust. Yifan didn't feel any special laws, but this weapon was clearly not ordinary. He tried to break it, but it didn't break. It was extremely sturdy. One had to know that ordinary rulers' weapons couldn't hurt him. Most of them could be easily destroyed, so they were nothing to him. Apart from the dragon horse, the other three beast kings were all scared. Yifan's every movement was like that of a deity. With a single thrust of his spear, the great peaks that were dozens of miles away were reduced to ashes. This was the performance of an unparalleled expert. The dragon horse had a bad premonition and wanted to escape, but Yi Fan used his true power. He used the Rho formula and sat on the dragon horse's body, giving off the might of lightning. This divine steed, nurtured by heaven and earth, exploded in anger. It had always been incomparably arrogant, so how could it tolerate being ridden by a person? All kinds of divine arts were used at the same time, and its whole body emitted blazing, immortal light. However, Yi Fan sat firmly on the horse's back with the dragon spear in hand. He was unmoving, as if he was rooted to the ground. All kinds of laws and secret arts were ineffective against him. Lama roared angrily. The clouds in the sky rose and fell, and the mountains in all directions trembled. Its furious charge crushed countless divine mountains and destroyed many dragon veins, but it couldn't get rid of the plaster on its body. Yi Fan had made up his mind to subdue this horse. It was recorded in the ancient books that divine steeds could only be obtained by ancient sacred emperors. They were extraordinary and seemed to represent a kind of fate. He wanted to step into the starry sky one day. He had tried it just now. Lama's speed was second only to the line formula, and it could chase lightning and the sun. It possessed the fastest speed in the universe and was unbelievably fast. Lama hadn't surrendered yet, but the three beast kings beside it were terrified. They expressed their goodwill and were willing to give the black dragon spear to him. They also told him about its origin. This spear was very mysterious. It actually flew over from the outer realm and inserted itself into the Kunlun immortal vein. At the same time, it carried a ball of fire god origin. No one knew what kind of divine object it was. Yi Fan was shocked. This spear's origin was indeed extraordinary. It flew over from the outer realm, which meant that there must have been a life and death battle in the starry sky. This weapon was most likely a divine object of the saint level. No one had come looking for it for so many years, so the original owner might be in danger. The Golden Bull King, the Ape King, the Taoist, and the Dragon Horse originally minded their own business and even had a certain level of friendship with each other. However, when they were fighting over the cave that was formed by the source of fire god, they had a conflict and often fought after that. The dragon spear was obtained by the Taoist, and the fire god origin merged with the Kunlun immortal vein. It transformed into a strange energy and formed a cave dwelling. Cultivating inside could yield twice the results with half the effort. Yi Fan rode on Lama. No matter how it struggled, it was of no use. He was as steady as Mount Tai. He stretched out a palm and grabbed it. The ground rumbled and a flame rushed up. A ball of dazzling divine light appeared on the surface. So this is the fire god origin. What exactly is it? He stared at the ball of liquid. It was as viscous and blazing like magma. When it came into contact with spiritual energy, it could transform into strands of life light. It made one's entire body comfortable and could speed up one's cultivation. Yi Fan chopped off half of it and kept in the cauldron. He left the other half for the three beast kings. He then patted Lama's head and said, "You and the three of them are old acquaintances. Why don't we split it evenly? I've taken half of it for you. Come with me." Lama was enraged and refused to yield. Yi Fan shook the dragon spear in his hand and stabbed it forward. With a boom, the mountains in front of him disappeared. They were turned into ashes by his attack. Although you are a divine chariot born from heaven and earth, your cultivation level is too weak compared to your own body. Come with me, and I'll let you roam the stars. Lama was still extremely unwilling. However, it could no longer get rid of the plaster on its body. Moreover, it could no longer control its body. It strode forward and walked towards the place where it had the hope of becoming an immortal. Komatsu jumped in front of Lama and took out a stalk of precious medicine from the small medicine basket to feed it to express its goodwill. In the end, it was almost trampled to the ground by its hooves. Fortunately, the little fellow was quick-witted and leapt up with a so sound. 2 days later, Yi Fan arrived at the deepest part and saw the Pure Land where the hope of becoming an immortal was nurtured. However, it was difficult for him to take another step forward because he lacked the 9th corner topographic map. The scene in front of him was magnificent and extremely astonishing. The place where the immortal was nurtured could be seen. This kind of topography defied common sense. Yi Fan had never seen anything like this in his life. There were a total of over 10,000 mountain peaks clustered together to form a valley. Every mountain peak was like a dragon's head, and it was as if they were formed by the heavens. Every dragon's mouth was spitting out essence. Immortal energy was dense as it rose and condensed within the valley. It was indescribably mysterious and unfathomable. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. At first, he thought that these dragon heads were carved by people with supernatural craftsmanship. However, upon closer inspection, he was shocked. This was formed from the power of nature. Over 10,000 mountain peaks were nourished by the life, essence, energy of ancient stars one after another. They all developed intelligence on their own, turning into supreme treasures of the mortal world, possessing their own divine wills. It could be said that these 10,000 mountain peaks were naturally formed by heaven and earth, all of them with dragon heads. It was unknown just how many ancient stars worked together to nurture them. There were over 10,000 dragon bodies below the earth veins, and only the dragon head were raised high above the earth's surface. They spat out all types of heaven and earth essence to nurture the immortal, true, immortal land. Unimaginable. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. This type of topography was exceptional after all. Even if there was no hope of becoming an immortal in the future, these 10,000 true dragons would still be revived, all of them possessing divine wills. This was the hope that was produced after many ancient stars dried up. Once these dragon heads were revived, that would be the magnificent scene of 10,000 dragons soaring into the sky. They all spit out essence, helping others like this, turning them into an immortal ascension land. It really is a heaven-defying method, after all. Yi Fan said to himself. Then he broke out into a cold shiver. This type of method seemed to have exceeded the Yuan Taoist masters. The grasp and understanding of the topography was even greater. These dragon heads were definitely nurtured naturally. What kind of person would be able to accomplish all of this? In an instant, he thought of many things. 1,000,000 years ago, there was only one great force that had this kind of power, and that was the Celestial Court. The Yuan Taoist master's inheritance was very mysterious, and no one knew where it started. Could it be that it could be traced back to an even more ancient period? Yi Fan thought of a possibility. If the 99 Dragon Mountains were controlled by the Celestial Court and descended upon ancient stars with life one after another, then who is it that provided them with this method? Could it be that there was an existence that surpassed the Yuan Taoist master in the ancient heaven who provided them with this idea, and that was why there was this process of becoming immortal that lasted for millions of years? Yi Fan was shocked by himself. His thoughts started to wander, and he thought of many things in an instant. Later on, the emperor of the Celestial Court died, and the gods of the various regions were in chaos. All of this was naturally put on hold, or rather, there was a huge problem. Was the Yuhua god dynasty the remnant power of the Celestial Court? In the next moment, Yi Fan thought of the Yuan Taoist master's later years, and then recalled the scene of tens of thousands of ghost soldiers passing through. Could it be that this was also related to the ancient heaven? This is the land of immortals, and I actually succeeded in coming here. I've gone further than the Yangxiang clan. If I retreat just like this, I'm really unwilling. Yi Fan's eyes were clear. He stared at the tens of thousands of dragon heads on the mountain peaks. Giant dragons circled around, flying and overlapping each other. They were all formed from draconic chi. In the center of the celestial valley, it was a vast expanse. Auspicious energy gushed out, and all kinds of multicolored lights shot out. What exactly was inside? Yi Fan desperately wanted to see it. Chapter 1008. Lama spat out 2 streaks of white energy in the shape of flood dragons. It was filled with reverence towards this place and didn't dare behave atrociously. It calmed down and didn't compete with Yi Fan anymore. Yi Fan took a detour around this place and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The tens of thousands of dragon head peaks were filled with killing intent at every step. He didn't have a map of the last corner, so he couldn't enter. Komatsu muttered and almost couldn't move anymore. It saw many old medicines in the immortal ascension land up ahead. Every single one of them was translucent and resplendent, and a sweet fragrance wafted out. After endless years, how many people could enter this place? After being nourished by draconic energy and immortal light for so long, this place had long developed spirituality. Every single medicinal herb produced here was priceless. The tens of thousands of mountain peaks were all in the shape of dragon heads. They were all lifelike and possessed intimidating draconic might. They were all formed naturally and could be called the work of the gods. There were precious medicines on every dragon head peak, as if they were carved from coral and pearls. They were all dazzling and dazzling. Forget about Komatsu. Even Lama's eyes were a bit dazed, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These tens of thousands of dragon head peaks were all supreme treasures. The mountain bodies could be used as divine materials to refine weapons, and there was even less to say about the medicines they produced. Yifan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Many ancient stars with life had dried up to produce this kind of immortal ascension land. As expected, it seized the fortune of the heaven and earth. It was truly shocking. At this moment, he already saw several tens to over 100 stalks of Medicine King medicines. They were surrounded by immortal energy and flickered with precious light, attracting one's soul. Medicine Kings were extremely difficult to nurture. They needed to be continuously watered with spirit milk of the earth and grow for over 80,000 years before they could be called Medicine Kings. Who could wait for such a long time? 80 to 90,000 years was something that even great ancient emperors would have long reached the end of their lifespans. Only a place like this could absorb the life essence of an entire ancient star and nurture it for an endless amount of time. Only then could many stalks be produced. Yifan carefully observed. This kind of geographical layout was too extraordinary and simply didn't make any sense. Even with his most powerful origin technique, he still couldn't find any traces of human intervention. However, he had a premonition from the Yuan Taoist master's intuition. Even if this place was extraordinary, it couldn't have reached this level. Vaguely, he felt that someone had used a heaven-defying method to nurture all of this. After being washed and baptized by the river of time, after millions of years, it had finally turned into nature and was no different from nature. He was looking for weakness. Without the ninth corner topographical map, there was no way to enter. However, he was very unwilling and wanted to use his own heaven origin divine technique to break it. Xiaosong carried the small medicine basket on his back. He turned his head back with every step he took, circling around the dragon mountain absent-mindedly. The little fellow couldn't wait to jump in and happily pluck the ancient medicine. The dragon horse also breathed out dragon chi from its nose and mouth. It did not want to bicker with Yifan for the time being. Its dragon eyes widened and flickered nonstop. It was silently calculating to see if it could use its great mystical abilities to create some fodder. This miracle wasn't in front of the Dragon Head Peak, but in this safe area. Dozens of fist-sized stars were embedded in a huge rock, emitting a gentle radiance. This miracle was not in front of the 10,000 Dragon Head Peaks. It was still in this safe area. There was a huge mountain rock with dozens of fist-sized stars embedded in it, giving off a gentle radiance. Yifan believed that these were real stars that had been refined and shrunk by someone. That was because he sensed a majestic aura suffocating him. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? He felt a chill in his heart. He had transformed dozens of stars to decorate this place and protect the mountain rock. People could only gasp in horror. As soon as Yifan and the others approached, the dozens of stars floated up and evolved into a small star field. Starlight shone brilliantly, and the mountain rock inside suddenly became infinitely far away, as if it was standing on the other side of the universe. This was an ability that could only make people gasp in admiration. They retreated in fear of causing unnecessary trouble and studied the words on the stone wall in the distance. "I'm about to die. Who can help me take care of my younger sister?" The person who carved the words seemed to have exhausted his vitality. The carvings were rough, and some parts were very blurry. There was a kind of feeling of despair and unfinished business. Vicious older brother, he really came here. Yifan said to himself. The stars rotated and a scene appeared. It was as if history was replayed and the power of the stars reappeared in the world. A blurry figure appeared. He was mumbling to himself, as if he couldn't let go of the other side of the starry sky. He stroked a devil mask with incomparable disappointment. Divine blood, demonic blood, and Buddhist blood have all been poured on its body. It will be my turn soon. It doesn't matter if I die. But who can help me take care of my younger sister? She is still too young. I can't feel at ease. The blurry figure implored the people beside him. If he could return to the other side of the starry sky, he asked them not to forget to help him raise his younger sister. Yifan was silent. This must have been Vicious who found this place after proving his Tao. He used a great divine ability to restore the scene of the past. This scene must have broken her heart. In the end, she plucked the stars and captured the moon. She refined a small star domain to protect these last words and thoughts. She left this giant stone behind forever, existing with the world. After passing this place, Yifan walked around the center of the immortal breeding ground. He thought seriously and began to carve on the ground, calculating with Genesis arts. Not long after, he was covered in sweat and his heart was cold. The Genesis arts of this place were beyond his understanding, even more so than the Yuan Taoist masters. This was a wonderful principle that seemed to be made by the heavens. Every piece of terrain was very particular, as if it was arranged by the heavens. However, he knew that the murderous intent was man-made. The danger created by the terrain was one thing, but the most troublesome thing was the Great Emperor killing formation. This place definitely had a complete and flawless Great Emperor killing formation. As long as it was triggered, one would definitely die. Yifan pondered for a long time and found that he couldn't take a step forward. He could still deduce some origin divine arts, but he couldn't do anything about the Great Emperor killing formation. He had already come this far. It was really depressing to turn back. He paced around for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a solution. In the next half a month, he kept thinking and took out all the things he had on him to see which one could help him break the formation. Finally, Yifan stared at a certain item. It was left behind by Vicious and was once in the hands of the Emperor of Fighting. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Ever since Yifan obtained the Immortal Treasure Map, he had never used it. Later on, he asked a saint and guessed that it might be a star domain map. Because it was activated with great magic power, there were stars on it. Yifan couldn't figure it out. He didn't know how many nights he spent studying this map, but he didn't gain anything. However, at this time, a miraculous change happened to the map. This place emitted strands of immortal light and enveloped him. Yifan was shocked. The Immortal Treasure Map was originally sparkling and translucent, as if it was cast from starlight. Now it was even more extraordinary. There were no changes on the front. Even after activating great magic power, there were only specks of stars. He couldn't understand it, but the back had changed. Komatsu's large eyes moved about. He also moved closer and looked at it curiously. He almost plunged his head in. Yifan quickly flipped through the ancient scroll. His heart pounded violently because he saw a complete mountain terrain map. This map overlapped with the Immortal Ascension diagram on the bone piece. The only difference was that there was one more corner. It was complete. Yifan was excited. He gripped this immortal treasure tightly, as if he was afraid it would fly away. Even the blood in his body was boiling. The secret map that Quasi-Emperor and the Great Sage fought over during the ancient times wasn't lost or incomplete. There was actually a complete one that had hope of entering the land of immortal ascension. There was actually such a shocking secret hidden within this ancient scroll that had existed since time immemorial. This is truly unexpected. Yifan's mind was stirred. He thought of many things at this moment. If his suspicions weren't wrong, then the 9 bone pieces were the patterns that were copied from this ancient scroll. This was the true original version. Turns out the complete and undamaged secret map has always been by my side. He was deeply moved. During these past few years, he used all of his power to seek help from the Central Earth's Taoist sects and Buddhism. He traveled to ancient places like India and Egypt to collect bone pieces. But in the end, he still couldn't piece the complete map together. Yet now, there was such an unexpected turn of events. It was truly unexpected. It was as if he suddenly turned around and found that the person he was looking at was in the waning light. At the same time, Yi Fan keenly noticed a fact. The terrain map only took up a third of the back of the ancient scroll. It was as if there was another important ancient map that hadn't appeared. What is recorded in the other two areas? Could it be that they are more important than this land of immortal ascension? He couldn't help but be amazed. He looked carefully and discovered that there were 3 areas on the back. This was without a doubt. The other 2 areas had nothing to do with this terrain map. This is really precious. Yi Fan felt as if he was carrying an ancient star. There were 3 areas on the back alone. One of them was solved today, and he knew how precious it was. It was the land of immortal ascension. Then what about the front? What value did it have? It was truly unimaginable. That's right. Yi Fan thought of many things. This was definitely something left behind by the ancient heaven. It was unknown how long it had been passed down. Some ancient emperors had obtained it and studied it seriously. The monkey once said that at the end of the primordial era, this map belonged to his father. The Emperor of Fighting often looked at this map late at night and looked up at the starry sky. Then, after a long period of time, this ancient scroll fell into the hands of the Yuhua God dynasty. They copied the map onto the bone pieces. That was how they were able to send the hope of immortal ascension here to repair it. Later on, the Yuhua God dynasty turned into ashes overnight. This map fell into the hands of the ruthless Great Emperor. Only then did it appear in the chaotic nest of 10,000 dragons. All of this was connected. Yi Fan thought leisurely. Thinking about it, there must have been other saint emperors and great emperors who obtained this ancient scroll over the long years. It was just that no one knew about it. This map is as heavy as Mount Tai. Perhaps even the undying heavenly emperor studied it before. The heavenly prince once said that his father also wanted to establish a celestial court back then, but for some reason, he didn't succeed in the end. At this point, Yi Fan could already confirm that this item was definitely an immortal treasure from the collapsed ancient heaven. It was a priceless treasure that was even heavier than the heavens. It's still fine now. If an ancient emperor-level character appeared, this map would definitely be lost. Only such a character would know how important it is. Yi Fan looked at it carefully and compared it seriously. He found a complicated path of life that could lead to the deepest part of the immortal realm. Chapter 1009. In the end, Yi Fan set off towards the depths of the land of ascension. Komatsu naturally followed in high spirits. It carried a small medicinal hoe in its hand and prepared to harvest the ancient medicine king. Lama exhaled white smoke from its mouth and nose as it struggled internally. Yi Fan had already clearly told it that it could either follow in or leave on its own. He would make things difficult for it. It had already learned that this evil person in front of it had the immortal ascension diagram on him. He could enter the tens of thousands of dragon-head peaks and pry into the secrets of ascension. It could be said that this was an irresistible temptation. Lama couldn't endure it any longer and clenched its teeth in the end. Its entire body was covered in flames that were as red as blood. Its dragon scales flickered, and its slender and sturdy body arrived like a gust of wind. Yi Fan laughed loudly and directly sat on top of this divine steed Lama. It seemed to be forged from a mixture of scarlet multicolored light and divine gold. It was exceptionally powerful. The dragon horse's eyes were spitting fire, and it almost kicked Xiao Song off with its hind legs. However, it managed to endure it in the end. With a crunch, it bit off half of an ancient medicine that Xiao Song was fiddling with and swallowed it angrily. "That's mine." Komatsu mumbled timidly as it watched Longma eat this medicinal herb that was at least 50 to 60,000 years old. The land of ascension was extremely unordinary. It could be said that it transcended the secular world and shouldn't exist in time. There was no dirt or dust on the ground, and it flickered with a chalcedony luster. There wasn't a single weed in this place, and ordinary vines couldn't grow here. This was an ancient jade field, and only precious medicines could grow here. Its level was extremely high. After arriving at this place, Lama's mouth never stopped moving. It chewed on all kinds of old medicines as if they were grass. Spiritual essence overflowed in all directions, and brilliant lights and colors flowed about. Komatsu was extremely picky and searched everywhere for treasures. Up until now, its small medicine basket no longer contained ordinary spiritual fruits or ancient medicines that weren't at least 10,000 years old. It held a small medicinal hoe, and its large eyes continuously glanced at Dragonhead Peak. It had long identified the true Medicine King and was preparing to dig up a few stalks. Yifan walked very carefully. If he took the wrong path here, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Once the Great Emperor-killing formation was activated, even the Quasi-Emperor would die without a burial. The more he walked in, the more reverence he felt. Not to mention the Arch formation, just the Origin Heaven's laws were beyond his understanding. This place definitely had rules laid down by a Genesis god. Even if you break the killing formation of the ancient emperors, there's still the Heaven Origin forbidden formation. The two fused together to form the immortal slaying diagram. He held the ancient scroll in his hand and carefully compared it. He walked very slowly, because as long as he deviated even the slightest bit, he would never be able to make a comeback. There was only a narrow path that could be taken. It was winding and extremely complicated. Suddenly, his expression became serious. Within a stone forest, he actually saw a person sitting cross-legged on top of a piece of green jade. This person had a dignified appearance and was surrounded by immortal energy. There were strands of terrifying aura being emitted from his body. It was incomparably terrifying, and each strand was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. It was as if a demonic mountain was pressing down. The llama let out a low neigh. Flames flickered under its four hooves, and raging flames surged. Its entire body shot out scarlet multicolored light, and dragon energy surged. The horse's mane stood up, and its scales trembled. Komatsu was even more afraid. It grabbed onto a corner of Yifan's clothes and didn't dare to make a sound. That kind of aura was difficult to resist. Yifan took out the cauldron. 10,000 layers of source energy fell down and protected them within. He was exceptionally shocked. There was actually such a peerless character in the immortal Ascension land. He definitely couldn't be defeated. This person's Taoist robe was old, and there was a wooden hairpin in his gray hair. He was motionless and was surrounded by the faint mist that seeped out from the immortal incubation land. The scene was astonishing. Great Sage. This was a human race supreme expert. Yifan immediately determined that this person was a great sage. He had previously sensed this kind of aura from the archaic imperial race's great sage, Hunchuo's body. The immortal Ascension land was the most terrifying life-restricted area. No one could pass through and see, so why was there a person guarding this place? Yifan was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. "Senior," he softly called out. Suddenly seeing an existence of this level made him feel a bit lacking in confidence. The person in front of him didn't react at all. He sat cross-legged on the several zhang long green jade stone, like a clay statue. Only immortal light surged out. Something's not right. Even though there is a powerful life force, there are no fluctuations of divine sense. This person should be dead. Yifan quickly came to this conclusion. His expression trembled, and he opened his heavenly eye. His heart was filled with shock. This was a human race's great sage. Could it be that he died here just like that? He carefully observed this person. This person's flesh was undamaged, and there was even luster. Immortal energy flowed in and out of his pores, as if he was breathing in and out. However, his eyes were tightly closed, and his primordial spirit was empty. Yifan was stupefied. This person should have died. Even though his flesh was intact, he didn't have a soul, so he couldn't be said to still be alive. This wasn't a natural death, or else he should have already transformed into the Tao. This was a dead, archaic great sage. His flesh didn't wither and was preserved. It really is strange. It is vivid and lifelike, as if it was alive. What a pity that even someone like this died in the formation. Yifan became even more cautious. He didn't even charge through a great sage. If he accidentally entered One could well imagine how terrifying it would be. He opened his heavenly eye, discovering that there was a divine lamp in this great sage's body. It was bright and undying even now, full of life force. It was the lamp that was taking in and sending out immortal light, making the corpse seem as if it still had life. The great sage's supreme treasure. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a treasure. It was only a few zhang away from him, yet it made him sigh as he gazed at it. He couldn't walk over it all. There was only a winding path that was safe here. If he took a single step inside by mistake, he would die. This great sage was the best lesson. He was killed here for no reason. Yi Fan tried to operate the army symbol formula. He didn't dare act recklessly, only trying to lift up a speck of dust that was pressed against the safe line. As a result, the winds and clouds changed in that instant. Heaven and earth lost color. There was a mortal killing power interweaving in the void, shattering that speck of dust, making that strand of divine will feel a wave of intense pain. He quickly severed the karma. He was overwhelmed with shock. This place was extraordinary after all. He couldn't act recklessly, or else he wouldn't even know how he died. They continued forward, turning left and right, entering a hilly region. Yi Fan felt waves of blood, fiendish energy, as if it could slice off one's skin and flesh, cleave apart one's bones. After advancing for some distance, he saw a glaring red, and a wave of blood energy was rising. It was very far from this safe path, but it was still enough to make one's hair stand on end. Another great sage died here. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye. There was a corpse in front of a hill, and it was much more miserable than the one whose primordial spirit had been emptied. This great sage was badly mutilated, suffering the pain of the fire essence burning his body. Of course, he was already dead, so he couldn't feel this kind of pain. However, it was truly miserable. Half of his body had been burned dry, and blood energy was rising. Yi Fan was greatly moved. This wasn't caused by the Great Emperor killing formation, but by an unimaginable origin heaven forbidden technique that surpassed everything he had learned. It borrowed the power of 10,000 dragon head peaks to interweave into a fire source of creation that could kill all life. Could it be that there was a saint emperor who used origin heaven forbidden technique to prove his Tao, and he served the ancient heaven? Yi Fan was puzzled because no matter how he looked, he felt that the origin heaven forbidden technique formation in this place wasn't any weaker than the Great Emperor killing formation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a double defense. Moreover, the 10,000 dragon head peaks that were pregnant with immortals were most likely created by this person. Yi Fan advanced for a very long distance, and along the way, he found a total of 3 great sage dead here. The third person only had a piece of bone and a drop of blood left. In ancient times, even the sages from the outer realms rushed here. I don't know which ancient star these 3 people came from, but there's no way to bury their corpses. Yi Fan sighed. He couldn't help, and he couldn't go forward. Otherwise, the weapons left behind by these people would be enough to make people go crazy. Finally, they approached the immortal pregnant valley that was surrounded by 10,000 dragon head peaks. And it was also at this moment that Yi Fan felt a bone-piercing, killing intent. Even with the myriad chi cauldron protecting his body, he still felt chills. Lama stopped advancing because his body bulged. His tendons and veins swelled as if they were about to burst open, and his whole body was spasming. Komatsu was hiding on Yi Fan's shoulder, and it was even more unbearable. After all, compared to them, his cultivation was still very low, and he let out a mournful cry. Fortunately, Yi Fan always paid attention to his safety, and he had already wrapped most of his origin chi around him, so no accidents happened. Boom! Yi Fan propped up a light screen, and golden blood chi permeated from his whole body, protecting Komatsu and Lama. In the current world, there was hardly anyone who could compare to his physical body, and it could block the killing intent. At the same time, he activated the myriad chi cauldron and let it recover. The origin chi root immediately fell down like a waterfall, isolating it from the outside world and blocking the killing intent. Lama let out a long sigh. and continued forward. Meanwhile, Komatsu also hid on his shoulder, and he lightly patted his chest, looking like he had lingering fear. Suddenly, Yifan's expression froze. He saw a broken corpse in the midst of a stone mountain, and the great killing intent was coming from the flesh and lustrous white bones. A quasi-emperor. Yifan's mind was shaken, and the blood in his body rumbled. He sped up, and it was as if thunder was shaking the 9 heavens. His heart trembled. Over 100 pure white bones and bright red and glaring blood were all flickering. That person had been chopped into pieces by the killing formation of the great ancient emperor. The quasi-emperor's methods were exceedingly high, and he could compete with the heaven and earth for fortune. How many people were there since ancient times? It could be said that he was an existence that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. But he had died here just like that. This kind of blood-chi killing intent was already difficult to endure, and if it was any other Dao-severing expert, their bodies would definitely crack apart. Only Yifan could resist this kind of terrifying bloodline power. It has been 10 or 20,000 years since he died, and he still has this kind of power. It is truly inconceivable. Yifan exclaimed in surprise. He didn't know which ancient star this person came from, and why he died here in the end. Even if there was no ancient killing formation to obstruct him, he still had no way to go over, because this person's corpse was covered in blood, and the quasi-emperor's aura was overwhelming. He would be turned into a bloody pulp before he could reach his side. A centipede died, but it didn't fall down. As a quasi-emperor, he was even more terrifying. Even though he was dead, he still couldn't be compared to an ordinary person. The land of immortality is truly an inconceivable place. 3 great sage and a quasi-emperor died here. Yifan could only sigh like this. Seeing that the power of the quasi-emperor's bloodline was so terrifying, he couldn't help but think of some past events. If the heart of the demon emperor had a killing intent, how powerful would it be? It was simply unimaginable. If it wasn't for the Green Emperor dispelling the killing intent in his blood, the entire world would have collapsed when that heart emerged from the Yin tomb. At that time, he had just embarked on the path of cultivation and didn't know much about this, so he didn't know how terrifying it was. Later, when he heard Yenryu and the Crimson Dragon Taoist talk about it, he felt incomparably horrified. That was the precious medicine of the Emperor's blood that the Green Emperor left behind for his descendants, and it had already dispelled the killing intent. Otherwise, once it appeared, no one would be able to approach it, and there would be a great killing calamity. Any living creature that touched it would die. It was the same as the divine blood obtained by the Vatican's Holy Night. According to the Holy Night, the so-called divine blood should be the blood essence left behind by an ancient holy emperor, and it had been refined by generations of sages to dispel the killing intent. He accidentally spilled it and bathed in it, which was why he didn't die. Since then, his physical body was indestructible and powerful to the extreme. Suddenly, Komatsu threw away the little medicine hoe and stared blankly ahead. He revealed a strange expression and gently shook Yifan, asking him to turn around and look. Yifan withdrew his gaze from the corpse of the quasi-emperor and looked forward. He was startled at first, then shocked to the extreme. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. Is this real? Longma, who was below him, also knew what it was and almost went crazy. Its 4 hooves stomped on the ground, almost flipping Yifan over. It wanted to rush over directly. This item was too precious, and even the ancient emperors were shocked. Chapter 10:10. There was a half-meter-tall purple pagoda that quietly rested there. It was as if it had fallen from the blue heavens, ancient and imposing, flowing with an indescribable aura. Lama knew what it was, rushing forward fiercely. It had seen the ancient scroll in Yifan's hands, discovering that this artifact was resting on the safe path, not dangerous. Yifan felt like this wasn't real. This large piece of immortal material really was too unreal, simply like a dream, hard to believe. This is divine mark purple gold. Even his voice was trembling. Phoenix blood scarlet gold, dragon marked black gold, immortal tears green gold. He had seen all of them before, all of them the most well-known immortal materials. This was the first time he saw this type of divine treasure. Its entire body was sparkling like a purple diamond, releasing a dreamlike radiance. It was called Divine Mark Purple Gold. Longma ran crazily, releasing draconic energy from its mouth, moving as fast as lightning. It was still quite far away, opening its mouth to suck it in, wishing to make it its own. However, after trying a bit, it didn't succeed. Moreover, at this moment, it sensed a type of dense, killing intent, its primordial spirit feeling like it was going to be destroyed. Its entire body contorted, quickly stopping its steps. At this time, only Komatsu could still be considered calm. It blinked its large eyes, a bit confused. Even though it felt like this artifact was extraordinary, it didn't recognize it. "Don't act rashly," Yifan shouted to stop Longma. This piece of immortal material was 1/2 meter tall, without any other impurities. This was just too shocking, its value immeasurable. Even the great ancient emperor's hearts were jumping. A fist-sized piece of phoenix blood scarlet gold was already enough to shock the world, making everyone go crazy. Now, such a large piece, Divine Mark Purple Gold, was forged into a pagoda, so one could imagine just how heaven-defying the magical force of the owner was. This artifact was definitely dangerous. If one acted rashly, there might be a great disaster. Is an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? Yifan's heart was pounding. He couldn't be sure, because there were all types of killing formations in the place of immortal ascension that could conceal all auras, making it difficult to judge. How could this type of immortal material be thrown here? No matter how great one's background was, they still couldn't afford to squander it. It shouldn't be like this. Finally, they cautiously approached. An astonishing killing intent overflowed, slashing one's primordial spirit. Lama could no longer approach. Yifan dismounted from his horse and walked forward step by step. Finally, he saw the source of the danger. The other side of the purple pagoda was stained with a few bloodstains. They were bright red and glaring, brimming with murderous intent. He couldn't help but be startled and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He gazed at the quasi-emperor's corpse that was scattered in the distance. The fresh blood was glistening, and the aura was the same. It should be from the same source. The divine blood of quasi-emperor. This tower is his. Yifan's eyes flickered with light. Just how great of good luck was needed to obtain such a large piece of immortal material. Moreover, it was even successfully forged into an artifact embryo. It was truly shocking. It's a material that even the great ancient emperors would find difficult to obtain, but he is such a big piece. His future should be bright, and he should be walking towards the glorious peak of Tao, confirming. Yifan muttered to himself. This person's good luck was heaven-defying. He could be said to be the main character of an era. Yet in the end, it was precisely this type of endlessly blessed quasi-emperor that died miserably here. The will of the heavens is hard to fathom. A person with immeasurable prospects was killed just like that. Yifan had reason to believe that this person was a heaven-defying figure from an ancient star. If nothing unexpected happened, he could prove his Tao and become an emperor. However, the path of immortality was rough and bumpy. Even if one was an exceptional talent, they could still turn into bones. This also proved how terrifying this land of immortal ascension was. Even a quasi-emperor like this who possessed great natural luck suffered a great disaster. He couldn't defy the heavens here, and the so-called heavenly fate was completely stripped away. This made him shiver inwardly. He didn't dare to act carelessly anymore. Every step was done carefully and cautiously. Yifan backed up. When he was far enough away, he used the army symbol formula to peel off the drops of quasi-emperor's blood. He temporarily placed them to the side, and then he moved the purple pagoda over. This is truly a great natural luck. This is an extreme Tao origin embryo. After observing it for a long time, he already confirmed that this weapon was only a rough embryo. There weren't any Tao marks or natural laws engraved on it. This meant that the quasi-emperor hadn't obtained it long ago. The 1/2 meter tall purple pagoda emitted an aura that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. It was as if a blue sky had fallen here, and all types of immortal light lingered about. The most abundant thing in this land of immortal ascension was the nourishment of immortal energy. This rough embryo couldn't be damaged in the slightest and could only gradually develop spirituality. The pagoda's body was thick, and every inch was sparkling and translucent. Purple light flickered about, and it was as brilliant as a purple diamond. There were lines of patterns on its surface, as if they were carefully carved by a deity. This was the so-called divine marks, also known as the tangible embodiment of the Tao. This was also the reason for its name. Komatsu blinked his large eyes and curiously sized it up. He felt that it was a bit strange because this divine mark purple gold was just like him. Its entire body was dazzling with purple multicolored light, and even its spirituality was similar. Lama didn't hold back at all. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow it. Any creature with spirituality would want to obtain such a heaven-defying object. This was an artifact of Tao verification. Yifan pushed it to the side and said, "This was discovered by Komatsu." He carefully examined this artifact and confirmed that there was no danger in this pagoda. There really weren't any Tao marks engraved on it, and it was just an ownerless rough embryo. Only then did he relax. Komatsu moved closer and raised his head to look at the purple pagoda. It was a lot taller than him, and it was all glistening with purple light. The two contrasted beautifully, making it scratch its head. It used all its strength to move the pagoda, but in the end, it was so tired that it was drenched in sweat. It sat down on the ground with an embarrassed expression. It actually couldn't move it at all. Lama was disdainful. It went up to take advantage of the situation and wanted to take it for itself. In the end, it was also shocked. This pagoda was terrifyingly heavy, and it was at least 1,000,000 jin in weight. This was a supreme immortal material. Even though it was a rough embryo, it was still world-shocking. With Yifan's help, Komatsu lifted the purple pagoda with difficulty. However, with a smacking sound, it locked itself inside and couldn't come out anymore. Yifan smiled. He picked up this treasure that could shake the entire star domain and released it. "I'll help you store it in the silver bell. You can refine it with your mind every day, and when you become stronger, you'll be able to use it." He took out the small stone Buddha from the bell and carefully carved a complex spatial formation. He then stored the divine purple golden pagoda inside and handed it to Komatsu. "Perhaps one day, I will leave this ancient star and head for another star domain. That place is filled with blood and battles. It is too difficult and dangerous. I want to leave you here. You can cultivate in seclusion here. This will be your Tao-proving artifact." Komatsu was immediately terrified after hearing these words. Its eyes were filled with tears as it stuffed the rough embryo into Yifan's hands. It begged him not to leave, and even if he had to leave, he had to bring it along. "It's still too early to talk about this. I don't know how to go back." Yifan lovingly rubbed its head and then looked at the sky. There would definitely be a war in the future in another star domain. The short-term peace wouldn't last long. All races believed that the path to becoming a celestial was about to open. In order to compete for the opportunity that had been waiting for ages, there would be a bloody battle between the peerless figures. Although Lama wasn't convinced, it couldn't do anything about it. The divine purple golden pagoda was discovered by Komatsu and obtained by Yifan. It indeed had no reason to keep it for itself. The earth is an extraordinary place. If you can verify your Tao here in the future, you'll have unimaginable results. Yifan helped to keep the bell and told it not to use the small stone Buddha anymore. From now on, it should only entrust its mind to the purple pagoda. He already had the cauldron of myriad chi. Although this pagoda was a divine treasure, it was meaningless to him. Yifan used his omnipotent means to seal a few drops of Quasi-Emperor's precious blood into the cauldron. In a sense, this was divine blood. It could be used to refine saintly medicine and would be of great use. They continued on their journey. Yifan taught Komatsu how to refine a tool to prove Tao. He had many experiences to pass on to it before they left. What made him speechless was that he saw the profound meaning of one tool to break all techniques in a little thing's mind. It was actually preparing to reforge the purple pagoda into a pine pagoda. The spherical fruits of pine trees were called pine pagoda because they looked like pagoda. In the little purple thing's mind, it felt that since it was going to reforge a pagoda, it must be more realistic. A natural pine pagoda was the most suitable. Do you think pine nuts are the most delicious? Yifan asked it. Yes, it answered subconsciously. Then, it was immediately embarrassed. All right, pine pagoda, it's pine pagoda. Whether it's the name or the shape, it suits you. Yifan could only say this. They continued on their journey. Yifan said to himself, there are a few types of divine metals in this world. Phoenix blood gold, immortal tears green gold. Legend has it that if they are cast together, they can become another supreme material. Unfortunately, no one has succeeded since ancient times. Komatsu immediately opened its mouth and said childishly, in the future, it would find all kinds of divine metals for its master. It would mix them with the myriad chi and forge them into the world's #1 weapon. Yifan rubbed its head and didn't say anything. It was enough to have the myriad chi's origin root. As for those legends, they were too vague and might not necessarily be true. Finally, they arrived at Dragon-Head Peak. They ascended a mountain path. Tens of thousands of dragon-headed peaks stood side by side, surrounding an immortal valley. The spiritual energy was dense, and multicolored light shone in millions and millions of strands. It made this place especially sacred. They had truly entered the land of immortal ascension. This was an unparalleled, wondrous land. It had the profound secret of stealing the creation of the world and could give birth to immortals. Every dragon peak shone with tens of thousands of rays of immortal light and thousands of auspicious colors. They were divine and sacred. The treasured medicines growing on them were at least 20,000 years old, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. Yifan advanced along the mountain path. Komatsu was very happy. It found 2 king medicines on a safe path. Both were more than 90,000 years old. It carefully dug them out. The ancient medicine was a meter tall. For it was like a precious tree, flickering with multicolored light. It needed to raise it up. It was in high spirits, offering 1 stalk to Yifan out of respect. Then, it gave the other stalk to the dragon horse out of goodwill. This kind of thing could extend one's lifespan. It was a priceless treasure, even in Big Dipper. It will make saints bow to it. The divine chariot naturally accepted it. However, it didn't swallow it immediately. It knew how rare the king medicines were. It would slowly refine them in the future. The path was winding, but it was the only way out. One wrong step would lead to death. Yifan and the others took a detour. They passed many dragon-head peaks and entered the valley. During this process, Komatsu was the happiest. It had harvested a total of 8 king medicines, all of which grew on the path. It was very happy with its little hoe. You can keep them. No need to send me off, Yifan said. Every time it dug up a medicine, it would give it to its master. However, Yifan secretly placed them into its pine tower. In the future, he would leave. Komatsu would cultivate alone on this ancient planet, so it would definitely need these things. Finally, they entered the hinterland. When they reached the depths of the valley, they finally saw the magnificent scene. Tens of thousands of dragon-head peaks poured down a waterfall of immortal light. It was so thick that it had turned into liquid. It gathered at the center of the valley, where there was a large celestial pond. Celestial energy rose, and millions of rays of light shone. It was dazzling and covered most of the valley. The hope of becoming an immortal is bred in this celestial pond. Yifan's eyes shone with divine light. In the valley, clouds were rising. There had never been a place like this. The treasure medicines were everywhere, making people go crazy. If they could collect all of them, it would be unimaginable. At the same time, a special fragrance assailed their nostrils. It was extraordinary and extraordinary. Yifan was shocked. There was definitely an immortal divine medicine here. Chapter 10:11. The land of immortal ascension was a mysterious place. Since ancient times, countless heroes had wanted to come here to see what was going on, but almost all of them had died with regrets. Tens of thousands of mountains stood side by side, forming a valley. Each dragon head peak opened its mouth and poured down a colorful waterfall. Immortal light surged and gathered at the center of the immortal pond. What's in the pond? Yifan could not see clearly. The divine light in the pond was so dazzling that he could not see through it even with his heavenly eye open. Immortal chi lingered in the valley, and auspicious lights flickered. All kinds of immortal splendor flowed about, forming a magnificent scene of immortals. Even Llama could not help but feel excited. Its four hooves stomped the ground, unable to calm down. It wanted nothing more than to rush over immediately. It was born in Kunlun and naturally knew about the land of immortal ascension, but it had never had the chance to enter. Yifan's expression was excited. He grabbed the ancient scroll with one hand and clenched his fist with the other. He had finally entered and was about to reveal the eternal mystery. At this time, the calmest was still Komatsu. It did not think too much. The immortal pond only piqued its curiosity and was not as practical as the Medicine King. The little purple thing was even more tempted. A pure heart was the rarest, and this was also the reason why its cultivation could improve so quickly. Let's go. Yifan jumped off Llama and personally led the way. This place was very important and would determine whether he could become an immortal in the future. The murderous intent here was even stronger. Even if it was not activated, it would still make one's heart palpitate. This was under the condition that the immortal mist had concealed most of the murderous intent. One could clearly see that there were lines of intricate patterns in the air. They interweaved to form the orbit of a star field and covered every corner. One could imagine that once they were activated, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was impossible to fly in this land of immortal ascension. Only immortal grass could grow on the ground. This was definitely the Origin Emperor's method. Even though the killing formations were densely packed, they still provided a pure land for the divine medicine to live in. Their roots have merged with the laws here. Only by obtaining its approval can they survive here, Yifan muttered to himself. Immediately after, he shivered. The laws and killing arrays in this place were so powerful that they made one's heart skip a beat. The formation god that the Black Emperor had mentioned must have already been born. That's right, that must be it. His pupils rapidly contracted, and he became even more convinced after a closer look. Back then, the person who set up the formation was extremely skilled and allowed the formation to evolve the will of a deity. It gained life and turned into a living being that was formed from interweaving Tao marks. Only by bringing this immortal treasure could one enter the formation. This was no longer just a safe path map. It had also become a type of keepsake. Otherwise, even if one understood the operation and layout of the formation, they would most likely die. The methods of the ancient emperors were unpredictable. They could turn the formation into a living spirit, and the formation itself could change freely. The Black Emperor had said that this was the highest realm of Tao patterns and formations. The birth of a god within the formation was only a heaven-defying performance of the ancient emperors. It was equivalent to the continuation of their lives. The terrain in the valley was uneven, and there was not a single speck of dust. There were jade-like medicinal fields everywhere. The people back then had already predicted that this place would definitely give birth to precious medicines and even immortal divine medicines, which would make the celestial pond even more holy. Among these ancient medicines, Yifan had discovered who knew how many stalks of Medicine King. His heart trembled violently. If all of these were put together, they would be even more precious than divine medicines. Unfortunately, he could only be envious. Apart from those he met on the path, he couldn't act rashly even if the others were right in front of him and within reach. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great calamity. Lama swallowed and spat out immortal light. His eyes were about to pop out, and Komatsu also couldn't move. From time to time, a Medicine King would appear, and he could obtain it just by leaning over. This was a great temptation. It was like a demonic fruit polished from red agate. It was sparkling and glistening, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. It was like an immortal orchid carved from jade. It was emerald green and tender, and its entire body was translucent. Its fragrance assailed the senses. The cloud vines entwined with green multicolored clouds were misty, and the fragrance seeped into the heart. There were countless types of ancient medicines of different grades. It was as if they had accidentally barged into an immortal's medicine garden. There were precious treasures everywhere. Every stalk of ancient medicine was overflowing with brilliant colors, dazzling and dazzling. There were even more withered and dead medicine kings that had lost their luster and collapsed on the ground. The spiritual essence they released nourished this place. Because too much time had passed, medicine kings weren't immortal divine medicines. It wasn't easy for them to grow to 80 or 90,000 years old. Any longer and they would turn into mud and decline. It was unknown how many generations the immortal vine divine orchids had existed here. The current medicine kings were all born from the medicinal seeds that had once again sprouted and taken root. They had flourished for tens of thousands of generations, withered and flourished again. Yi Fan and the others continued forward. On this relatively safe and winding path, Komatsu dug up a total of 11 stalks of medicine kings. This was an extremely great harvest. If news of this were spread, it would definitely leave everyone stupefied. They were finally close and about to reach the immortal pond. It was also at this time that Yi Fan saw a grave. It was extremely strange. It was located right at the side of the road, cutting off the formation within the immortal valley. He couldn't help but be shocked. Just how high of a cultivation did one have to be to dare to wantonly destroy a great emperor's killing formation that was born with the will of a deity and create a grave? His methods were truly heaven-defying. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and looked into the grave. He saw dozens of fragments that were pieced together to form a devil mask. It was accompanied by bloody clothes, causing his expression to tremble. The devil mask that was full of cracks seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. There was sadness within the smile, and there was also a smile within the wound. It was exactly the same as the marks on the heaven-devouring evil jar. It's him, he died here. It was definitely that youth. After parting with the vicious great emperor, they never met again. Life and death were boundless, and his corpse lay in the land of immortal ascension. He was unable to break free from his predetermined fate. I was just worried about my younger sister. Within the grave, from the broken devil mask, there was actually such a weak voice that carried regret, unwillingness, and pleading. It was as if it had crossed through the ages to arrive. Even though this mask was made of ordinary copper and the workmanship was crude, it had a type of indescribable charm. It made one's heart palpitate as it lay within the grave. Yi Fan sighed. The vicious great emperor used a heaven-defying forbidden divine technique to reconstruct some of the scenes she wanted to know, allowing the youth's final words to continue. Not to become an immortal, just to wait for you to return from this mortal world. A woman's voice seemed to come from above the 9 heavens, causing all the deities to tremble uncontrollably. In the heavens above and earth below, only she reigned supreme, choosing a path that the world couldn't understand. Yi Fan, Komatsu, and Lama quivered. A woman who looked down on the ages, overlooking the past, present, and future. A single sentence from her would last through the ages. There was no monument erected in front of this grave, and no traces of the Tao could be seen either. However, it traversed through the formation and existed eternally. It couldn't be denied that this was a type of miracle. In a trance, Yi Fan saw a little girl who was no more than 2 or 3 years old. Her figure was very blurry, and her hair was combed into a pair of sheep horn braids. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of pure big eyes filled with tears as she cried pitifully. Her clothes were patched up, and she wore a pair of small shoes that revealed her toes. She helplessly reached out her little hands, trying to grab onto something. He shook his head forcefully. The grave was still a grave, and there was nothing else except for the bloody clothes and pieces of the mask. Yi Fan stopped for a moment before turning around to leave. His heart was filled with sorrow. The vicious great emperor's name had shaken the ages, and his talent was number 1. He had created all kinds of peerless techniques, yet he met with such misfortune. Even though he stood above the 9 heavens and made all the deities tremble, it was difficult to change his ending. Even though Lama had a fiery temper, he was still well-behaved in this place. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he followed closely behind. The ancient scroll was unfurled, and Yi Fan compared it to the topographic map. They passed through an area that not many people had been able to reach, and they approached the celestial pond at the very center. Rays of multicolored light flew over, illuminating their entire bodies. This was an intoxicating place. Auspicious light overflowed, and propitious energy was in the tens of thousands. It was difficult to find a second place like this in the entire world. If one could cultivate here for a long time, they would definitely reap great benefits. However, no one dared to stay here for a long time to comprehend techniques. If they were to trigger the Great Tao and fuse it with this ancient spell formation, they would have to face the consequences. Whoosh! An ancient medicine in the medicine field flashed and disappeared, leaving behind a fragrant scent that made one's bones feel intoxicated. The mist of light entered their bodies. Yi Fan, Longma, and Komatsu felt as if they were about to ascend to the heavens. Their entire bodies felt comfortable, and even their joints were creaking. The elixir of immortality. There was a type of divine medicine in the celestial valley that could fly on its own. The deities born from the spell formation did not harm it, and it hid into the distance. As expected of the celestial realm, they even have an immortal medicine. Yi Fan exclaimed. The Yangxiang clan had already obtained one, and there was actually another here. However, it was not surprising that a place where immortals were born would produce such a divine medicine. He remembered the Polygonum Multiflorum's words, so he stopped here and transmitted his voice into the distance. He said that there would be a great calamity in this place, and he asked the immortal medicine if it was willing to leave with him. Lama rolled his eyes at the side. How could a person be so shameless? He wanted to capture the immortal medicine, and yet he acted so pompously as if it was for its own good. However, contrary to Lama's expectations, the divine medicine really did respond positively. It used its weak divine sense to transmit a message, telling Yi Fan that if he took away the hope of becoming an immortal, the calamity here would be resolved on its own. However, if he could not take it away, then it would leave with him. Multicolored light flowed, and mist filled the air. Yi Fan was speechless. He did not see the true body of the divine medicine, and it was obvious that he had to make a choice between the two. He really did not know what to do with the immortal medicine. Yi Fan could only choose to continue on his way. Although the immortal medicine was hard to find in this world, and an ancient star with life might not even produce one, it was not impossible to find one. Moreover, the hope of becoming an immortal was the only one since ancient times. The rest of the journey was smooth, and they walked all the way to the celestial pond. Along the way, Komatsu dug up a total of 17 king medicines. If this news was spread to any star region, it would be shocking and unbelievable. This was a miracle. This is the celestial pond that nurtures the hope of becoming an immortal. Yi Fan's voice trembled. They had finally arrived, and even he could not suppress his excitement. This eternal mystery was finally going to be revealed. Lama's entire body was covered in flames. Its large head forcefully bumped Yi Fan, and it wanted nothing more than to jump into the celestial pond. Only Komatsu was very quiet. He carried the small medicine basket on his back and stood at Yi Fan's side, curiously sizing him up. Yi Fan was shocked. He carefully observed and discovered that this land of immortality was actually like a placenta. It was smashed by a palm and turned into a pond. Who did this? His expression immediately changed. Could it be that the hope of becoming an immortal was taken away by someone, or perhaps it was destroyed? However, that was not right. Just now, the divine medicine had already said that the hope of becoming an immortal was still here. It was done by a vicious person. When Yi Fan thought of this result, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. This great empress was extraordinary after all. It really was as she said. She did not want to become an immortal. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of innate essence energy. He wanted to disperse the thousands of strands of multicolored light that shot out from the celestial pond. It was because this place was too resplendent, making it difficult to open one's eyes. The immortal light was cut open. He opened his heavenly eye and gazed into the pond, and his mind was immediately shaken. He saw an artifact, and the hope of becoming an immortal still existed at the bottom of the pond. Chapter 10:12. The immortal pond was about 10 feet long and half a foot wide. It was unknown what material it was made of, but multicolored light shone from within. The essence of heaven and earth was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It became liquid and gathered in the pond. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes, and his expression froze on the spot. He saw the hope of becoming an immortal. His expression changed, and he didn't say anything for a long time. "It's this." This was a bronze artifact. It was dark and lusterless as it quietly sank to the bottom of the pond. There were all kinds of patterns engraved on it. There were birds, beasts, fish, insects, the sun, moon, and stars, but they were all blurry. This was a cauldron. It wasn't complete and was badly damaged. There was less than a third of the original artifact left. The 3 legs were still there, but the circular cauldron walls were almost gone. There was even a large hole at the bottom of the cauldron. "Green cauldron. It's this." Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. If this cauldron was intact, it would be at least a meter tall. It was simple and natural, and its entire body was modeled with imprints. It was made of the same material as the 2 pieces of green copper on him. Yi Fan was stunned for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't think of this possibility. Before entering the land of immortal ascension, he had speculated about it and thought of all kinds of possibilities. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still stunned. The hope of becoming an immortal is actually this. He muttered to himself, his heart incomparably shocked. He finally saw the true body. The thing that carried the hopes of countless people from past to present was now right in front of him. Yi Fan's emotions were quite complicated. He had searched for it with a narrow escape. Countless heroes from past to present had chased after it across the starry sky. And one day, he would see the main body. This made him feel as if it was unreal. Yes, the one that the Yuhuak God dynasty is supposed to be escorting is this. In the Big Dipper Star region, there were ancient records that the Yuhuak God dynasty ruled the world more than 200,000 years ago. They once had a green cauldron. After many years, the Central Plains ancestral temple appeared, and all kinds of secrets were spread out. All the heroes of the world, including the ancient races, were alarmed. They all flocked over to fight for the supreme treasure. Among them, the various ancient royal families went specifically for this green cauldron. It was because it was too important and all races wanted it. When Yi Fan left, a storm gathered in Central Continent's ancestral temple. All of the world's heroes rose up together. A great battle was going to take place, and the main reason was precisely to fight over this ancient cauldron. With so many heroes appearing, even the primordial king couldn't remain calm. Even the great sage Hunshuo personally arrived. No matter what, none of them would have expected that the green cauldron wasn't in Central Continent's ancestral temple, but rather on this side of the starry sky. It had already been placed here more than 200,000 years ago, undergoing restoration. No wonder the 2 pieces of copper shook a little when I returned to Earth several years ago, Yi Fan said to himself. He had such a real feeling at that time. When he descended from the outer realms, apart from seeing many towering mountains, the strangest thing was that the green copper had trembled, which made him feel strange. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the bottom of the immortal pond. This was an immortal cauldron that had existed for tens of thousands of years, the heaviest since the ancient times. Its true value simply couldn't be measured. Just the opportunity to become an immortal was enough to make people go crazy. Even the great ancient emperors would take action for it. Once news of this got out, the vast starry sky would find it hard to calm down. Great battles would break out because of it. Endless years, endless starry sky. How many prosperity and decline, how much decay and prosperity, from one ancient star to another. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. All of this was too mysterious and dreamy. Since the ancient times, how many heroes were involved in this? There were too many secrets hidden within, and it was filled with blood, bones, and tears. This land of immortal incubation originated from ancient times, at least several million years ago. It involved the primordial emperor and the great emperor, but even more secrets couldn't be explained clearly no matter what. Yi Fan pondered. He could sort out some clues, but if he wanted to truly trace back to the source and sort out the various ancient eras, it was simply impossible. At the beginning, it should have originated from the Celestial Court. This era was extremely ancient, and it should be before the Archaic era, or even more ancient. They were the ones who designed everything. I don't know if there were immortals in the ancient heaven, but they firmly believed that immortals could be born this way, so they laid down a grand blueprint. The ancient heaven was incomparably powerful. The fact that it could control the 99 Dragon Mountains to descend from one ancient star to another was enough to explain the problem. It didn't hesitate to destroy many sources of life. Among them, there were even a few other ancient emperors. This was because Yi Fan had discovered from the layout of the 99 Dragon Mountains and the layout of the land of immortal ascension in Kunlun that there should have been an origin emperor. He deduced from this that the period was extremely prosperous, and the great emperors could coexist and meet. It was also because of this that the Celestial Court was supreme and powerful. Yi Fan had reason to believe that the origin emperor could move the sun, moon, stars, and mountains. He should have been one of the main architects of the grand blueprint, and had invested a great deal of effort into it. Unfortunately, their plan was too long, and many of them couldn't wait for the results. During this period, the venerable emperor died, the gods of the various regions fell into chaos, the Celestial Court collapsed, and the Celestial Cauldron was obtained by the victor. It was just that it was unknown whether the person who obtained the cauldron had become an immortal. This was because that period of time was too ancient, and there was no way to judge it. Even the ancient books didn't record it. However, one could imagine that it was a magnificent period. Many world-shaking battles must have taken place, and many glorious events must have taken place. After that, the major events that followed could be interpreted through the peerless characters of each period. From what the monkey and the heavenly prince had said, as well as the secrets spread by the ancient races, it could be seen that the undying heavenly emperor had obtained the green cauldron and had a great breakthrough. He was revered as a supreme god by the myriad races. It was rumored that the undying heavenly emperor wanted to re-establish the Celestial Court, but he gave up in the end. This in itself was enough to explain some problems. It's hard to say what period the undying heavenly emperor was from. The myriad races of the ancient times all revered him, and it was said that he was from the immemorial era, or even longer. Yi Fan even guessed that the unknown period after the collapse of the Celestial Court was the period of the undying heavenly emperor, and he was the victor in the chaos of the gods. He might have seen the venerable emperor and was the one who obtained the Celestial Cauldron after the venerable emperor's death. From the venerable emperor's death to the collapse of the Celestial Court, and then to the period of the undying heavenly emperor, it was difficult to verify. Perhaps even the great ancient emperors had no way to understand. After all, it was too far away. After that, it was the vast and resplendent immemorial era. The Sun Saint Emperor of the Ziwei ancient star field must have seen the Celestial Cauldron, because Yi Fan had encountered his divine will in the star field. When that single-armed old man saw the damaged green copper, he was shocked and said that it was actually broken. It could be imagined that the Celestial Cauldron was still intact during the era when the Sun Saint Emperor was revered by all the regions. And in the following period, there must have been a great upheaval. Regarding this catastrophe, there were rumors among the 10,000 ancient races, but it was difficult to explain clearly because the level involved was too high. Even a royal race like the Valley of Gods couldn't fully understand it. Back then, during the battle between Yi Fan and Wang Tung at the Ji family, he took out a black gourd. The young master of the Valley of Gods, Zi Tian, and his sister were shocked. They vaguely guessed that the black gourd was an artifact that was preserved from the War of the Gods, and its shape was the same as the one recorded in some ancient divine texts. From this, it could be inferred that the scale and terror of the War of the Gods almost destroyed the immemorial era and wiped out all the races. Yi Fan had consulted others and even learned about it from the ancient races. That catastrophe was far more terrifying than people could imagine, and it was not much different from the legendary collapse of the Celestial Court. That was a War of the Gods. Oh, it seems like the Celestial Cauldron was destroyed during that period and scattered everywhere. There were many things that could be investigated afterwards. Several forbidden regions of the Big Dipper star domain were born, including the Divine Ruins and the Immortal Mausoleum. Later on, the Divine Race Ridge, the Blood Phoenix Mountain, the Fire Chelan Cave, and other ancient emperors ruled the world one after another. This period ended when the Emperor of Fighting passed away in meditation during the last years of the immemorial era. After that, there was a gap in history, and it was difficult to say for sure. The Undying Mountain and the others should have appeared during this period or a bit later. Even though there were such forbidden regions in the immemorial era with different names, it was only during this period that they were truly occupied and turned into a place that no one could set foot in. After that, there was another blank period. It was difficult to know for sure, and it was a long period of time during the primordial era. Yi Fan was in a daze. This celestial cauldron ran through the entire ancient history and involved countless ancient stars. It had started from the ancient heaven and had yet to end. Of course, it was difficult to verify what existed before the ancient heaven and the similar glorious eras of the later star domains. Perhaps there were even more extraordinary artifacts than the celestial cauldron. Whoosh! Immortal light surged, submerging the pond again. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance. This was the essence of heaven and earth. It turned into divine liquid here and nourished the celestial cauldron. He snapped back to reality, his heart filled with endless emotions. This cauldron was related to too much, spanning through the past and present. Many great historical events were related to it. Do immortals really exist in this world? Among those who obtained this cauldron, did any of them achieve immortality? He didn't know. It was shrouded in layers of mystery. The passage of time was too long. At the same time, he thought of great Emperor Wu Shi. It seemed like he didn't rely on anything, yet he still reached the peak. Only, he didn't know if he ascended 80,000 years ago, or if he forcefully broke through the great gates of immortal domain. Lama drank the divine water in the immortal pond with gudong-gudong sounds. Komatsu was extremely quiet, obediently sitting on the side, not disturbing Yi Fan, allowing him to quietly think. The universe is vast and boundless. A few incomparably glorious ancient stars once appeared. If my guess is not wrong, the Celestial Court only controlled one of these regions for a period of time. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Because the Celestial Cauldron was the witness of the Celestial Court, it ran through the past, present, and future of this supreme Celestial Court. However, as far as he knew, there was at least a Tower of Desolation that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Green Cauldron. Moreover, it had not been destroyed to this day. This was not a product of the Celestial Court, so it was not within the scope of what he had just thought. At the very least, Yi Fan didn't know that it was an expanse of primal chaos. It was hard to guess its origins, which star regions it ran through, and how long it had been. There was no way to deduce its origin and why it ended up in the Big Dipper star region. At the same time, he thought of the immortal treasure ancient scroll. The front was a vast star chart, while the back had 3 regions. The land of immortal ascension was only one of them. It's been too long. I've only sorted out a few periods regarding the Celestial Cauldron. Compared to the vast universe, it's insignificant. The Milky Way is called the Imperial Star. Could it be that the Celestial Court originated from that star region? It's hard to see the end of the ancient star system. The Hwasong star is full of the Golden Crow race, and the Tongtian star is full of the Celestial race. Was it within the scope of the Celestial Court's rule back then? The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt his head hurt. The long years, the ancient history, the endless universe, there were too many secrets. Ancient heaven might just be a corner of it. Are there immortals who transcend beyond this starry sky? Is there really a monstrous and dazzling world that belongs to immortals? This was the question he was most concerned about. But after thinking through the past and present, he became silent after sorting out some of his thoughts. This was because there had never been any proof that immortals could become immortals. Splash! The divine liquid in the celestial pool splashed everywhere. Yifan let out a soft sigh and began to fish out the cauldron in the celestial pool. He said, "If there are no immortals, then I will walk a path of immortal ascension." Chapter 10:13. Bang! When Yifan's hand entered the immortal pond, it was repelled by a strange power and couldn't reach the bottom. His eyes flickered as he observed. There were some silk webs on the walls. Each of them was sparkling and flowing with immortal light. They were like the blood vessels of living beings, and they could even breathe in and out. There really is life here. He couldn't help but be astonished. This pond was originally shaped like a placenta, but it was smashed into pieces by the ruthless man. Even now, there was still a powerful life force. Yifan didn't act blindly without thinking. He carefully observed the pond walls and revealed an astonished expression. Then, he looked towards the distant mountains. The essence spat out by the tens of thousands of dragon head peaks converged here to form a divine pond that nurtured an immortal embryo. That is, when he opened his heavenly gaze, he couldn't help but be astonished. There was a crack between the brows of each dragon head, as if someone had pierced a hole with multicolored mist flowing about. Yifan's eyes revealed a strange light. There was no exception among the tens of thousands of dragon heads. There was a delicate palm imprint between their brows, detaining the essence of the mountains. The dragon treasure has been lost. The so-called dragon treasure was the soul of each dragon head peak. It was the true spirit born from the descent of ancient stars and the immortal essence accumulated over millions of years. A divine light flickered in Yifan's eyes as he carefully observed. Even though the water flowing out from the dragon mouths was divine liquid, because of the loss of the dragon treasure, its effects were greatly reduced. This is the work of great Emperor Ruthless? His eyes continuously moved, and then he stared at the immortal pond. This was undoubtedly a placenta that was connected to the tens of thousands of dragon head peaks. The immortal essence nourished it, and it could indeed seize the fortune of the heaven and earth. It should have been able to nurture an immortal embryo. But now all of this no longer existed. This immortal nurturing place was destroyed by the ruthless man with one slap. Yifan couldn't help but become speechless. As expected of the ruthless man, he didn't want anything and was truly ruthless. Yifan scattered the immortal light, revealing everything inside the pond. He could see the sparkling blood vessels on the pond walls that led to the tens of thousands of dragon head peaks. The ruthless man used this to slash the tens of thousands of true dragons. The murderous intent was shocking. What a pity! Ancient heaven laid out a grand blueprint for this, experiencing endless time, yet in the end, it was ruined by a single palm strike from Vicious, the immortal placenta destroyed. Yifan narrowed his eyes and looked carefully. He saw that the damaged cauldron at the bottom of the pool was also affected. Clearly, it had been struck by Vicious. This was the hope of becoming an immortal, but Vicious didn't care whether he became an immortal or not. He ignored it and didn't take it away. Yifan took a deep breath and operated the army formula. With a swoosh, he fished up the celestial cauldron. Even the strange power could not stop him. Water splashed in all directions. Immortal energy rising, multicolored mists rising. This place was brilliant, all types of lights swirling about, submerging this place. Boom! Llama made his move. To be exact, it used its hooves. It stood up on its hind legs, and a pair of hooves the size of a face slammed down on Yifan. It wanted to snatch away the hope of becoming an immortal. Yifan was fearless. His right hand pushed horizontally, and with a forceful slap, he blasted it away, preventing it from approaching him. It seems like you really don't know your place. If one day you reach Big Dipper, there's a need to find a few friends for you to exchange pointers with, for example, the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the like. The divine steed let out a long cry, and the draconic cry shook the 9 heavens. The dragon scales on its body flickered like phoenix blood, and brilliance rushed into the heavens. The horse's mane was even more so like a raging fire, violently trembling. Yifan swept a glance at it. Seeing that it was attacking again, he threw the all-life source cauldron over. Immediately, the source energy fell down like a shocking waterfall, pressing down on Lama's body. This was a supreme treasure of the world, and every strand of source energy was heavier than a mountain. Back then, the reason why Yifan was able to absorb it into his body was all because of the green copper absorbing these things. Later on, it was refined, and only then could it be used. Otherwise, just the weight of this all-life source root would be enough to crush him to death. Not many people could withstand it. Lama stomped, but it couldn't break free at all. The cauldron had been refined tens of thousands of times by Yifan, and now it was already his Tao treasure. It couldn't be broken, and it could be said to be a divine treasure of the world. Komatsu whimpered. Just now, Lama attacked Yifan, and it was very dissatisfied. It rolled its eyes at Lama and forcefully waved its little hoe. Yifan carefully observed the cauldron, and there were still some sparkling and translucent silk-like objects attached to it. They were repairing the cauldron. The more he looked at it, the more amazed he was. It really was alive. This cauldron was severely damaged. Back then, the 3 legs and the bottom of the cauldron should have been separated, and there were clear cracks on it. Now it had healed and stuck together. Return to the origin. Yifan released a light shout. His hands moved about, displaying an astonishing great divine ability. This was a type of reflection of the Tao fruit he obtained after entering the immortal 3 realms. He wanted to see what happened to the immortal pawn back then. This was a type of heaven-defying divine technique that exhausted a great amount of essence energy. It was because he wanted to restore the final scene before the immortal pawn shattered. This type of viewing the past action was something the world wouldn't tolerate. In the end, Yifan succeeded, but it was extremely blurry. He only sensed it for a moment, and then he saw a strand of heaven's mysteries from more than 200,000 years ago. He only saw a placenta shatter, and then an immortal cauldron sank to the bottom of the pond. The original cracks on its surface became thicker, and then the cauldron pieces separated, laying there unmoving. Yifan didn't say anything for a long time. The vicious person was fierce after all, not caring about anything. Even a hope of achieving immortality was directly shaken down with a single slap, not wanting it at all. Of course, he didn't see that delicate hand. This involved an ancient great emperor, so he didn't dare use the ancient defying technique to spy on it. Otherwise, there would likely be unimaginably terrifying consequences. However, the scene of the placenta and cauldron breaking apart was fixed in his sea of consciousness. It replayed continuously, allowing him to see everything clearly. The immortal cauldron originally had cracks on it, but they had already healed. However, after suffering a world-shocking attack, the cracks widened and split apart again. The divine placenta had already been destroyed, and the restoration effect was far inferior to before. As such, after more than 200,000 years, the 3 legs and the bottom of the cauldron finally merged back together. Yifan gently pulled off the sparkling and translucent threads, revealing the immortal cauldron. At the same time, the tens of thousands of dragon head peaks let out a draconic roar. A supreme and saintly aura pervaded the air, towering above the 9 heavens. At this moment, the hearts of all the cultivators on Earth palpitated. The more powerful the cultivator, the more obvious it was. They could even hear the draconic roar. I actually obtained it. Yifan suspected that he was dreaming and felt that it was somewhat unreal. This was an item that countless heroes had gone crazy for since ancient times. It originated from the celestial court, and even the ancient sacred emperors and great emperors had a fight over it. Some great sage and quasi-emperor had even paid with their lives for it. There were many modeled marks on the green cauldron, but each mark was very blurry because too much time had passed. It seemed to have returned to its original state, and it was dim and natural. Yi Fan used his hand to rub it. There was no aura of the extreme Tao seeping out, but it made him feel extremely solemn. Even though it was damaged, it could still sweep through all the realms in his palm. Before entering the Kunlun immortal vein, he had exhausted all his strength to take out the 2 pieces of old bronze from his body. Along the way, the green bronze pieces didn't have any aura fluctuations. Only when Yi Fan connected them to the cauldron did they emit a blazing light. Yi Fan was shocked. The bronze pieces were modeled. Ever since they obtained them, they had been like an old man, never taking the initiative. However, right now, they released rumbling sounds. There was a large hole at the bottom of the cauldron. After the 2 bronze pieces were placed in, they were perfectly plugged up. Immortal light flowed, and they stuck together. Is it mended just like that? When the brilliance receded and the green cauldron dimmed, Yi Fan used all of his strength. His head was covered in sweat, and with a ka sound, he broke off the 2 pieces of old bronze. They weren't truly mended. As expected, it doesn't work. It needs to be nurtured in the immortal placenta. Where exactly was the secret to becoming an immortal? Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and didn't miss a single inch of space. He saw the inside and outside of the cauldron clearly and vividly. The ancient traces on the surface were truly the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown just how much time had passed. There were flowers, birds, fish, insects, the sun, moon, and stars. There were even ancient natives and deities. This cauldron is incredible. The person who forged it had great ambitions. Unfortunately, he couldn't wait until that moment. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. The traces carved on the cauldron were all extraordinary. The beginning of the world and the birth of all living things could all be found on it. This was the myriad origin cauldron, and everything could be contained within. He stared at the ancient natives without blinking. He wanted to see through them and mumbled to himself. Could it be that there's a secret to becoming immortal? Countless years ago, there were natives in the world. It was just that it was unknown if they could live forever. The monkey had once revealed that his father, the Emperor of Fighting, had once said that battles between deities were the most terrifying. Where is the opportunity to become an immortal? Yi Fan shifted his gaze from the traces of the natives to the ancient natives. He then observed the sun, moon, stars, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Myriad origin cauldron. Where exactly is the secret to becoming an immortal? He sat cross-legged and hugged the cauldron as he pondered. For an entire month, Yi Fan didn't move at all. He was like a boulder as he immersed his mind into the cauldron, trying to comprehend its ancient secrets. Xiao Song obediently stood guard at the side, protecting him. His main purpose was to prevent the dragon horse from breaking free. The purple little thing was doing its best, its big eyes sparkling. Yi Fan finally opened his eyes. There were thousands of things on the cauldron, and each of them was a type of Tao mark. They were vast and profound, and it was likely that he wouldn't be able to comprehend them all in his lifetime. As for the interior of the cauldron, there were incomprehensible laws and patterns that interweaved to form the supreme Tao. Yi Fan stood up and fell silent. He looked into the sky and said, "If I want to obtain the method to become an immortal, I need to enter the starry sky and seek guidance from the ancient sages. Perhaps only then will I be able to understand the secret within the cauldron. Perhaps the 10,000 ancient races knew something. Otherwise, why would they fight for the immortal cauldron? There might be records in the ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty, but on the other side of the starry sky, he could only rely on his own guesses. It was difficult for him to comprehend everything. The immortal cauldron is already broken. Why don't I refine it into my myriad energy cauldron?" Yi Fan said, his heart moved. Seriously speaking, the two were really similar. One was the myriad origin cauldron, the other was the myriad energy cauldron. It could be said that they were a natural match. In the end, he didn't take action. This cauldron was too important, and he couldn't simply touch it now. Moreover, even if he wanted to reforge it, he had no hope at all with his current strength. With his cultivation, not to mention melting the green copper, even a slight attack might cause him to die from the rebound. In ancient China, cauldrons were divine artifacts, and there were too many things to pay attention to. I'm afraid that this immortal cauldron originated from it. Yifan's cauldron was the same shape as this cauldron. It was a round cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles. One cauldron, 2 handles, 3 legs, and the Tao had a physical form. It corresponded to Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Friends on the other side of the starry sky, how are you guys doing? Yifan muttered to himself. Now that he had obtained the immortal cauldron, even if it was less than 1/3 of it, he could still stand proudly in an area and fight against an extreme Tao weapon. If he could return to the Big Dipper Star region one day, whether it was the Yao Guang Saint attacking with the dragon-patterned black gold emperor weapon, or Huang Shudao and the others with the ancient imperial weapons, he wouldn't be afraid. There must be many fragments of the immortal cauldron scattered everywhere. I hope that I can collect all of them in the future. Chapter 10:14. Yifan put away the myriad chi cauldron. Lama had been suppressed for half a month and was about to vomit blood. Fortunately, there were divine marks flowing on the cauldron which restrained its killing intent. As soon as the dragon horse was freed, it came up and kicked its hooves. It had been suppressed for half a month and was so angry that it was on fire. Obviously, it was not a kind person. It was a true tyrant of the Kunlun immortal range. Bang! Komatsu's eyes flickered and 2 dragon-shaped purple lights shot out. The 9 slashes of the demon monarch, divine wound, attacked to protect its master. Lama was disdainful. It opened its mouth and let out a breath to disperse it. Xiao Song sat down on the ground and muttered in a low voice, feeling discouraged. Yifan smiled and patted its head. How many years have you been cultivating? He flashed and sat on Lama's body. If you still don't know your limits, don't blame me for being heartless. You have to understand that this time, you came with me willingly. Lama struggled, but it couldn't do anything against a freak like the Tao severing human holy physique. It couldn't move this mountain at all, even if it was invincible in the immortal 3 realms. It's rare that we manage to enter the land of immortals. The water in this pool is a divine liquid. Whether it's used to concoct medicine or cultivate, it will be very useful, Yifan said. Yes, it's very sweet. Komatsu's voice was very young. It raised a small jade bowl with both hands and blinked its bright eyes. It raised its head and looked at Yifan, asking him to take a sip. Yifan smiled. He took out all kinds of spatial instruments and prepared to collect the divine liquid in the pool. This kind of thing could only be found and not sought. It stole the fortune of heaven and earth and had endless uses. He had already tasted it just now. It was even better than the divine spring in the forbidden land of life. It had a strong fragrance and could be considered a type of miraculous medicine that could prevent aging and extend one's life. It's a pity that the immortal splendor and dragon treasures within the Dragon Head Peaks have all been lost. Otherwise, the divine liquid that flowed out would be heaven-defying. Yifan sighed softly. Vicious methods were awe-inspiring. To be able to take action within the formation laid down by the ancient heaven and pierce through every Dragon Head Peak was truly shocking. Lama was not idle either. He opened his mouth and sucked as much of the divine liquid as he could. Meanwhile, Komatsu patted the small medicine basket on his back and similarly transformed into a streak of purple light, drawing in the divine liquid and collecting it for himself. However, what they didn't expect was that as soon as they wantonly seized the divine liquid, something strange happened. The immortal pond quickly dried up, and the water and immortal light flowed in reverse, retreating into the distance. What's going on? Lama's eyes widened. Yifan let out a soft shout and operated the army formula to seize the divine water. With a splash, the last few dozen kilograms of water was swept up, and the rest all flowed backward and disappeared into the mountain. 10,000 dragons sucked in water. Tens of thousands of dragon head peaks sucked in the divine liquid, sweeping away all the essence and immortal light, no longer nourishing this place. This was a reversal, the exact opposite of what happened before. These dragon heads all let out draconic roars as if they were alive. Stony dragon scales opened up on their bodies, and their eyes even flickered with divine light. Yifan was astonished. If Vicious didn't make a swift and decisive move, how powerful would these stone dragons be? Boom! With a final tremor, all the immortal splendor was swallowed into the dragon's mouth, leaving only a dense mist of light below. The spiritual energy in the entire valley had sharply decreased. That's fine as well. Earth's heaven and earth will slowly recover its vitality, Yi Fan said. After taking away this immortal cauldron, the 10,000 dragon head peak would no longer absorb the earth's spiritual energy and would no longer need to nourish the land of ascension. In fact, it would even nourish the earth's rivers and mountains. Yi Fan had no way to destroy this place. Not to mention him, even all the heroes since ancient times couldn't do it. The killing trap laid down by the ancient heaven had deterred the ages. No one could solve it, and those who touched it would die. Auspicious light flowed within the immortal valley. Even though it wasn't as good as before, it was still far better than any place Yi Fan had ever been to. The fragrance of ancient medicine wafted through the air, and there was even a wisp of immortal divine medicine filling the air, intoxicating one's mind. Let's go. The world is finally going to change again. Yi Fan rode on Longma and left the land of ascension with Komatsu, disappearing into the mountain range. The majestic Kunlun Mountains were endless and stretched out endlessly. Yi Fan and the others finally came out after walking for a long time. They were now at the border between Xinjiang and Qinghai. The blue sky and white clouds felt somewhat illusory. On this land, there were many regions hidden within ancient formations. Ordinary people simply didn't know about them. It was like two different worlds. After leaving Kunlun and arriving at the outside world, Lama was immediately filled with amazement and even more disdain. This was because it was too desolate, without a bit of spiritual energy. Compared to the fairyland-like world in the ancient formation, the world in front of them was like a desert. Komatsu, on the other hand, was very happy. It had originally lived in this kind of world and had long become accustomed to it. It cried out in joy. Yi Fan's return riding on a Longma caused a huge commotion. All the Dao halls were shaken. It was rumored that this was the mount of the ancient holy emperor, and only those with great virtue could ride it. And now, this person actually directly subdued one. This left everyone speechless and tongue-tied. This was a pure Longma, and not a mixed-blood descendant. Since ancient times, only a few of them had been born. It was an auspicious holy beast born from the heaven and earth. Master, the little Taoist master Zhang Qingyang paid his respects. This nameless short mountain hadn't changed much. There were still only a few thatched cottages and a medicinal field. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a blue stone. He saw that this disciple of his was actually seriously injured. What happened? Nowadays, in this world, there was still anyone who dared to bully his disciple. A few years ago, he entered the holy city of Jerusalem alone, and then killed his way into the Vatican. He had long since shaken the world. Fortunately, you returned at this time on a Longma. Otherwise, my preaching in the celestial court might really be greatly affected, Zhang Qingyang said. Just a few days ago, someone entered a Dao hall in the celestial court. His words were extremely disrespectful, and he set fire to the celestial emperor statue on the spot, seriously injuring Zhang Qingyang. This had a huge impact. Naturally, the little Taoist master of the celestial court was injured. This was naturally a big deal. That person said that the celestial court didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could they dare to establish a religion in this name? They should disband as soon as possible, or else they would be wiped out. Yi Fan naturally knew that there were many strange people in the world. Even if the earth was in the age of Dharma decay, there must be some unknown masters on earth. However, this kind of publicity was somewhat unexpected. That person wasn't very old, not much older than me. He was young and full of vigor. I don't think he was a strange person with an ageless appearance, Zhang Qingyang said. Yi Fan nodded. The little Taoist master of today was not the same as before. With his help, he had been baptized by thunder many times. In this world, only Dragon Sparrow and Yu Weiyu could be compared to him. The main thing is that one of his treasures is too powerful. It's called the Seal of Void. It broke dozens of bones in my body with just one shake. Zhang Qingyang explained the situation that day in detail. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Goddess and Yin Xiaoyu who were also there and quickly took the little Taoist master away, he might have been in danger this time. Yifan nodded and said, "That's a bit too much. Didn't he want to wipe out the celestial court? I'll wait for him to appear." Little Pine walked forward and took out a medicine king stalk from the small medicine basket. It was 1/2 meter tall, and the entire stalk looked as if it was carved from red agate. It was sparkling and resplendent. This was a type of spiritual vine, and its medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. "Ah, this is—" "Thank you, little senior brother." Zhang Qingyang was very steady. Unlike the Phoenix Goddess who often teased Komatsu, he naturally knew what it was. It was most likely a rare elixir. "This is a king medicine. It can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead and extend one's lifespan," Yifan said. "A king medicine?" The little Taoist master was stunned. It wasn't that he didn't think it was precious, but he didn't expect it to be a precious medicine that was hard to come by even in ancient times. He said with a trembling voice, "It's too precious." Yifan told him to keep it for future use. Then he took out some divine liquid from the celestial pool and gave it to him. Only then did he let him rest. It wasn't long before Yin Xiaoyu, Zhang Yifan, and the others rushed over successively, and they were extremely shocked. Every single one of them had obtained a medicine king herb and some divine liquid, and they were simply like immortal pills to them. That was because these things were divine herbs even in ancient times. A king medicine that could extend one's lifespan by hundreds of years was enough to make a saint bow. "Master, your trip to Kunlun this time was really a great harvest. You must take us with you next time you dig for treasures. Hurry up and think about which ancient Taoist rites on Earth there are. Let's go to all of them. I'm sure we'll be able to get a lot of rare divine items." That's right. The birthplace of the Greek gods, the ancient Taoist rites in Egypt and India, and some ancient lands within our borders should have treasures sealed there. After tasting the sweetness, they urged Yi Fan to take action again. This trip to Kunlun had a great harvest. Needless to say, 17 king medicines were obtained, including the divine cauldron and the purple golden pagoda of divine marks. As for the other less mature medicines, they filled Komatsu's medicine basket. Even if the environment on Earth didn't change, they wouldn't have to worry about a lack of elixirs. "You must cultivate seriously. Everything depends on yourself. You must grow up as soon as possible. Maybe one day I'll leave," Yifan warned. After staying on Earth for so long, he couldn't forget his old friends on the other side of the starry sky. "Master, where are you going?" the disciples asked. They wanted to follow him into the star region and leave this world. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. The young man who had seriously injured Zhang Qingyang and threatened to flatten the celestial court had never appeared again. Yifan had been back on Earth for 10 years. His cultivation had improved, and he looked up at the starry sky every day. It was his life's regret that he couldn't see his parents one last time. Now that his fate had been fulfilled, all that was left was the path of immortality. But how could he leave? In the past few years, Yifan had gone to many places to search for the coordinates of the ancient star region. Back then, so many sages had left, so there must have been some clues left behind. During this period, a few gurus in India contacted him again, saying that they might be able to obtain a more complete ancient incantation. They would most likely be able to use it to enter Spirited Mountain. Because of this, Yifan had personally gone to India and caused a great commotion. He went in and out of ancient places and exchanged pointers with some so-called masters. Naturally, it was difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. Moreover, he obtained a Veda Sutra. Even though it was badly damaged, it was enough to shock the world. Both the Brahmanism and Gautama Buddha's Buddhism were deeply influenced by this sutra. This was a primitive ancient sutra that recorded some unique and profound meanings. Yifan had studied this for several months. The furnace had nurtured 100 sutras, and his body had absorbed 10,000 Tao. He used this to nourish and nurture his own Tao law. In the end, he obtained a lot of incantations in India. Then he set off with a few gurus and brought Komatsu to Spirited Mountain. This was because he felt that there might be a five-colored altar on Spirited Mountain in the Tibetan area. Perhaps there were the coordinates of the northern Dipper Star region. However, he was disappointed. The incantation was incomplete, so he still couldn't enter Gautama Buddha's place of worship. In the end, he failed at the last step and couldn't pry into the mysteries of Buddhism. It's been 10 years. I wonder what kind of waves have been stirred up in the northern Dipper Star region. Yifan looked up at the starry sky and muttered to himself. On the other side of the starry sky, there was a great era where kings stood side by side and tens of thousands of races coexisted. It was unprecedented. There were many outstanding people there. Ancient princes and even princes might appear there, not for anything else, but to wait for the opening of the path of immortality. There was no need to think carefully to know that these years must have been magnificent. Heroes fought for supremacy, fairies soared in the sky, and stars shone brightly. 10 years have passed. Perhaps many people have almost forgotten me as an opponent. As Yifan looked up at the starry sky, an ordinary herdsman in the Tibetan area was surprised, happy, and worried. After a serious illness, a 3-year-old child developed the most mysterious phenomenon of Hidong, hysteria. He was illiterate and had never studied scriptures, but he could actually recite scriptures that were millions of words long. Moreover, they were all lost. All these years, Yifan had entered many secret places and many ancient Taoist rites. The people of Taoism naturally knew what he was looking for. On this day, an old Taoist from Mount Longhu, the ancestral court of Taoism, came to visit and told him that there might be a divine land on earth that could lead to the depths of the mysterious star region. Chapter 10:15. The old Taoist from the ancestral court of Taoism was wearing an old Taoist robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was over 1,000 years old and told Yifan that Panlei might have a path to the outer realm. However, he also made it clear that the people of this celestial island rarely set foot on the central continent. It was rare to see one in 100 years, and it was difficult for outsiders to find it. Panlei had been known as a celestial realm since ancient times. It was a divine mountain inhabited by celestials in the sea. In ancient times, mortal emperors often sent ships to cross the sea in search of the elixir of immortality. Yifan was moved after hearing this. He expressed his gratitude and gave the old Taoist some precious elixirs. He also talked about many cultivation experiences and personally sent the old Taoist to the mountain gate. There was Kunlun on land and the 3 mountains in the sea. This saying had been passed down since ancient times. One of the 3 mountains was Panlei. It was the everlasting hometown of celestials. The talented and bold Emperor Wu of Han had once built an artificial ether pool in the Oasis Palace in order to pursue immortality. The legendary Panlei celestial mountain was on it, and it cost a lot of money. The most famous person among them was naturally the first emperor. He once ordered the alchemist Su Fu to lead thousands of boys and girls out to the sea to seek immortality. They never returned, and everyone knew about it. Yifan pondered seriously. Ever since he came back, he had traveled almost all of the ancient Taoist rite, but hadn't found an ancient starry path to the outer realm. In ancient times, there were many virtuous people on earth, but they all left in the end. No matter what, they should have left some clues. Maybe it really is in the celestial realm of Panlei, he muttered to himself. Only the rite in the sea hadn't been searched. Yifan went out to sea and rode on Longma with Zhang Qingyang, Yu Weiyu, and the other disciples. This time, they insisted on going together. They thought that Yifan was going to search for treasures like he did in Kunlun. The classic of mountains and seas recorded that there were 3 celestial mountains in the sea: Panlei, Yingzhou, and Fangzhou. The mountains were celestial realms with elixirs of immortality. These 3 celestial mountains have been famous since ancient times and were known as the Eastern Celestial Realm. After their rise, they had the potential to replace Western Kunlun. When the common people mentioned the fairyland, they mostly knew about Panlei, but rarely mentioned Kunlun. The waves of the blue sea were magnificent and boundless. Only by personally entering the sea would one understand how vast it was. It could make one relax. Master, is there really a dragon palace in the sea? Can we go there as guests? Yin Xiaoyu suddenly had an idea. Even if there are, they would only be a few flood dragons. Only ancient emperors would be able to enter the true dragon abode as guests. Lama said disdainfully. A few years had passed, and its arrogance hadn't changed at all. However, when it encountered a powerful human sacred body, even a dragon would have to bow down. Thus, it couldn't do anything. They had been out at sea for half a month, but they still hadn't found anything. They didn't know where Ponlay Immortal Mountain was, but they did find a dilapidated ancient abode that had long been submerged by the seawater. There was nothing Yifan could do. The immortal mountains in the sea were the hardest to find. They did not have much interaction with the cultivators on land. All that was left were some legends. It should be in the Bohai Sea. Yifan muttered to himself. He spread out his powerful divine sense to search for abnormalities and capture the qi of the ancient formation. The records of the grand historian recorded, since Wei, Xian, and Yin Zhao sent people to the sea to seek the three sacred mountains of Ponlay, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. They were in the Bohai Sea. When the disaster came, the ship would be led away by the wind. All the immortals and the elixir of immortality are there. Boom! Suddenly, the waves in the distance shot up to a height of tens of feet. Then, a huge whirlpool appeared, trying to suck Yifan and the others in. It's a giant clam, Yin Xiaoyu exclaimed. Under the sea, an old clam that was tens of feet long opened its shell and swallowed the heaven and earth. It caused a strong gale on the sea, trying to swallow them up. This was an old demon that had been around for many years. It could feel the spiritual energy on their bodies. If it swallowed them, it would be greatly beneficial to it. Thus, it launched a shipwreck, trying to drag them down. It's rare to meet an old demon that has cultivated for more than 800 years in the dragon transformation secret realm. Yifan said. Without saying a word, Zhang Yifan took out his flying sword, which turned into a blazing light and slashed at the sea. Instantly, huge waves surged up to the sky and created a trench that was hundreds of feet long, forcing the seawater to two sides. Clang! However, the old clam was not an ordinary being. Its cultivation was profound and impressive. It opened its shell wide, and a total of 18 sea deity pearls flew out. They actually froze the space. Zhang Yifan struggled and almost died. The 7 swords merged into one and created a path for him to escape. He had a shocked expression on his face. All these years, under Yifan's protection, he had survived several lightning tribulations. As long as he was in the dragon transformation secret realm, not many people could make things difficult for him. It's a dragon clam. It has the life cultivation pearl. No wonder it is so powerful. Yifan revealed a look of astonishment. Inside the clamshell was a dragon-shaped old clam. The 18 magical beads were made from its flesh and blood. After growing to this stage, they had already fused with their spiritual natures and were comparable to ancient magical beads. Dragon Sparrow made his move. As a fellow demon, he knew the weakness of the old clam. As soon as he arrived, a long rainbow pierced through the clam's shell. His demonic aura was monstrous as he aimed for its vital point. Clang! The 18 pearls were dazzling, stirring up endless waves. The old clam was an old demon that had cultivated for many years. It immediately felt that something was wrong. It could not afford to offend this group of people, so it turned around to escape. However, how could Yifan let escape? A strand of mother qi shot out from between his brows. It was as heavy as Mount Tai and suppressed it on the spot. The clam shell let out cracking sounds. Immortal, please spare my life. This little demon is ignorant and should not have offended you. The old clam's soul almost left its body. It never thought that it would meet such a character that surpassed the ancient sect masters in this era without loss. If you want to live, then tell us where the immortal mountain of Ponlay is. The phoenix goddess giggled. Even though she had a peerless beauty, her body was filled with layers of killing intent. Yifan nodded. This old clam was not a kind creature. Even if he didn't cut off his cultivation, he still had to give it a warning. It would be best if he could find out where the immortal realm was. I don't know. The three immortal mountains of the sea are too mysterious, and there is no way to find it. Otherwise, this old clam would have gone there long ago. I heard that the energy there is abundant and has never dried up since ancient times. Then what's the use of keeping you? Instead of continuing to bring disaster to the sea region, it is better to just kill you. The Phoenix goddess revealed her killing intent to intimidate the old demon. Immortals, please spare my life. Even though I don't know, I can provide some clues. The old clam begged for mercy. In the end, it led these individuals to a cave in the sea. The underwater world was extremely hazy, but this place was filled with precious splendor. It was sparkling and translucent. This was a palace constructed from all types of beautiful and transparent corals. There were many formations and Tao traces engraved here. This was an extremely ancient underwater palace. There were a few fish, prawns, and other small demons gathered here. The palace master was a seahorse spirit. He had already lived for 1,500 years. He was one of the overlords of this ocean world, and all creatures in the four seas had to respect him. The old seahorse's true body was several hundred zhang in length. He turned into a scarlet-haired Taoist and welcomed them in an extremely courteous manner. His spiritual senses were sharp and powerful, so he could sense how terrifying Yi Fan and Longma were. He felt great fear inside. Yi Fan directly stated his intentions and asked where Panlei was. If the overlords of the sea didn't know, then there really was nothing he could do. He could only withdraw. This old one indeed knows, but that place is too terrifying. There are ancient killing formations arranged in the water, and I couldn't pass through them even after trying several times. I cannot enter the island. The old seahorse reminded out of goodwill. It's fine. Palace Master, just tell us. Yi Fan was also extremely courteous, carrying a smile as he conversed with him. In the end, the old seahorse personally led the way, bringing them into a mysterious sea region. Normal people couldn't approach this place at all and would mysteriously make a detour. Meanwhile, they weren't ordinary people. When they approached this place, they felt waves of cold, killing intent. As soon as they came into contact with it, there would be streaks of sword energy hacking through the heavens. This old one can only bring you here. I don't dare go any further. The old seahorse said, "Many thanks to Palace Master." Yi Fan seriously expressed his thanks. He brought his disciples forward with large steps. His cauldron floated above his head, releasing endless source energy that surrounded them. No matter how many magical techniques or divine abilities attacked, they were all blocked. In the rear, the old seahorse was stupefied, almost petrified. He muttered, "Even the ancient sect masters are far from comparable. Could this be the master of the celestial court of the continent?" Yi Fan sat on Longma, the cauldron above his head releasing over 10,000 silk ribbons. 10,000 methods couldn't touch his body. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited land, directly entering this mysterious sea region. This ancient formation really is vast. We've already advanced several hundred li, yet we still haven't made it through. Yu Weiyu was inwardly speechless. This is too slow, watch me. Lama became impatient. It felt like Yi Fan's disciples weren't moving fast enough. Its four hooves shone with brilliance, and fiery light immediately rushed into the heavens. A fiery path appeared on the dark blue sea surface, leading straight into the distance. The dragon horse let out a long roar and charged forward with Yi Fan on its back. It almost threw off Xiao Song, who was on the horse's butt. Xiao Song reacted quickly and grabbed the dragon horse's tail, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Zhang Qingyang, Yu Weiyu, Zhan Yifan, and the others were involuntarily pulled by a fiery light. They stepped on the fiery path as if they were being pulled by someone. This Longma's magical power is truly heaven-defying. Only Master can subdue it. This is the legendary fiery, divine escape technique. At its peak, all techniques can't get close to it. It can travel between the sun and the moon, and even the ancient formation can't stop it. The expressions of Yi Fan's disciples all changed. It was said that the person who could use this technique must have the bloodline power that was unparalleled in the world. In the ancient times, he was a terrifying existence that ruled over an area and was invincible among those of the same level. Longma rushed for 800 miles. The fiery path pressed on the waves, and all kinds of ancient marks of Tao couldn't get close to it. Even if the fiercest killing light occasionally rushed over, it would be dissolved by the myriad chi cauldron. Finally, the celestial aura was hazy. A huge island appeared in front of them. It stood tall in the sea, and the surrounding area was overflowing with multicolored light. "We finally found it," Yifan said softly. "This place should be Panlei, Celestial Mountain." Whether it was the classic of mountains and seas or the historical records, it was mentioned that the three celestial mountains in the sea, Panlei, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, had the elixir of immortality. Whether it was true or not, it was enough to infer that they were extraordinary. Yi Fan and the others landed on the island. They couldn't help but sigh at the size of this island. It was almost comparable to a continent. Even the cold dragon sparrow couldn't help but say that they could consider adding another continent in addition to the 7 great continents. When they left the coast and went several hundred miles in, they were even more dumbstruck. Other than some towns, they also saw a few ancient cities. There were many residents on the island. This was an ancient world, and the way they dressed and lived was no different from the Qin dynasty in China. The spiritual energy on this island is too abundant. It hasn't been affected by the age of chaos. They couldn't help but be shocked. In the barren mountains and on the precipitous cliffs, spiritual energy pervaded the air. Spiritual medicine could be found just like in the ancient times. Strange herbs and precious medicines didn't go extinct and were discovered from time to time. Yifan asked around and found out that there was only one sacred cultivation sect on the island. It had the same name as the island and was called Panlei. Great immortals, Panlei Immortal Mountain is quite far from here. However, a little celestial being is overseeing a holy city not too far away. You all can pay him a visit first. A kind-hearted woodcutter pointed out. Yi Fan and the others expressed their thanks. They originally wanted to directly go to Panlei Immortal Mountain, but they didn't know the way, so they could only head to that holy city first. Their tone is truly not small. They actually call themselves Celestial Being. Could it be that they also have the same strength as Master? A few disciples discussed. This holy city was extremely vast and imposing. There were cultivators guarding the city gates. When they saw Yi Fan arrive on Longma, they were immediately shocked. They reported to the people inside, startling the so-called little celestial being. He personally went up the city gate tower to take a look. "It's him." Zhang Qingyang's expression immediately changed. He stared at the youngster on top of the city gate. For years ago, it was precisely this person who seriously injured him. He tore apart a portion of the Celestial Court's building and burned down Yi Fan's divine statue. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you all. Have you disbanded the Celestial Court sect?" The young man on top of the city gate tower revealed a hint of ridicule. "You all really aren't worthy of using this name. Hurry up and burn down all of those Celestial Emperor's divine statues." Chapter 10:16. The city gate tower was tall and majestic. There were many spell formations engraved on it, and Tao patterns densely covered it. If one were to force their way in, they would definitely be killed. The young man on the city wall had a frivolous expression. He did not care about Zhang Qingyang and the others at all. However, when he stared at Yi Fan seriously, his heart skipped a beat. "You look exactly like the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. So, you are the master of the Celestial Court?" The little celestial being on the city wall raised his eyebrows slightly and did not take it seriously. Yi Fan ignored him and sat calmly on the Longma. Both he and the horse hid their chi dynamic. One could not tell what kind of expert he was. He turned a blind eye to the question. Beside him, Zhang Qingyang stepped forward. He was severely injured by this person a few years ago and broke dozens of bones. As the little Taoist master of Taoism, it could be said that he was very aggrieved. However, he had not seen this person since then. "You destroyed the buildings of the Celestial Court and burned the statue of the Heavenly Emperor. Now that we have met, please compensate us." Zhang Qingyang was not angry and said calmly, "Ha ha." The The young man on the city gate tower laughed loudly. His face was full of contempt, as if he had heard the funniest joke. He shook his head and said, "Reckless." After so many years, Zhang Qingyang had been preaching everywhere and had long smoothed out his edges. He had a steady personality and did not look angry at all. It was still the same word from before. He wanted him to compensate. Yi Fan was here to seek justice for him. He knew that his master would not let him be wronged, so there was nothing to worry about. He was calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Frogs at the bottom of a well, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you establish the celestial court with people like you? I was going to see if it was disbanded or not. I didn't expect you to come. The young man on the city gate tower was very arrogant. 2 rays of cold electricity shot out from his eyes. Then he once again stared at Yi Fan and sized him up. However, he couldn't find anything. He said, "So you are the leader of the celestial court. I was talking to you just now. Why didn't you respond?" Yi Fan continued to ignore him. He sat on Lama and treated him like air. A disciple at the side spoke. He was very aloof. The little celestial being of Panlei revealed a displeased expression. His status was extremely high, and no one had ever dared to disregard him. He cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Do you also want to learn from the ancient demonic deities and gather faith to conceive a devil fetus? But you are not qualified. I think you'd better destroy the statue and burn the celestial court as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I, Immortal Master Panlei, make his move, you'll be in big trouble. Who do you think you are? You dare to boast shamelessly in front of my master?" Dragon Sparrow said coldly, "There's only one celestial being in this world. You want to establish the celestial court without our consent. If you don't want to die, then burn yourself to death." The young man on the city gate tower said coldly. Yi Fan's heart moved. There was definitely a problem here. It actually involved the struggle for faith. It seemed like this Panlei was also going to preach. Otherwise, he wouldn't say such things. What celestial being, devil fetus? I think you've gone mad. The world is so big. Do I need the permission and approval of Panlei to establish a religion? Zhang Qingyang berated. You're right. To establish such a great religion, you must obtain my Panlei's approval. Otherwise, you can only destroy your own foundation. The little celestial being on the city gate tower said coldly. Even the heavenly phoenix maiden, who had been smiling all this while, was angry. She said with a cold expression, "Your Panlei is truly awe-inspiring. Whether or not the celestial heavens can establish itself depends on you. Who do you think you are? Panlei has always been a land of immortals since ancient times, ruling over all cultivation inheritances. Before the ancient sages left, they entrusted us with the task of overlooking the Middle Earth. If any inheritances that don't conform to the heavenly rules appear, we can deal with them." The young man on the city wall said coldly. Yu Weiyu opened his mouth and said, "My Kunlun is an immortal sect, but we never dared to act like this. Your Panlei is acting like this. Do you really think you're the ruler of the world?" Kunlun? The young man on the city wall laughed loudly. He shook his head and revealed a look of contempt. He said, "If we talk about ancient times, that place was indeed the capital of immortals. However, the stars have changed. When the ancient sages left, your place had already declined. The 3 immortal realms of Panlei, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou have already become orthodox. There's nothing to say. Isn't it enough to flatten this Panlei? There's no need to talk nonsense with him." Lama had a fiery temper and was very direct. Even though it bore the name of an auspicious sacred beast, it didn't have any of the strength of the ancient sages' mouths. It had always had the temperament of a bandit. A mixed-blood wild horse dares to boast shamelessly. Panlei's little Taoist master sneered. He had never thought that this was a real Lama. "Master, I'm willing to attack the city and demand an explanation," Zhang Qingyang said. Yi Fan nodded. "If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold." Since he had already said so much, he might as well just let Lama go. "Ha!" The little celestial being couldn't stop laughing. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "A loser dares to speak so arrogantly. Back then, I could crush you with one hand. What progress can you make now? At this point, he leaped down from the city gate tower and walked in the void. He raised his hand and pressed down on the little Taoist master, as if he was an elder lecturing his nephew. Today, I will break a few more of your bones. I will let you understand that the will of Panlei cannot be defied. His palm and fingers flickered with a clear radiance and turned into a mountain peak. This was a type of seal that condensed the divine will of the ancient divine mountain and combined it with his cultivation to suppress the enemy. Zhang Qingyang let out a light shout. His body gave off an immeasurable amount of light and turned into a divine disk. He stood in the void like a deity. Then, with a wave of his hand, a waterfall like holy radiance flowed from all directions and lifted up all the divine mountains to resist this attack. This was the power of faith. Yifan didn't approve of cultivating it. He felt that in the end, everything still depended on oneself. Because if the inheritance of the celestial court was gone, this power would be completely useless. However, the little Taoist master was serious about imparting. He put all his heart and soul into it. In the end, he couldn't help but walk this path. He especially wanted to ask for his guidance. Yifan pondered seriously and deduced carefully. He also thought that it was feasible. Unless the master of the celestial court died or the orthodoxy was destroyed, there was no need to worry. For this reason, Yifan specially went to the Vatican. Through the divine knights, he found the secret technique of faith and gave it to Zhang Qingyang. During these years, the little Taoist master's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He also went through a few lightning tribulations and was baptized. With the pure power of thought on his body, he was already a heavenly master in name and in reality. He could borrow the power of the celestial court. Boom! Zhang Qingyang moved freely. The pure power of thought came from a void. He evolved the true dragon seal, and 81 heavenly dragons attacked. All of them raised their heads and roared. It was extremely magnificent. You made some progress, but it's still not enough. Continue to lie down and break your bones and tendons, shouted the little celestial being in Panlei. He opened his mouth and spat out a streak of extremely dazzling divine splendor. This was a precious imprint known as the Void Imprint. It was refined from an ancient divine mountain and then fused with a segment of the Void Imprint. Its name had shaken the ancient times, and it was a king-grade precious artifact. 4 years ago, dozens of Zhang Qingyang's bones were broken by this divine seal. If not for Yifan passing on a life-saving technique to him, he would have died that year. But now he was not afraid. Waves surged majestically above his head, and the chi of all creation cauldron appeared. Tens of thousands of layers of light screens fell down majestically and endlessly, blocking the seal of the void. This was Yifan's cauldron. Now that it had become a king's divine weapon, it contained endless power of faith inside. It was heavier than a mountain and was eternally indestructible. It was a truly invincible precious weapon. The seal of the void transformed into a divine mountain that was hundreds of feet high, covering Zhang Qingyang, Yifan, and the others below. It wanted to suppress them together, but at this moment, a cracking sound was heard. The little celestial being's expression changed. Wong! The void trembled. The chi of all creation cauldron swallowed up the splendor that filled the sky, wanting to absorb the seal of the void into the cauldron. Rise! The little celestial being of Panlei shouted. The seal of the void had intercepted a piece of divine path law, which contained the mysteries of the void. At this moment, with a flash of splendor, it was about to disappear into nothingness. Zhang Qingyang was calm and natural. He formed a seal with his hands, and his eyes were deep. He activated the chi of all creation cauldron. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons fell down and fixed the seal of the void in place. Without any suspense, entered the cauldron. What? Only at this moment did the little celestial being of Panlei panic. He felt that the situation was not good. A few years ago, he almost beat the person in front of him to death and trampled him under his feet. But now he was no match for him. Bang! The chi of all creation cauldron fell, bringing with it an endless power of faith. Like a vast ocean, it broke the bones of the little celestial being on the spot. His body flew out and fell below the city wall. The injuries were similar to the injuries from 4 years ago. However, the two of them had switched positions. The little celestial being was almost crushed to death. He struggled there like a dead fish. In the end, Zhang Qingyang stepped on his chest. My master is not someone you can compare to. The celestial court is also not a place that you, Panlei, can humiliate. Whether I establish orthodoxy or not, why do I need your permission and approval? You, dozens of the bones of the little celestial being of Panlei were broken. Looking at the big foot on his chest, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? At the back, the Phoenix goddess giggled and taunted mercilessly. She said, Lord Celestial Being, you command the world and respect the people. Don't just lie down and give orders. This is really an insult to your identity. You guys are the ears of the world. This is not good. The little celestial being almost fainted from anger. He gritted his teeth and stared at the people in front of him. His anger was stirred. It seems that the little celestial being of Panlei is far inferior to the little Taoist master of our celestial court. Do we really need your approval to establish an orthodoxy or not? Even a person with a temperament like Zhang Yifan spoke out to attack him. The little celestial being's anger surged, and he continuously coughed out mouthfuls of blood. He was originally high and mighty, but now he was being stepped on by others. This made him extremely angry and sullen. How dare you? Who are you guys to behave atrociously in my Panlei? A shout was heard. An old man appeared on top of the city gate. Another old woman also rushed over on an auspicious cloud. The old man on top of the city wall had a profound magical power. Compared to the Taoist sects of the Central Earth, he was obviously a great practitioner of divine power. In this Panlei, the spiritual qi had not dried up yet. It was not surprising that there were practitioners with magical power. He stretched out a big hand and grabbed towards the cauldron of myriad qi. He wanted to snatch it away by force. He was a person who knew his stuff. He naturally recognized that this might be a peerless treasure. His eyes flickered and revealed a look of surprise. At the same time, there was a hint of worry. Qingyang, come back, Yifan called out. In the past 10 years, the abilities of the few disciples had improved by leaps and bounds. In this age of Dharma ending, they could already hold their own. However, they still could not compare to this kind of person. At this moment, he had already dismounted from the horse. He let the divine chariot behave atrociously and went up against the supermaster of Panlei. The dragon horse let out a long neigh. It had long found the people there an eyesore. It turned into a fiery light and charged over. One of its hooves stomped on the little heavenly master's body, creating a bloody hole on the spot. The little heavenly master's body was almost broken into two. If it had not restrained its magical power, the little celestial being would not have been left with his bones. He would definitely have been trampled into flying ashes. How dare you? The old man who leaped out of the city was furious. He abandoned the cauldron of myriad qi and rushed towards Lama. He was going to kill him on the spot. At the same time, the old woman who came riding on a colorful cloud had also arrived. She raised her dragon-headed walking stick and swung it over. It was extremely heavy. She wanted to smash it into meat paste. Seniors, this is not our fault. It is this young man from Panlei who is too overbearing. Zhang Qingyang put away the cauldron and retreated. He spoke calmly. Don't care about anything else. How dare you behave atrociously here? I will take you down first. The old woman shouted. Don't care about anything else. You are really used to being high and mighty. How awe-inspiring. Lama, do as you see fit. Yifan finally spoke. Kill without mercy. I will take responsibility if anything happens, the little celestial being who was on the ground said. Lama let out a long roar and stood up. Its two hooves smashed down, turning the two people's weapons into scrap metal. Its speed was too fast. Immediately after, each person was hit by its hooves. Two hoof holes appeared on the two people's bodies. They directly collided with the city wall. With a rumble, the wall turned into powder. Lama's eyes were filled with disdain as it said, "People like you dare to put on airs like I am the Supreme One? I can kill thousands of you with a single hoof." The two people on the ground were horrified. They could be considered super experts. As half-step almighty, they had the power to look down on the Middle Earth. In the end, this group of people was so powerful. It was just a horse, yet it could send them flying with a single hoof. Moreover, it seemed like it didn't use any divine power at all. It was truly unimaginable. This is Lama. Finally, the two people were horrified. They saw some clues. This was an auspicious beast that only the ancient Holy Emperor could ride. Why did it appear again today? On the side, the little celestial being was completely stupefied. The people of the celestial court were so powerful. This far exceeded his expectations. He felt a wave of panic in his heart. "You guys," his words were trembling. He hurriedly used his hand to block up his intestines. There was a bloody hole there. Lama had trampled over it, and the upper and lower halves of its body were almost separated. "You? When this dragon moved unhindered in Kunlun, who dared to defy me? You are just a celestial island of Ponlay, yet you dare to command the world? This seat can trample you all over with a single hoof." Lama was like a bandit as it looked at them disdainfully. It walked back and forth in front of them, touching its spoils of war. In the end, it was so angry that it almost trampled them to death. "Go and report to the sect master and invite the celestial being." The old woman was horrified. She rushed into the city and transmitted sound. She knew that they had encountered a fierce character. This was definitely not someone they could provoke. The little celestial being was even more stupefied. He didn't say a word. "There's no need. We will naturally go to the celestial mountain of Ponlay as guests. I want to personally ask if I need your Ponlay's permission to establish a sect in the Middle Earth." Yi Fan said. Since things had already reached this step, there wasn't much else to say. If things really became tense, then trampling on Ponlay was fine. Chapter 10:17. Clang. Lama stood up on its hind legs and stomped down with its front hooves. The entire city wall in front of it was shaken into dust. Little celestial being, who was on the ground, turned pale. This divine steed was too evil. What kind of realm had it reached? Little celestial being felt a chill down his spine. Trampling them to death was as easy as stepping on ants. There was a formation platform in the center of the ancient city. There were all kinds of complicated Tao patterns carved on it. With a flash of light, a quick-witted disciple disappeared to deliver a message. "Fellow Taoist, I think there is some misunderstanding. We can talk about it," the old woman on the ground said. She had a bad premonition. Even the overbearing little celestial being kept his mouth shut. If he put on airs now, he believed that the vile Lama would stomp his head into a smashed watermelon. The three injured people all had the same thought. They had to calm Yi Fan down and wait for the celestial masters to arrive before settling the score. They could only endure it for now. The Phoenix goddess sneered. "What's there to talk about? My master needs your permission to establish a religion in the Middle Earth. You are all high and mighty celestials. You are not on the same level as us mortals. We are not worthy of you." Little celestial being's face turned red and white. This was no different from slapping him. This gorgeous and enchanting woman was really hateful. However, he could only endure it. His knuckles turned green from clenching. Little Empyrean is still a child, full of youthful vigor. If he has offended anyone, I ask everyone to be magnanimous enough to forgive him. Those who come to my Ponlay are all honored guests." The old woman said sincerely, but there was a trace of cold light that flashed past the depths of her eyes. "Is that so? He is still a child. You and this old man are not young anymore. Didn't you say that we should be suppressed first regardless of anything else?" The Phoenix goddess did not let go. The others nodded in agreement. It was obvious that these two were siding with their kin and not with reason. They came up to them and wanted to kill them without any reason. If it wasn't for Lama's ridiculously high cultivation, he would have most likely been turned into minced meat. Zhang Qingyang made his move. He used his pure psyche power to form a spiritual channel to plunder some valuable information from the little celestial being's ocean of consciousness. He wanted to see what was strange about the Ponlay. Master, they seem to have gotten their hands on a heavenly book. That's why they're going to Middle-earth to preach. They want to gather pure psychokinesis. The little Taoist master immediately received this news. I see. No wonder they wanted to destroy our celestial court's building and burn Master statue, Zhang Yifan said. In the ancient times, some ancient sects had already discovered the wonderful use of psychokinesis, but it was also very limited. According to legend, there was only one person of the devil path who became successful and gave birth to a devil fetus. Zhang Qingyang frowned. He received this information from the little celestial being's ocean of consciousness. The heavenly book obtained in Ponlay seemed to be related to this. These are just external forces. They can help you reach the strongest level quickly, but it's extremely difficult to use them to reach the sky. Lama curled its lips. Although it was born in Kunlun, it was a divine steed with intelligence, after all. It more or less knew some secrets. Did anyone in the past use this to prove their Tao? Yi Fan asked. I heard that there was one. I don't know which ancient planet he's on. He's been around for a long time. I think he must have passed away in meditation tens of thousands of years ago, Lama said. There was once a mysterious elder in Kunlun who came from the outer realm. When Lama was young, he passed on his Dharma access to cultivation and talked about an ancient matter. Unfortunately, time was like a knife and showed no mercy. Before Lama grew up, the elder had already passed away. Who dares to cause trouble in my Ponlay? The void opened up and a realm gate appeared. A group of people rushed out. The one in the lead was an old man. His arms reached his knees, and his eyes were like golden lanterns. He looked like an old ape. One look, and one could tell he was a master who was protective of his children. Who are you people? How dare you behave atrociously in Ponlay? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Don't even think about leaving after injuring the people of my sect. His arms reached his knees, and the mysterious technique he displayed was also very special. Although he was of the human race, he used the divine ape mysterious technique. A Dharma image of heaven and earth almost pierced through the sky. He transformed into a giant and stomped down on everyone. An ancient sect master-level figure? Yu Weiyu and the others cried out in surprise. Although they knew that Ponlay was one of the 3 immortal mountains and had endless spiritual energy since ancient times, they could feel the great Tao. The cultivation environment hadn't changed much, but they still couldn't help but be astonished. In terms of overall strength, the immortal islands in the sea were much more terrifying than the Earth Tao sect. In such a short period of time, a sect master had already appeared. It's too late for regrets. Ponlay isn't a place where you can show off your might. His huge foot blotted out the sky and shattered the void. It was like a demonic cloud descending. It's been many years since someone dared to step on me, Yi Fan said. Lama was rather arrogant. It's not like I haven't stepped on you before. Although I didn't succeed, you can't avoid this fact. At this moment, it suddenly became ferocious from returning to its original state. Flames danced all over its body and instantly enlarged. It stretched out a huge horse hoof and smashed over, exchanging kicks with the others. The eyes of the old man who displayed the Dharma image of heaven and earth rapidly narrowed. He was shocked in his heart. The moment Lama's aura appeared, he felt a great sense of danger. How is this possible? He didn't dare to believe it. He knew that the environment in the outside world had changed greatly. A second-level Immortal Foundation character like him could already be considered a supreme expert. However, this hot-tempered Lama was suppressing him to the point where he felt like he was about to suffocate. He initially thought that he was comparable to an ancient sect master. As long as he acted, he would be able to capture any opponent easily. But now, things were different. Chi. Lama was extremely wild. It kicked out with its hind leg, and the old man let out a scream of misery. One of his legs couldn't be found as bone fragments mixed with blood splattered all over the place. You even dare to be arrogant before this seat? Do you think you are a titan? Even if a true ancient sect master came, he would still have to lie down before me. Lama arrogantly inclined its head. The pair of dragon horns on its head glowed with electricity as they shot out two bolts of scarlet lightning, instantly lacerating the skin and flesh of this major character as a charred smell wafted from his body. And all of you, kneel down and pay your respects to me. It was like a ferocious beast as it commanded the group of people in the distance. Compared to auspicious beasts, it was world apart. Zhang Xingyang wanted to ask Yifan if this was really Lama. Why did it feel like a tyrannical tyrant? Was this really a mount that only ancient sacred emperors could possess? This caused a few of them to exchange mutual glances. The Phoenix goddess smiled, indicating that evil people needed to be tempered by evil horses. This should be how things should be. Don't think about leaving. Lama let out a long neigh, leaving behind a stretch of flames. It galloped through the air, smashing everyone down with a single hoof. It even trampled the old man who thought that he was an ancient sect master and felt that he was unrivaled under the heavens until he was half dead. This old man, who was very protective of his own people, was now in a daze. What was going on in this world? Wasn't the Middle-earth in the end of the world? But to think that a true Lama actually appeared in this world. Then, Yifan personally took action. His body erupted with immortal splendor, seizing the valuable information from the space between this old man's brows. With a point of his finger, no secrets could be hidden from him. This old man was horrified. What kind of character was this? He was treated like an ant, easily opening up his sea of consciousness, leaving him powerless to resist. It was as if he was facing an ancient heavenly dragon. He really obtained a heavenly book. Someone in Panlei has cultivated it to some extent. Yifan frowned. The scriptures Panlei obtained were no small matter. Following that, he carefully probed everyone's sea of consciousness, obtaining quite a bit of information. He then looked into the distance and said, "Let's go to that immortal mountain." Yifan rode on Lama's body and brought a few disciples through the void. Soon after, they appeared in a holy land. Auspicious light danced about in this place, and auspicious splendor shot out. Streak after streak of light scattered over the mountains. This was the base of Panlei's immortal sect. When they hurried over, they just happened to see a great banner fluttering. A group of experts came out and were about to face them. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man dressed in purple robes with a white jade belt around his waist. He was rather dignified. Beside him, there were a few men standing side by side. All of them emitted powerful auras and rushed over like a flood. Everyone stared at Yifan and the others. This world hasn't dried up yet. Panlei's immortal sect is indeed extraordinary, said Yifan. 5 mighty figures suddenly appeared on the other side. It was like a fantasy story in this era. That was because these weren't people who had survived since the ancient times. Their ages should be over 1,000 years old, and they weren't all that old. Invading my Panlei without reason. Who are you all? The middle-aged man in the lead asked. He was precisely the Lord of Panlei, an exceptional mighty figure who could look down on the world. I am the Lord of the Celestial Court. I heard that establishing a sect in the Central Lands requires the approval of Panlei. Thus, I came all the way here to seek guidance, said Yifan. Before the ancient sages left, they had ordered my Panlei to protect the human world. They didn't want any unforeseen events to happen. You all recklessly used the name Celestial Court and triggered the heavenly laws, said the Lord of Panlei with a heavy voice. Lama didn't seem to care in the slightest. Why have I never heard of the heavenly laws? Who was the one who set them? Zhang Yifan also spoke up. The ancient sages told you all to protect the human world, so you all can continue. My teacher established a sect, but I need your permission. Interfering like this is a bit too domineering. When the elders are speaking, how can you juniors interrupt? An individual from Panlei, whose status wasn't low B-rated. On the other side, the banners fluttered, and a black mass of troops appeared. Panlei was clearly enraged. Another person swept his cold gaze over and said, "You even dare to speak so carelessly about a mount. Do you even know the rules?" Yifan got off the horse very consciously. He knew that this person with a violent temper was definitely going to act up. As expected, Lama let out a long roar and naturally stood up. He transformed into a streak of fiery light and rushed over. "I'll step on your lungs." Puffed. That pitiful expert had just berated a mount for speaking without rules when he was slapped by Llama's basin-sized hooves. Even his lungs were trampled out. Llama displayed its might and charged around. All the banners were flipped over, and over 20 mountain peaks were trampled into powder. Everywhere it passed, the heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as flames soared into the sky. This was an auspicious beast. Once it displayed its might, all kinds of worldly phenomena appeared. In addition to its own magical power that was like the sea of stars, it was unstoppable. How could these people block it? Suddenly, a light shout rang out. A five-color divine light rushed out from the head of the master of Ponlay. A treasure tree rushed out from the top of his head and shook down thousands of mountains of brilliance, striking towards Longma. Its saintly might rumbled like a rainbow, piercing through the sun. "Evil creature, you dare to come to Ponlay and behave atrociously. Death is at hand." This was a sacred tree, a weapon forged by an ancient saint. It possessed great power, as if an ancient saint had come back to life. Even though Lama was a king of the Severing Tao, it didn't dare to use a sacred weapon because the difference was too great. Once it became a saint, all beings, including kings, would be no match for it at all. Lama possessed extreme speed. It turned into a streak of fiery light and rushed out, avoiding the heaven-covering saint might. However, that sacred tree released a streak of five-colored divine light, and it still swept downwards. Yifan had no choice but to take action. A black arrow appeared in his hand, and with a forceful slash, dark light erupted and surged outwards like a black sea. The five-colored divine light scattered. That sacred tree flew out in reverse, and the master of Ponlay also flew out horizontally. Blood sprayed out from his mouth and nose. This was the result of Yifan's leniency. "Celestial being, please come into being and kill this evil creature." Everyone was shocked. They never expected the intruder to be so terrifying. Many people shouted towards the mountain range depths where immortal splendor flowed. In the distance, the great mountains rumbled. All of the mountain peaks were moving, quickly moving to the side and revealing an enormous Tao platform. Divine rings surrounded it one after another. Yifan was shocked. That Tao platform was extremely mysterious. It had a total of 5 colors, and it was made of the same material as the 5-colored altar. In addition, the great Tao resonated. Light transformed true dragon's sword. An immortal splendor cast phoenixes danced about. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Streak after streak of divine radiance pervaded the air, brightly illuminating that place. A deity-like existence sat on top. Chapter 10:18. The great Tao resonated. True dragons and phoenixes formed from immortal splendor shook the heavens. Tens of thousands of strands of auspicious light shone resplendently on the Tao platform. A middle-aged man, surrounded by a divine ring, stood up. His black hair was thick and his eyes were bright. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he possessed a bewitching temperament. He was like the reincarnation of a demonic fetus, making others involuntarily feel reverence. "Esteemed guests have arrived. Apologies for not coming out to greet you." Unexpectedly, Ponlay's celestial being didn't take action. On the contrary, he had a pleasant expression on his face. He stepped down from the 5-colored Tao platform and arrived in front of them in an instant. Lama's heart jumped. This was a great magical technique. A single step covered several dozen ordinary people definitely couldn't use it. This middle-aged man's strength made people feel restraining fear. He was undoubtedly a Tao severing expert. If he didn't guess incorrectly, he was definitely a great king-level expert. He was the most powerful expert Yifan had seen on Earth so far. Even though Peng Lai's celestial being had concealed his aura, his own power was transmitted through a certain temperament. At Yifan's level, he could naturally sense it and discover its essence. This was a person from the great ancient era. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this kind of cultivation. A great king-level expert could be called a human expert, no matter where he was placed. It wouldn't be too far to say that he was the #1 expert on Earth. This person's eyes were like stars. There was a mysterious power within them. It was likely that he had cultivated that heavenly book to a shocking level. His black hair scattered behind him, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. Peng Lai is isolated from the rest of the world. It's been many years since we've left the outside world, so some of our disciples have become impetuous. We've made a fool of ourselves in front of fellow Taoists. The Emperor was very polite and easygoing. He had reprimanded his own disciples as soon as he came out, telling them to put away their weapons and greet the esteemed guests. This was completely outside of Yi Fan's expectations. Since the other party was so polite, they couldn't criticize him. Even Longma withdrew in embarrassment and returned the 5-colored tree to the sect master of Panlei. To be honest, it was extremely displeased. This was a sage ritual implement that had been shot down by Yi Fan with a black arrow. It just so happened that it had been snatched away by it, and it could not bear to part with it. A great battle was put to an end, and the tense atmosphere dispersed. Yi Fan and the others stepped into the Gate of Immortals. This place was filled with cliffs and beautiful mountains. Divine vines coiled around them. Auspicious light filled the area, and the fragrance of ancient medicines filled the air. There were even red-crowned cranes fluttering about, spirit springs gurgling and flowing with brilliant colors. It was truly a pure land. The disciples of Panlei were more or less unwilling. After so many years, this was the first time someone had dared to come knocking on their door. Alama had trampled on Panlei and razed the mountain gate to the ground. Dozens of mountains had been trampled and collapsed, which made them feel indignant. The path to immortality is rugged and full of trials and tribulations. One's temperament is especially important. I've been negligent. For so many years, I've only focused on refining my Taoist body in seclusion. I didn't expect that a few good-for-nothing disciples would be so full of themselves. Peng Lai's celestial being was merciless as he reprimanded the almighty disciples. Their faces turned red, and they didn't dare to retort. "Why did you offend Tao, Brother Yi?" Ling Xiao made a trip to Middle-earth. He said that there was a sect that stole the faith of all living beings and called themselves the Celestial Court. So he took action to punish them, said the sect master of Panlei. The so-called Ling Xiao was the little celestial being. He was also the direct descendant of this great king in front of them and possessed an extraordinary identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been protected like this. After hearing this, Celestial Being nodded and said, "Tao, Brother Yi, don't lower yourself to the same level as a child. They only make a trip out once every few decades to 100 years, so they don't understand Middle-earth at all. They only hear wind and rain. They're young and impetuous, and they always like to act impulsively." What did Yi Fan say? The other party had already said this much, and the Lama had already taken action, trampling the group of people until they were seriously injured. That little celestial being had even almost been broken into two, so he couldn't push them too far. Afterwards, they chatted happily and discussed Tao techniques. This celestial being spoke of many cultivation insights, and they were all words of experience. Even in ancient times, when one's cultivation reached this realm, one would still be an extraordinary figure. Even though there were many sages in that era, many of them were outsiders and not true natives. Yi Fan felt deep admiration. This person's Tao technique was exceptional, and the method he cultivated was unique. To be able to reach this step and become a great king, he was definitely an outstanding figure. Peng Lai Celestial Being bluntly said that establishing a sect was fine, but naming it the Celestial Court was indeed a bit of a taboo. Back then, even the ancient sages did their utmost to avoid it. They weren't willing to touch these two words, fearing that there would be a disaster. He kindly reminded them that there was indeed such a rule in the unwritten heavenly laws of ancient times. It was best to avoid it if possible, or else there might be great trouble in the future. Oh, there was such a thing? Could it be that even the name of ancient heaven has become taboo? Is it because there are people from outside this region who are watching over it? Yi Fan asked. It's hard to say. Towards some things, It's better for us to feel reverence in our hearts, celestial beings said. Yi Fan nodded. Then, he asked about the five-colored altar. This was what he was most concerned about. He wanted to find an ancient path that led into the depths of the starry skies. In the distance, the five-colored Tao platform flowed with brilliant colors. The aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. There was no mistaking the material used to construct the starry domain altar. Celestial beings sighed. When the ancient sages left, they didn't leave behind any coordinates of the starry skies. Even though there were a few secret areas with five-colored altars, later generations didn't know how to open them. Has no one explored them before? Yi Fan didn't give up. Celestial being stared blankly at the five-colored Tao platform in the distance. Then, he said, those secret areas are all extremely dangerous. To tell you the truth, I do know a place. This Tao platform was obtained from there. Unfortunately, my strength is limited and I can't enter it. Oh, there's such a place? Could Celestial being tell me, and let me take a look? Peng Lai's Celestial being nodded. Of course, he couldn't leave immediately. Etiquette was unavoidable, so he invited them to drink some spiritual tea. Yi Fan rode over on Longma, leaving Celestial being in Panlei shaken. After asking around, he learned that it came from Kunlun. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he repeatedly sighed in admiration. Do you know what kind of people live in the other two immortal mountains? Yi Fan asked. Panlei, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou were the three immortal mountains in the outer seas. They were extremely famous and had been passed down since ancient times. Kunlun was rarely mentioned among the people. Most people only knew about Panlei. Both Fangzhong and Yingzhou have experts overseeing them. If I were to mention their ancestors, I think, brother, you might have heard of them. Celestial being smiled. Oh, I'd like to hear more about it. Yi Fan asked for guidance. They are descendants of ancestor Peng on Fangzhong and descendants of Su Fu on Yingzhou. When Yi Fan heard this, he was immediately shocked, revealing a strange expression. These two were both famous Qi practitioners, recorded in ancient books. Su Fu's strength wasn't that profound, but he once helped the first emperor find the elixir of immortality. He led many boys and girls out to sea, which was recorded in historical records. According to Peng Lai's celestial being, Su Fu eventually arrived at Yingzhou. He didn't find the elixir of immortality, so he didn't return. One of his descendants was extraordinarily talented and obtained the inheritance of Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. He was still alive and had a certain decision-making power on the island. Ancestor Peng was a famous Qi practitioner in the pre-Qin dynasty. He was mentioned in various ancient books of Taoism. It was inferred that he might have obtained the incomplete formula of the 9 secrets, which was why his art of nourishing life was unparalleled. His descendants went out to sea and finally arrived at Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. It was one of the major inheritances on the Immortal Island and held great importance. It's said that the 3 immortal mountains overseas have the elixir of immortality. I wonder if it's true? Lama asked. He put away his violent temper and really looked like an auspicious beast. It has been passed down since ancient times, but no one has seen it. I think even if there was, it would have been taken away by the ancient Saint Emperor and entered the boundless starry sky. Celestial being shook his head. Panlei, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou were the 3 immortal mountains overseas. They were extremely famous during the ancient times. Many sages came and went, leaving behind many inheritances. However, ever since the world changed, many inheritances left. Even though the spiritual energy of the 3 immortal mountains didn't decrease by much, it had already declined. The inheritances were less than 10% of what they used to be. In the end, Celestial Being led the way and personally brought Yi Fan to a sea region. They went deep into the underwater world and arrived in front of an ocean palace. This place was desolate, and the fishes and prawns didn't dare enter. Is this the ancient dragon palace? Zhang Qingyang and the others were astonished. This palace was incomparably grand. Even though the walls were already in ruins, one could imagine how glorious and grand it was in the past. There were giant jade pillars everywhere, just like a heavenly palace. This place was extremely vast and continuous. After endless years, there were still many intact ancient palaces. They were imposing and magnificent. They were sparkling and translucent, emitting precious light. Celestial beings stopped at the deepest part of this ocean palace and said, "It's too dangerous ahead. We can't proceed any further. I can only lead the way here." Up ahead, there was a crystal-like palace that flickered with life in the depths of the ocean. It blossomed with dazzling light like a divine watchtower. There were enormous pillars and majestic halls. It was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. Meanwhile, at the center of this continuous chain of precious watchtowers was a five-colored stone mountain. It was like a tomb as it stood at the center and was surrounded by many ancient palaces. Celestial Being said that his five-colored Tao platform was taken from here. Back then, he spent a great deal of effort and a long time before succeeding. He repeatedly warned Yi Fan to be careful when entering and then turn around to leave. The myriad energy cauldron took in and sent out divine force wisps. Yi Fan collected all of the disciples inside and then handed them over to Lama. At the same time, he took out a black arrow to protect himself. "Don't go back to Ponlay. Be careful and protect them well. Wait for me to come out," warned Yi Fan. Lama was naturally unwilling. This place definitely had secret treasures. Even if it was dangerous, it was worth the risk. There would most likely be great rewards. However, in the end, it didn't enter and ran away. When Yi Fan entered this crystal palace, he immediately felt waves of killing intent. There was definitely an ancient formation protecting this place, warning people not to approach. Crystalline light flowed in all directions. It was like a dreamlike world. This place was truly as grand as an ancient dragon palace. The only thing that wasn't harmonious was the five-colored stone pile at the center. There was a type of demonic power. Yi Fan came precisely for this five-colored tomb. If he wanted to find the coordinates of the Starry Sky ancient path, then he had to find this kind of thing first. Perhaps there would be some clues. This isn't a tomb, but an ancient sealed land. When he got closer, he walked around this five-colored divine altar a few times. He revealed an astonished expression. A seal made of this kind of five-colored stone was no small matter. Yi Fan's heart was alarmed. He quickly retreated with the travel formula. However, a terrifying power quickly erupted from the sealed land. A huge tearing force twisted towards him, trying to pull him over. His heart was shaken. This was a saint's might. The aura covered the sky and covered the earth. It was so powerful that it was shocking. It wasn't that Yi Fan didn't have his guard up. However, he didn't expect a living ancient saint to be sealed in the ancient dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. This was a huge danger. He used the travel formula, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing out of the crystal palace. He wanted to escape as soon as possible and leave this extremely terrifying danger zone. Once he became a saint, he would be high and mighty. Just based on battle prowess and speech, he could almost be said to have surpassed the scope of humans. He could even look down on the Tao executioners like ants. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of the crystal palaces shifted, blocking Yi Fan's path. They turned into an ancient killing formation that had been completely activated. It was unknown how many times more terrifying it was before. This was an ancient formation laid down by an ancient saint. In the distance, Peng Lai's celestial being's face was cold. Both of his hands were moving. He was the one who activated this ancient formation. His eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion. "I obtained the five-color Tao platform and the ancient heavenly book from here. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. There is also an ancient demonic fetus sealed here. You can wait here for your death. I will go kill Lama and your disciple first. Then I will come back and watch you slowly wither away." Celestial Being seemed to have changed into a different person. His eyes were dark as he spoke coldly. Then he turned around and left. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. He said to his back, "Do you think I don't know about your trap? Since I dare to come, I naturally have no fear. I will go collect your corpse in a bit. You should first pass through the ancient demonic saint. No one can live in the sealed land, huh?" Celestial Being laughed cruelly. he said coldly. I will go kill Lalma and the others first. Then he disappeared. Chapter 1019. Huh. Celestial Being's laughter was very cold. His long black hair was loose, and his eyes were extremely demonic. He left without looking back. In his eyes, Yi Fan was already a dead man. There was no way he could survive. Even a half-saint would not be able to survive if he was trapped in this formation. This was the power of an ancient saint, unparalleled in the world. He traveled dozens of miles with each step. His speed was extremely fast. His powerful divine sense swept out, and every blade of grass and tree in this world was in his mind. There was nowhere to hide as he chased in one direction. When Yi Fan approached the ancient dragon palace, Celestial Being indeed left to avoid arousing suspicion. He didn't dare to use his divine sense. However, he believed that no one could escape in such a short time, and he could find them. Even if you're a Longma, you won't be able to. I have learned the divine light escape, and am even faster than you. Peng Lai's Celestial Being sneered. He was a person who had survived since ancient times. Back then, there were many sages who stayed in Panlai. He had a great fortune and obtained a peerless secret technique from an ancient king of saints. The divine light escape was known as the ultimate technique. It was said that apart from the travel formula, it was the world's #1 speed technique. The 9 secrets had been lost for many years. Therefore, the divine light escape had become the most precious secret technique. The Sea of Panlai is protected by an ancient formation. It won't be easy for you to pass through it. Celestial Being's expression was cold and murderous. He sensed the trajectory of Longma and the others. He turned into a beam of divine light and chased after them. Finally, a few hundred miles away, he saw a streak of fiery light. It transformed into a path that spread out on the surface of the sea, and the dragon horse was striding forward. The smile on Celestial Being's face became even wider. Longma was very leisurely and wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was leisurely strolling in the sea with Yi Fan's disciples. He let out a clear hiss, and the entire sea immediately flowed backwards into the 9 heavens. The vast expanse immediately boiled, and a tsunami occurred. The waves seemed to have exploded, and the scene was terrifying. Longma's divine sense was extremely powerful, and it had already sensed the arrival of danger. With a long roar, a dragon's roar tore through the sky, and its entire body was covered in flames. It swept up Yin Xiaoyu and the others, and it charged out. Boom! One of Peng Lai's Celestial Being's black hands slammed down, crushing the sky into pieces. The ocean below was evaporated in an instant, and thousands of meters of water turned into nothingness and burned away, revealing the seabed. One could imagine how powerful it was. Rumble! The surrounding seawater filled in, and the blue waves quickly buried the trench, turning it into a country of water once more. Longma stood on the surface of the sea in the distance, puffing out white smoke from his nostrils. He was obviously very angry. The faces of the Phoenix Goddess, Zhang Yifan, and the others were pale. A casual attack from a great perfection king tier was already so terrifying. Who in the world could contend against him? One could imagine that if Peng Lai's Celestial Being used his full strength, the entire ocean could be evaporated, and the saying that the seas would dry up and the rocks would decay would become true. Moving mountains and overturning seas were all small tricks, and they were nothing compared to this person before them. The legendary Great Perfection King Tyr was a venerable even in ancient times. Celestial Being, what is the meaning of this? Asked Zhang Qingyang. After so many years, he had become more and more mature. In the process of preaching to various places, he had also been baptized, and he truly had the demeanor of a heavenly master. In this kind of situation, he knew that the situation was very bad. A great perfection King Tyr was enough to sweep through this ancient planet. Right now, he was only trying to stabilize this person and delay as much time as possible until Yi Fan returned. Peng Lai's Celestial Being's face was full of indifference, completely different from his previous enthusiasm. With a hint of contempt, he said, "Just a few juniors like you dare to question me?" Even the gods won't be able to save you. Celestial being, for someone of your status, it is truly beneath your status to be respectful at first and then belittle me later. It makes people feel like you are a vile character. Zhang Qingyang's expression was calm as he said, "At this realm, if you are a character, you should fight fair and square with my master. What's the point of playing these kinds of tricks?" This seat eliminated a great enemy without any effort. This is a method to eliminate enemies, and I don't want to waste my breath on you juniors. Peng Lai Celestial Being wore a cruel smile and ignored Zhang Qingyang. At this moment, there was only Lama left in his eyes. Only this auspicious beast was worth making a move against. You traitor, what else do you have apart from these kinds of underhanded methods? Come at me. This seat will make your face bloom with a single hoof and let you know what brilliance is. Lama cast a sidelong glance at him and felt extremely displeased. Peng Lai Celestial Being snorted coldly. With his status, when had he ever met such an idiot? This auspicious beast was completely different from what he had imagined. It didn't have the elegance of an ancient sacred emperor's mount at all. The people of Panlei received the news and saw that Celestial Being had made a move, almost evaporating the seawater. The cult master led the army over and waved their banners. The armored cavalry covered the surface of the sea, forming a dark mass. Let's see where you will go this time. In the crowd, little Celestial Being's lungs were about to explode. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes burned with fury as he stared at Zhang Qingyang, the Phoenix Goddess, and the others. Don't let a single one go. Kill them all. The cult master of Panlei gave the order. The army surrounded them and cut off their path of retreat, trapping the disciples of Yifan. The golden scales on Longma's body flickered and flames danced. It turned into a ray of fiery light and charged over. The horse stepped on the sky, and everywhere it passed, the sea dried up and the sky cracked. It went straight for Celestial Being. Bang! Peng Lai Celestial Being's hand formed a seal, and a beam of demonic light flew out. The law of the order of heaven and earth covered the sky and earth, blocking Longma and causing its body to shake violently. This seat cherishes the fact that you are Longma, a rare, auspicious beast in this world. I don't want to strangle you. Are you willing to follow me and become my mount? Peng Lai Celestial Being's eyes were demonic, and his black hair moved with the wind. He stood on the surface of the sea and said calmly, "This dragon will stomp on your face until it's full of pockmarks. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Even if you turn around and become my mount, I don't want you." Longma spat out white air from his nostrils. Not far away, Dragon Sparrow opened his mouth and said coldly, "Only the ancient divine emperor can use Longma as a mount. You are delusional enough to think that you can ride Longma. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Everyone in Panlei was furious. Many people loudly rebuked him and forbade him from blaspheming Celestial Being. They even pointed out that even Yifan could possess Longma, so why couldn't Celestial Being? My master is often struck by lightning and can completely endure it. Can you, Celestial Being, do it? It was surprising that the Phoenix Goddess could still smile at this time. The other disciples were speechless, especially Kamatsu, who was scratching his head because his master had indeed said that he had been struck by lightning all the way since he started cultivating. What Celestial Court? From today onwards, you shall be removed from my name and cease to exist forever. The hierarch of Panlei ordered. He wanted to kill everyone here. The little Taoist master sneered and said, "What Celestial Emperor? He's now a dead ghost. Back then, I burned his divine statue, and now my ancestor has set a trap to refine him into ashes and dung. He's nothing." Yu Weiyu and the others were furious. They had no other choice but to fight. However, they didn't believe that Yifan was dead. They firmly believed that no one in the world could hurt him. I'll ask again, are you willing to become my mount? Only then can I spare your life, Peng Lai Celestial Being asked. Lama stood up like a human and responded with a pair of hooves as big as a face. He slapped at the top of his head and started a great battle. Although you're a natural variant with a bloodline that's unparalleled in the world, you're still not enough compared to a late-stage king like me. Peng Lai, Heavenly Sovereign's magic power was as vast as the ocean, and his aura was completely overwhelming. He held a five-colored holy tree in his hand and swept it forward. Lama let out a long hiss. The myriad chi cauldron appeared above his head, and tens of thousands of silk ribbons fell down to protect him. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a black light. It was the black arrow that blocked the five-colored holy tree. Lama was almost invincible among those at the same level, but he was facing a great king who was about to stand at the peak. It was too difficult to fight against such a person. Evil creature, you still won't surrender even when death is at hand. See how I deal with you. Peng Lai celestial being's magic power was like the sea. Black light shot out from his body in all directions. He was like a demonic fetus that looked down on the world. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He was emotionless and cold. An intense battle erupted. The sea region in all directions was thrown into chaos. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. A battle between kings was the most terrifying. Everyone's face turned pale. Lama used the myriad chi cauldron to protect himself and the black arrow to block the five-colored holy tree. However, there was a difference of many small realms between the two. The difference was huge. If it was any other Dao severing expert at the same level as him, they would definitely be turned into ashes in front of a great king. It roared towards the sky and was filled with anger. Its four hooves stomped down, shattering the sky. The scene was horrifying. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Yin Xiaoyu and the others were anxious. The current situation was grim. As long as Lama was subdued, they would definitely die. My teacher will definitely rush over. You can only be complacent for now, Zhang Yifan said. He is already a dead man. He will never have a chance. The Holy Land will become his grave. He is less than a bug there, Peng Lai celestial being said coldly. His eyes were filled with cruelty and disdain. What? Zhang Qingyang and the others were all stunned. A living saint was still extremely terrifying even if he was sealed. In the current world, ancient saints were comparable to heavenly deities. He is already a dead man. I won't bother with him. Peng Lai celestial being's face was filled with mockery. He didn't care at all. It was as if everything was under his control. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. When Lama and Celestial Being were fighting at close range, the blood chi in the all-being source energy cauldron filled the sky. Golden light flooded the entire ocean. A majestic figure rushed out and punched forward. Everything happened too fast. It was unimaginably fast. It was beyond everyone's imagination. Even if Peng Lai's celestial being cultivated the divine light escape technique, it was not enough. At such a close distance, there was no way he could dodge. Teacher, Zhang Yifan, Yin Xiaoyu, and the others cried out in surprise. Yifan's body was like a flood dragon. His entire body seemed to be cast from gold. His battle chi was vast and mighty. He used the Xing formula, and in a flash, he clashed with Peng Lai's celestial being. Close combat. His black hair was disheveled, and his eyes shone with cold lightning. Like a fiend god, he struck out with the fist of 6 paths of reincarnation and collided with Heavenly Lord Peng Lai's palms. On the spot, the divine power shook the 4 seas. This area was filled with water vapor. The sea was completely dried up. Celestial being's palms were immediately turned into a bloody pulp. His bones were crushed into pieces. No one in this world could fight with the human saint body in close combat. Peng Lai celestial being was completely dumbfounded. He had seen Yi Fan enter the danger zone and activate the ancient spell formation with his own hands. His opponent would die without a doubt. How did he suddenly appear in front of him? Yi Fan's entire body was resplendent. His body was like a glazed divine gold. Precious light shot out in all directions. He stretched out his arms and legs. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were terrifying. He was like a god of war, unstoppable. No matter how powerful the Peng Lai Heavenly Sovereign was, he couldn't block this attack. In close combat, not even great perfection kings were enough. In the blink of an eye, one of his arms was torn off. Blood gushed out, and he couldn't help but release a muffled groan. It was too bitter. What's going on? Everyone from the Celestial School in Ponlay was dumbfounded. How could such a sudden change happen? They couldn't believe it. I know, Phoenix Goddess suddenly realized and said, Teacher comprehended the Three Pure Ones technique in Mount Zhongnan and cultivated a Tao body. The one who entered the ancient spell formation wasn't his real body. The few of them finally understood why Yi Fan had handed the myriad Qi cauldron to the dragon horse before entering the Crystal Palace. He should have brought it in to protect himself. It turned out that it had left together with them and had been following them all this while. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from the battlefield. The people of the Ponlay school were scared witless. They were so scared that their scalps went numb and their bodies trembled. In the middle of the battlefield, Yi Fan's black hair was in a mess. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He grabbed both of Ponlay's celestial being's legs and chopped him on the spot. His body was split into two halves, and fresh blood dyed the sea red. Who could resist him in close combat? Unrivaled in the world, Ponlay, celestial being, naturally had to die with a grievance. Qi, a small black figure the size of a fist, rushed out from between celestial being's eyebrows. It turned into a streak of black light and fled into the horizon. You still want to leave? Yi Fan's voice was cold and emotionless as he said, Today, the Celestial School of Ponlay will be erased. This place will become the immortal foundation of my celestial court. He threw down the two halves of his body and chased after celestial being. Everyone trembled. The situation changed so quickly that it exceeded their expectations. Yi Fan fought in close combat against an Empyrean. He was like an ancient heavenly deity, sweeping through everything in his path. The blood on his hands made him look incredibly divine and majestic. The people of Ponlay were completely terrified. They had a bad premonition. Even celestial being ended up like this. How could they fight against him? Little celestial being's face turned pale immediately. He was scared to death. Yi Fan turned into a streak of lightning and chased after the small black primordial spirit. He didn't want to let it go. I'll step on your lungs. Lama ran and stepped on celestial being's body that was split into two. He realized that his body was actually reassembling and merging into one. The pitiful Ponlay celestial being's body was just about to reassemble when Longma's huge hooves stomped him into the sea. His flesh was badly mangled, and his bones were broken. His last chance to reassemble his body failed. Lama did as it said. It crushed celestial being's lungs and turned his entire body into a bloody pulp before being buried in the fish's stomach. A great completion king had lost his most precious battle physique just like that. He couldn't even use his overflowing magic power. At this moment, the small black person was as anxious as a stray dog. Where do you think you're going? Lama also surrounded Ponlay, celestial being. He turned into a streak of flame and rushed over. The fist-sized small black person was full of resentment and unwillingness as he resisted with all his might. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry. He landed on Longma's body and held the black dragon spear he had obtained from Kunlun. He became one with the horse and turned into a blazing light as he rushed forward. With a puff sound, he nailed the small black person to the spear tip. A mournful scream resounded through the sky. Before I enter the starry sky, you will hand over the entire Ponlay to me. Many thanks for the gift. The celestial court will prosper here. Yi Fan's words spread through the entire sea region. Invincible under the starry sky, Yi Fan's disciples were incomparably excited. This was their first impression. Meanwhile, the people of Ponlay had ashen faces. Chapter 10:20. The fist-sized black figure was nailed to the tip of the spear and cried out mournfully. This was a pure primordial spirit, and once it was damaged, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once a person's spirit was destroyed, they would completely disappear from this world. Ponlay's celestial being didn't want his spirit to be destroyed and struggled with all his might. This was his imprint, and if it completely disappeared from this world, then all of eternity would be for naught. Black light flourished, and he turned into a black sun that shot out tens of thousands of black arrows. At the same time, A precious wheel appeared and spun behind his head. At the same time, a divine long river surged over from Ponlay Island like a rainbow, piercing through the sun, quickly attacking Yi Fan and the others. Celestial Being wanted to use this opportunity to break free. This was a pure power of faith. Ponlai Celestial Being cultivated the ancient heavenly book and stole the psyche power of the people of the world. Now it was put to great use. It rumbled and resonated with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It's useless. You won't be able to escape today. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head trembled slightly, and the holy aura inside flourished even more. The cauldron flew out, and immediately, millions of auspicious lights illuminated the heavens. The surging river made a sizzling sound and emitted wisps of white smoke, evaporating completely. The pure psyche power inside the cauldron was like an ocean, and the divine river was like a small sorcerer in the presence of a great sorcerer. The black spear in Yi Fan's hand trembled, and Penglai's celestial being immediately cried out. The black figure's luster immediately dimmed, and it almost broke into pieces. It was difficult to defend against. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping block. His Tao body was destroyed, and his divine power turned to dust. Relying on his primordial spirit alone, no matter how great his cultivation was, it was useless. Yi Fan didn't kill him immediately, because there were many secrets to be found from his primordial spirit. This celestial being still had great value. Kill Ponlay's backbone without mercy. Yi Fan gave this order, letting Longma do as he pleased. He was going to start a massacre to establish his might. Longma sprinted over, turning into a streak of fiery light as he charged towards the sect master of Ponlay and the others, who could block the thunderous might of a severing path king. Yi Fan sat down cross-legged and carefully absorbed all kinds of valuable information from the black primordial spirit. He did not move for a long time. "Spare me, Brother Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this. Please let me live," Penglai's celestial being pleaded. At this moment, his soul was about to leave his body. How could he resist with only his primordial spirit left? If he was nailed to this mysterious black spear, his body and soul would be destroyed at any moment. "I wanted to let you go, but you brought about your own death." Yi Fan's face was ashen as he extracted one imprint after another from his sea of consciousness. He was astonished. This celestial venerable really had some great opportunities. In the ancient times, he had received guidance from Saint King, and the divine light escape he cultivated was boundlessly profound. Even if he didn't use the secret character line, he was already unparalleled in the world. "Brother Yi, please be magnanimous. I'll give you everything, including the ancient heavenly tomes," said Penglai's celestial being, while trembling. He no longer had a trace of the great accomplishment King's might. "Even you yourself are my prisoner, let alone your things. What capital do you have to bargain?" Yi Fan revealed a disdainful sneer. A person with this kind of temperament definitely couldn't be left alive. Otherwise, it would definitely be a great disaster in the future. It was fine if Yi Fan didn't make a move, but once he did, he wouldn't show any mercy. He would get rid of all troubles and wouldn't leave behind any hidden dangers. With a soft chi sound, he extracted a special imprint from the black primordial spirit. It was the scripture of the ancient heavenly tomes. His mind was immediately startled as he silently deduced and comprehended it. This was a demonic scripture. The method recorded was very profound, and there was a unique use of psychokinesis. No wonder Ponlay also wanted to pass on the path. This was a difficult and profound orthodoxy. Yi Fan obtained a shocking secret. The demonic fetus suppressed in the ancient palace at the bottom of the sea came from the outer realm. He was a saint who lived up to his name. The inheritance of the heavenly tomes came from him. Moreover, his background was very powerful. Even the Saint King who attacked in the ancient times was afraid and didn't dare to completely destroy him. He only suppressed him in the demonic palace. In that era, there were indeed many saints in Ponlay, said Yi Fan to himself. In the end, he completely searched through the imprint. With a forceful shake, the fist-sized little black person turned into ashes amidst a resentful and unwilling cry. It was forever erased from this world. In the distance, the great battle was already nearing its end. Lama surged, and flames overflowed into the heavens. Wherever it passed, the heavens and earth split apart. Seawater poured into the heavens, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Yifan's expression was cold as he gazed into the distance. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The Ponlay sect master released a loud cry and turned into ashes on the spot. He personally walked forward. The sect master level figures weren't enough either. There were some Ponlay experts who resisted stubbornly and attacked him with all their might. In the end, they couldn't stop Yifan's Dao sword ripples. Pooh! His finger was like a sword. With a light shake, the golden sword ripples spread out in all directions like ripples. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. It attacked indiscriminately and turned a group of experts into a bloody paste. Waves of bloody mist drifted about. A little celestial being cried out loudly. One reason was because he was furious, and the other was because he was angered. A purple Komatsu mouse was jumping around in front of him while blinking its large eyes. It was extremely weird, so why couldn't he hit it? This truly drove him crazy. The Phoenix goddess laughed softly and said, "Little senior brother really is cute. He's so cute even when fighting against others." She surrounded little celestial being with Zhang, Qingyang, and the others. They heavily injured little celestial being on the spot. At this moment, little celestial being's face was completely pale. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't say anything when he opened his mouth. Not long ago, he had said everything ruthlessly and threatened to wipe out the celestial court. Now, he could only be terrified. Don't kill the innocent. Only kill the core members and let the others live. Yifan transmitted his voice to Lama. This horse didn't look like a good fellow, no matter how one looked at it. It was behaving atrociously on the ocean and chasing after the Ponlay's leader. With its divine arts, it was naturally overwhelming. It was useless no matter how many people there were. Pooh! Yifan walked over and personally took action. He turned little celestial being into flying ashes with a finger and then smashed the few powerhouses that Longma had captured into powder. He didn't hold back at all. After a quarter of an hour, the sea region quieted down. The Ponlay sect master and the other core members were all killed, and not a single one survived. The ordinary members were practically unharmed, and Yifan didn't want to harm the harmony of the heavens. An hour later, they forced all the captives into the pure land of Ponlay. Lama began to run wild again. Its four hooves stamped on the ground, and those that dared to obstruct it were sent flying with a kick. "You better take it easy." Yifan was furious. Lama was too savage. It sprinted along the way and practically crushed over a dozen mountain peaks with a single hoof. This was the pure land, and it was going to be the future base of the Celestial Court. In the end, this treasured land quieted down. Over 100 of the sect's leaders were executed, and the other members were trembling with fear. They were in a constant state of anxiety. An immortal sect that had been passed down since the ancient times was captured just like that. It was simply like a legend. From this day onwards, Yifan gave the order to seal off the mountains. He sat cross-legged on the main peak of Ponlay and began to chant sutras. He gathered all the disciples of the immortal sect within the mountain gate. Gao Zhengzhua Shi, Pa Ni Evil Spirit, Bei Zhao Jun Jiang, Baining Gui Kuei, Jing Iluo Guang. Origin Immemorial Enlightenment. Yifan's entire body was overflowing with brilliant colors. His body was like a divine body as he chanted the salvation scripture. Lotus flowers bloomed from his mouth and transformed into scriptures that were branded in the void. They possessed a mysterious power that could purify everyone's soul. He didn't want to bathe Ponlay in blood because he couldn't do it. However, he didn't want to leave behind a great disaster for his disciples either. He would rush into the starry sky sooner or later. So who could suppress so many disciples of Ponlay apart from him? The safest method was to expiate all of them and make them members of the Celestial Court. Not only would there be no hidden dangers, but there would also be an extra powerful force. The main peak of Panlé was suffused with immortal energy and multicolored light. Yifan sat there, his entire body bright and clean like seven-colored divine glass. All kinds of magical images appeared. In front of him was the golden palace Great Tao, and beside him were scenes of immortal kings descending from the nine heavens. Behind him, primal chaos surged and nourished a green lotus. Runes flew out from his mouth one after another and blossomed with immortal brilliance, enveloping all the disciples. For the sake of safety, he lectured for a total of 49 days. During this period of time, tens of thousands of auspicious lights hung down from the sky. Sweet springs gushed out from the ground, and all kinds of exotic flowers bloomed. Orchids grew everywhere, and hundreds of birds came to pay homage. All kinds of auspicious and wonderful scenes appeared. Once he recited the scriptures, the devout believers' hearts would be clear. Twice he recited the scriptures, and worries would be gone. 3 times he recited the scriptures, and everyone would bow their heads. 4 times he recited the scriptures, and all the hidden ailments would be gone. 5 times he recited the scriptures, and the teeth would be reborn. Yifan had already severed the Tao, and his words were the law. All kinds of supernatural powers were unleashed through the scriptures, and the wondrous effects were endless. After 49 days, all the hidden ailments disappeared. The celestial court was thus on the right track. With a wonderful land in the human world, it was impossible for it not to develop and expand. The spiritual energy here was especially rich. Yifan didn't leave just like that, and stayed here for more than a year. One reason was to explore the demonic saints' sealed land under the sea, and the other was to hunt down the few big fish that escaped the net in Panlé. That day, not all the disciples of the sect were on the island. A few important figures were out, and so they escaped the calamity. Since Yifan made his move, he naturally wanted to completely wipe out the original celestial sect. He was iron-blooded and merciless. During this period of time, he and Lama split up, and they went to the ends of the earth to kill all of Panlai's celestial beings' favorite grandsons. This matter shocked the entire Taoist world. The original orthodoxy of Panlé was destroyed, and it was renamed the Celestial Court. Yifan's swift and decisive actions made many people uneasy, especially the abbot and Ingzhou of the 3 celestial islands. They were even more anxious. They sent masters to meet Yifan to see what he was thinking. Could it be that he wanted to unify the entire ancient star? In the end, Yifan released a very peaceful message, clearly telling all the observers that he would not attack unless he was attacked. This time, he only attacked to protect himself. Yifan stayed in Panlé for 3 years, and he observed the demon palace at the bottom of the sea carefully. He was sure that the demon fetus was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and it wouldn't last long. In the end, he added a few layers of seals. In these 3 years, he traveled all over the sea, went to the abbot, and went to Ingzhou, but he still couldn't find a way to leave, and there were no galactic coordinates. Perhaps he could get some information from the demon saint at the bottom of the sea, but it was too dangerous to bargain with the demon. He didn't want to play with fire, so he couldn't let it out no matter what. If I want to leave, maybe that's the only way. Yifan muttered to himself. He had already returned to this side of the starry sky for 13 years, and it was time to leave. On this day, he summoned all his disciples, bestowed them secret treasures, and imparted various secret arts, such as the divine light escape, human ruler seal, and heaven flipping seal. He told them that their fate had come to an end, and they were about to step into the starry sky. Master, take us with you. The few disciples were all shocked. They didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. I originally wanted to take all of you with me, but now that we have Panlé Immortal Mountain, you don't need to enter the starry sky. This place isn't much different from the ancient world, and it's very suitable for cultivation. And the other star field is too dangerous, full of battles. Even I can only stagger in blood and bones, and the slightest carelessness will lead to eternal damnation. It's a great era over there, where kings and races coexist. There are many corpses on the Emperor's path, and the Immortal Gate is about to open. It's full of variables and dangers. The few disciples all knew that Yi Fan wanted to walk the Emperor's path, and he might face a terrifying environment where the whole world was his enemy. There would be endless bloody battles in the future. "Master, I want to go with you." Dragon Sparrow usually didn't speak much, but now he was incomparably resolute and unwilling to give up. In addition, Zhang Yangqing also insisted on entering the starry sky, willing to go to the other side of the starry sky to preach. He was willing to step on this path no matter how dangerous it was. In the end, Yi Fan thought about it again and agreed to take Dragon Sparrow and Zhang Qingyang with him. Komatsu cried loudly and grabbed a corner of Yi Fan's clothes, unwilling to let go. He cried and begged to go with him. "We'll meet again one day. As long as you can become a sage, you can cross the star field and find me among the 7 ancient stars." Yi Fan smiled and pointed at the Big Dipper in the sky. Chapter 10:21. Komatsu cried and refused to let go no matter what. Crystalline teardrops rolled down his cheeks as he begged. His childish voice contained a kind of despair that made one's heart ache. Yi Fan rubbed his head and said, "I also want to take you away, but it's really not suitable. I have high hopes for you." The Big Dipper of today was definitely a place of trouble. If it wasn't for his old friends there, Yi Fan wouldn't have gone there no matter what. Why had the 10,000 ancient races all reappeared in this generation? Why had some powerful ancient princes been sealed in this generation? All of this was to wait for an opportunity, the opening of the path to immortality. Since ancient times, one great emperor after another had rushed to the Big Dipper ancient star region, all of them leaving behind indelible traces. The immortal medicines of many star regions had gathered there. The cause had been planted, and the effect would be born in this generation. No one could live for so long. The great emperors of ancient times could not seal themselves in the divine source. They were too powerful, and there was nothing in the world that could seal them. Although the saint emperors of ancient times and the late-stage great emperors of the human race had all passed away, their trump cards would definitely be activated. Since there were ancient princes, there would most likely be emperors. Immortality was an irresistible temptation. One could sever the Tao in this world, break the shackles of this world, and enter the celestial domain. Many geniuses were waiting, all for this era. There were so many ancient races in the Big Dipper, and so many people with the potential of emperors. Yi Fan was invincible on this side, but it would be completely different when he returned. The battle for supremacy on the Emperor's path and the opening of the celestial path. Even he might have a day of bloodshed. Earth, on the other hand, was relatively peaceful. Komatsu's talent was extraordinary. He had completely relied on himself in the age of chaos and had cultivated into the Taoist palace secret realm based on instinct. This couldn't be considered a miracle. The great emperors of ancient times didn't care about their background. Before a great emperor became famous, the background of any great emperor was nothing, especially the monster clan. They might even be ordinary beasts. Yi Fan saw the vast potential in the body of this purple Komatsu mouse, which shocked him. He hoped that it would be able to walk its own path on Earth. Perhaps one day, it would become a great help to him. It was even possible that one day in the future, a divine soldier would descend from the sky and a scene like the mighty King Kuan would appear. Based on your personality, the path you will take in the future will definitely be different from mine. The endless war is not necessarily a shortcut to approaching the great emperor realm. Naturally, returning to the true path is also a good choice. There were no ancient princes pressuring them, no unfathomable experts looking down on them, and no princes waiting for a battle. This wasn't something to be regretful about. For the Komatsu, this was something to be thankful for. "Master, my cultivation speed is very fast. It won't be long before I can help you." Komatsu's voice was very young as he whimpered. "It's good that you have the heart. I dare say that such a day will come in the future." Yi Fan looked up at the starry sky. In the distant past, Hung Yu, Western Emperor, Amitabha Buddha, and the others crossed the star field and arrived at the Big Dipper star field. What was their goal? Apart from ruthless people, even Wu sure couldn't be sure. Almost none of the great emperors, including the ancient emperors of the myriad races, belonged to that ancient planet. Now, all the storms are going to happen there. Yi Fan had a premonition that the path to immortalhood was definitely not that simple. Perhaps it would be a shocking disaster. Only the heavens knew what would happen. Remember, in this great world, only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself. Only then can you protect everything. In the future, I might really need your help. Work hard to break through in the rear. The Phoenix Goddess, Zhang Yifan, and the others were astonished. Yifan really had high hopes for the Komatsu, but they didn't have anything to be dissatisfied about. The truth was right before their eyes. In this age of chaos, every time the Komatsu advanced a level, it would provoke a heavenly tribulation. It was even more monstrous than the ancient evildoers. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as when they went through the tribulation in the thunderstorm. Obviously, Yifan was nurturing this purple little guy as his inheritor. He saw that had hope of walking on the Emperor's path. Komatsu's eyes were red from crying. It insisted on seeing Yifan off, wanted to see him step onto the ancient path of the stars. Yifan immediately laughed. The little guy still hadn't given up. It would definitely take a while to find the path. I believe the celestial court will definitely shine. Yifan encouraged the other disciples. He didn't let them see him off. If he left, then he left. There was nothing to be sad about. He had already taken out the immortal cauldron of Kunlun. He believed that within a few decades, the spiritual energy would gradually flourish, and this Panlei would advance a step further, becoming a holy land for cultivation. In the end, Yifan rode Lama and left. Zhang Qingyang and Dragon Sparrow followed. Komatsu wiped away his tears as he sent them off. He begged to see them off, but Yifan couldn't bear to refuse. The group left Panlei. Yifan headed straight for the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. He met an old Taoist and earnestly asked for guidance. The two of them had already met several times before. Yifan deduced the existence of an ancient path based on some historical records. The old Taoist on the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain confirmed his conjecture not long ago. The ancients had indeed left one for their descendants. Taoist friend, are you really going to enter the depths of the starry sky? Just as I said last time, the path is very difficult to walk. There are many difficulties and obstacles. The old Taoist's skin was snow-white and translucent. His hair was like snow, and his complexion was very good. Yifan didn't dare to be negligent. This was a Tao-severing king of the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. He was also the old Taoist of the Central Plains mentioned by Pope. He had forced the heroes of Vatican City to retreat more than 100 years ago. Yifan asked him in detail about the various situations that could be encountered on the path. My knowledge is limited. Just like you, I made a judgment from the books left behind by the ancients. Once in a while, I got a chance to verify it. There's indeed a path. In the future, please take good care of Panlei, Sr. Yifan cupped his hands. You're too polite. The stability of all orthodoxies is a great fortune. All these years, Panlei's celestial being has been obsessed with the ancient heavenly tomes. He even wanted to release the devil fetus. I want to stop him, but I was powerless. It's all thanks to you, fellow Taoist. The old Taoist chanted. Yifan had given him a king of medicine in the past. It was a great gift. He also gave it to him out of concern. An old man like him who sat overseas but sincerely protected the Central Plains was worthy of such treatment. Yifan left and only brought Komatsu back to Bi City. He met Su Qiong's family and treated them to a meal. He also gave them some small ornaments. Even though Su Yi, the crazy girl, had long grown up, she immediately bared her fangs and brandished her claws when she saw Komatsu. She couldn't wait to hug him in her arms all the time. She loved him so much that Komatsu wanted to run away immediately. Take care of them in the future. Yifan transmitted his voice to Komatsu. The little purple one's eyes turned red again. He nodded seriously and passively protested as he was carried away by Su Yi. Yang Zhao's alcohol tolerance was not high. After more than 10 years, he was already showing signs of aging. Not long after, he lay on the table. Are you leaving? Su Qiong asked with a trembling voice. She had a feeling that this was most likely the last time they would see each other. Yes. Yifan nodded. You're not coming back? Su Qiong widened her beautiful eyes in shock. I don't know, Yi Fan said. In the end, Yi Fan got up and looked at her one last time. He then left and silently waved his hand. Yi Fan, Su Qiong shouted from behind. She couldn't help but choke. She knew that after this farewell, they would never see each other again. She had no choice but to miss him. She thought they could still be friends for a lifetime, but she didn't expect that in the end, they would still be separated on opposite sides of the starry sky. Yi Fan disappeared, and Komatsu chased after him. Along the way, both master and disciple were very quiet. If they really had to leave, there were many things they couldn't do anything about. This world gave birth to him and raised him, and there were too many things they couldn't bear to part with. Master, Suyi saw me use my divine ability. The little purple one said in a small voice. Mom, what kind of person is little uncle? I wanted to ask you for a long time. After 13 years, why hasn't his appearance changed? And just now, Komatsu, it flew away. Su Qiong looked at her daughter and vaguely saw herself from the past. Many memories floated up in her mind, the warm, unforgettable, and bitter ones. She tried her best to restrain her tears and said, that Komatsu mouse will appear again. In the future, if you treat it better, maybe you can walk on a special path. I've always treated it very well. Suya's large eyes shone. She found many suspicious points and kept asking. Yi Fan was delayed for more than a month. He didn't meet any of his friends or the parents of his classmates, and he only did a few things for them in silence. He didn't want to break the peace of these people, and there was no need to disturb their lives. On the path of cultivation, 100 years would pass quickly. If he insisted on meeting them, he would only leave behind a period of sadness. Yi Fan secretly recorded many scenes, and he wanted to show them to his old friends on the other side of the starry sky. There were familial love, longing, and even more so, sadness. Yi Fan put down a pure white flower in front of his parents' grave, and his tears couldn't help but fall. He cultivated with all his might and finally returned, but he still couldn't meet them. Master, I'll come often to send flowers in the future, Komatsu said with red eyes. When they left, a group of men and women walked over and also sent a large bouquet of pure white flowers in front of the grave. Grandpa, Grandma, thank you for donating to the orphanage back then. These people's words were full of emotions. Yi Fan took one last look and left with Komatsu. On a nameless short mountain, Longma, Zhang Qingyang, and Dragon Sparrow had been waiting for many days. They had already dealt with their own matters. In addition, there was one more person, and that was the Holy Knight of the Vatican. Now, I still have a little regret. I haven't seen the mysterious great demon that appeared in the Second World War. Yi Fan asked the Holy Knight if he knew the details. In the end, he was told that although he had heard of it, he had never had the chance to see it. Yi Fan glanced at the world and then looked at the phone in his hand. Everything had become distant to him again. Suddenly, the phone rang. The guru from India told Yi Fan that he had discovered a mysterious arhat. He actually had the most mysterious phenomenon of Historia, and he could recite a flawless ancient incantation. Perhaps he could ascend the spirited mountain. Historia was a scripture that was hidden by a religion when it encountered a calamity and was later excavated. It was divided into Book Depository, Holy Artifact Depository, and Historia. The most mystical one was Historia. It was said that when a certain scripture or incantation encountered a calamity and couldn't be passed down, it would be hidden by the gods in the depth of someone's consciousness to prevent it from being lost. Under some external stimulation, those who were taught the scripture, some of them were illiterate herdsmen, but they could still recite or record down the mysterious scripture. Yi Fan arrived at the Tibet area and saw a few gurus. He even saw a 6-year-old child. This child had very bright eyes. When he was young, he had a serious illness and had the Historia phenomenon. He could recite a lot of lost Buddhist scriptures. Yi Fan was stunned the moment he saw this child. He moved his hands and slowly deduced the appearance of this child after several decades. The ancient Buddha on the other side of the starry sky. In the afterlife, if you believe, you'll have it. If you don't believe, you won't have it. With the passage of time, 2 identical flowers will eventually appear in the world. After thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Whether they were the same flower or not, it was up to the later generations to judge. Yifan's expression was extremely solemn. Was there an afterlife? Should he leave a deep impression on his soul and give it to the reincarnation? He wanted to know at this moment. Chapter 10:22. Although the child was young, he was very intelligent. His eyes were bright and his forehead was full. His skin was fair and his face was not as red as the Tibetan herdsman's. Yifan's expression was solemn. He released his divine sense and scanned every inch of the child's body. He even went deep into his sea of consciousness to find out what was going on. Reincarnation was very important. It had always been a question he wanted to figure out. Was there a next life? It was related to a very big question. If there was, it could be imagined that there would be a great storm that would engulf the entire star field one day. Which of the great ancient emperors was ordinary? If they could reincarnate, they would most likely return in the future. It was hard to predict what kind of terrible scene would happen. If he thought about it further, if the ancient heaven collapsed, those great figures, especially that venerable sovereign, could reincarnate. Yifan shivered. If all of this came true, the world would be overturned and this part of the universe would collapse. It was simply unimaginable. It was said that this was a great era and the road to immortality was about to open. If there was reincarnation, there was no doubt that the great ancient emperors would reappear. At that time, it would be very troublesome. Yifan's skull was tight. Why were all the races awakening in this era? This seemed to be an omen. His conjecture just now might be true. Great Emperor Wu Shi, Emperor of Fighting, Immortal Heavenly Emperor, the venerable sovereigns of the ancient heaven. Which one of them was easy to deal with? They were all powerful enough to overturn the ages. Yifan was especially cautious. He calmed his mind and concentrated. He didn't hesitate to use his own spirit to enter this young body. He moved forward in every inch of flesh and blood, trying to find an ancient Buddha. The masters were frightened, seeing how solemn Yifan was and how a small golden person walked out from between his eyebrows and examined as if he was facing a great enemy. Their hearts were pounding and almost suffocating. This child's bones were strange. He was a good seedling for cultivation. In Buddhism, he was a person born with Buddha bones. Moreover, although he was young, he was very intelligent. He was different from ordinary children and looked a little mature. Yifan was sure that there was no God hiding in his flesh, blood, and internal organs. His spiritual sense had almost cut open every cell and checked thoroughly. In the end, the fist-sized golden man entered the child's sea of consciousness. This was the place where the spirit was hidden. This time, Yifan carried the broken green, celestial cauldron in. If there was an accident, it would be enough to suppress it. A person's subconscious was very powerful, and it hid one's own spirit. The so-called potential was too mysterious, and it involved many things. If one's innate spirit was strong enough, then one's potential would be much stronger as well. Yifan searched his subconscious. It was said that if there was reincarnation, the previous life would be hidden in the subconscious. All kinds of past and divine abilities would be preserved here. At the first moment, he discovered the child's historia. It was a scripture area. This part of the child's subconscious had already recovered, so it could recite the lost scriptures. The child's sea of consciousness was quite extraordinary. There was lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, as well as a blue sky and snowy mountains. It was extremely majestic. This was a corner of the so-called potential region. Impermanence is the law of life and death. Life and death are the law. Nirvana is joy. Suddenly, Yifan was dumbfounded. He saw a vague old monk reciting scriptures. He was sitting on a Tao mountain, and it was located in the unawakened potential region. Yifan felt as if he was struck by lightning. Could it be that reincarnation really existed? He actually saw this kind of old monk in the child's sea of consciousness. It was simply unimaginable. He was lost in thought. Was reincarnation real? This was subversive, and he couldn't understand it. He only believed that in this life, everything would be empty after death. Without a doubt, this was an extremely impactful event, and it greatly shocked his concept. Although this old monk couldn't be seen clearly, he was definitely an ancient Buddha. Yifan stabilized his state of mind. The golden man strode forward in the sea of consciousness. He still couldn't believe it and wanted to understand it clearly. Tathagata attains nirvana, forever severed from life and death. If one listens with the heart, one will always obtain boundless joy. He climbed over this down mountain, and his expression became sluggish. He actually saw a mountain range, and on top of every mountain sat an old monk, respectively reciting scriptures. Yifan was momentarily stunned. Even if he reincarnated, there couldn't be so many deities coexisting. Could it be that after reincarnating for thousands of lives, they were all bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas? At this moment, his heart calmed down, and he said to himself, I still don't believe in reincarnation. Death is like a lamp going out, and it's impossible to live forever and reincarnate. He looked forward and discovered many old monks and ancient Buddhas. They didn't belong to the same era. The scriptures were like the ocean, and the ancient mantras were like the river, unending. Yifan's expression calmed down, and his eyes became deep as he looked to the end. His hands moved, and he deduced the karma of the past. This was a heaven-defying ancient observation technique. Under the bright and beautiful sky, a 3-year-old child fell into a cave. Inside, there were stone Buddhas, alms bowls, and rotten ancient scriptures. This was a Buddhist underground palace. On top of the stone platform, there was a piece of Buddha's parietal bone. After it was smashed by the falling child, it emitted a bizarre light and entered his sea of consciousness. Not long after, the child was rescued, but he fell seriously ill. However, from then on, he could recite scriptures, write incantations, and the phenomenon of hysteria occurred. That's right, so that's how it is. Everything came about like this, Yifan said to himself. He withdrew from the child's sea of consciousness, and the next moment, he brought a few masters to find that underground palace and saw some remnants. 3 years ago, after the child's father carried him out, he didn't touch anything here, and it was still the same. Hi, the few masters immediately said excitedly. The parietal bone contained the Buddhist orthodoxy, and the moment the child fell, it was transferred into his sea of consciousness. According to legend, Gautama Buddha once used the fire of the entire ancient star to refine his true body and forge the body of the quasi-emperor, thus shedding his mortal body and exchanging his bones. During this process, several pieces of bones were burned, and one of them was the parietal bone. After that, these bones became the supreme sacred object of Buddhism. Every generation of eminent monks would pay homage to them and recite the scriptures in silence. From this, it was equivalent to carrying the Buddhist orthodoxy. Yifan held the parietal bone in his hand. It was heavy, but he didn't feel any pressure, because every generation of virtuous holy monks faced it all day long. They had long since refined it and ground away the aura of the quasi-emperor. Otherwise, no one would be able to approach it. And now, this was only a piece of parietal bone, and the scriptures contained within it had all been transferred into this child's sea of consciousness. This is a rare material for refining tools. If it is made into a bone shield, it can block almost all attacks. At the side, the few masters were almost scared out of their wits when they heard him talking to himself. This was the parietal bone of Gautama Buddha, and it wasn't even enough to offer it as a tribute. Yet he still wanted to grind it into an ancient shield? The cause and effect of everything was clear. This was not reincarnation, but just the transfer of Buddhism. It couldn't prove that there was an afterlife. In this world, Yifan knew that there were only a few things that could ensure the immortality of one's primordial spirit. The king of medicine, the divine marrow, the 9 apertures holy spirit, the mature dragon chimera, and the rarest elixir of immortality. But why did this child look the same as the ancient Buddha on the other side of the starry sky? This made him more or less confused. Life after life, life after life, there will always be 2 people with the same appearance. This is not a big deal, Yifan said to himself. He firmly believed that without reincarnation, the primordial spirit would eventually wither. If reincarnation could be done, wouldn't it mean that everyone had the elixir of immortality in their bodies? How could this be possible? He used his powerful primordial spirit to enter the child's sea of consciousness and carefully checked it many times. He was sure that it had nothing to do with the ancient Buddha on the other side of the starry sky, and it was impossible to have his imprint. I'm indebted to the ancient Buddha. He said that he saw a certain scene in the future. I think it is this moment. He wants me to bring this child back and transmit the endless Dharma of Buddhism in his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan frowned. Such a small child was not suitable to be brought to the other side of the starry sky. He was too young, and how could his parents give him up? However, several masters spoke on his behalf. As soon as they said that they wanted to bring this child to cultivate, the herdsman couple agreed and were extremely happy. They all believed in Buddhism. This child could recite ancient scriptures since childhood, which made them feel proud. They were willing to send him to Buddhism for cultivation. The most important thing was that when the masters found this place, they had displayed the Dharma of Buddhism. In this era, they were like gods. The couple had other children, so they would not be lonely in the future. They thought that it would be a great honor if this child could always be with the Buddha. Yi Fan asked the child if he was willing. The most important thing was himself. Although he was young, he deserved respect. He would not force him. I am willing. Unexpectedly, the 6-year-old child was very straightforward. He expressed his willingness to cultivate with him. Yi Fan sighed. Before the old monk passed away on the other side of the starry sky, he did everything he could to help him. He cut off the mysterious shackles on his body, and, as expected, he saw today's result. In the end, their group set off and rushed to the spiritual mountain. Because the child recited the complete incantation, the small stone Buddha in the Komatsu bell shone brilliantly and guided them out of the spiritual mountain. This time, the path was bright and resplendent. It spread into the distance without a break and led to a majestic mountain. They entered smoothly. Spiritual mountain. It was still the same as before. It was a dried-up land devoid of vitality. Everything had withered. Many ancient temples sat there, silent and lifeless. The masters were incomparably excited. They never thought that they would be able to ascend it one day. This was an ancient Tao rite that had existed long before the Sakyamuni Buddha. It was an unsurpassed existence. Yi Fan, the divine knight, the Komatsu, Longma, Zhang Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, and the child named Flower were all restless. They stood at the peak of the mountain and surveyed the boundless mountains and seas. Holy temples and ancient buildings stood there one after another. They were grand and majestic, bearing the glory of the Buddhist sect since ancient times. Too many things had happened in the past. Unfortunately, the spiritual spring had already dried up and the plants had withered. It was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. However, no one dared to look down on it, because they could feel a boundless fluctuation being nurtured within the mountains and buildings. This was the pure power of faith. Soon after, they split up to search this ancient Tao rite. This was a land of treasures. Yi Fan's goal was simple. He only wanted to search for the coordinates of the starry sky. However, he didn't obtain anything in the end. He went in and out of ancient buildings in search of scripture pavilions. There were some places with powerful restrictions. Lama wanted nothing more than to turn this place upside down and dig 3 feet into the ground in search of Buddhist treasures. Even though he found a few secret artifacts, he wasn't satisfied. There were no sacred weapons that had been passed down through the ages. When the Buddhist sects retreated, they took away the most important things. However, there were some precious artifacts that weren't ordinary either. The masters found a few secret techniques and ancient incantations in front of a stone wall. They were all overjoyed. The divine knight stared at a relief sculpture in silence. He sensed a powerful power of laws. He was actually comprehending the Tao here. He didn't move at all, and no one disturbed him. Zhang Qingyang and Long Yuxuan were also in a forest of cliffs. They copied some traces of Tao patterns that seemed to be secret techniques and carefully organized them. Lama let out a long hiss. He finally found a damaged alms bowl. It was a weapon used by a saint and was immediately overjoyed. The 5-colored holy tree obtained from Penglai was seized by Yi Fan and left there to be used to guard the sect. This made it quite dissatisfied, but now it finally obtained another one. The child was full of Buddhist sentiments. Not long after, he found a damaged scripture and attracted Yi Fan's attention. It was the Vedas Sutra. It was incomparably ancient, and even Shakyamuni was deeply inspired by it. Even though there was only one scroll, its value was immeasurable. Yi Fan had once obtained a scroll in India and used it to comprehend ancient techniques. He stood there and earnestly read for a long time. Then, he closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. He only opened his eyes after several hours. Suddenly, everyone heard Komatsu's call. Yi Fan was the first to rush over. Even though there were no special traps or killing intents on the spiritual mountain, there were many powerful restrictions. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen to the little fellow. The purple-colored little guy held the small stone Buddha in his hands as he searched for treasures. His gains were quite plentiful, because wherever there was an important artifact, the small stone Buddha would flash with splendor. Even the dragon horse's alms bowl was shamelessly borrowed from Shaosong's hands. At this moment, he found a copper furnace. It was almost rotting, but it was emitting a strong fragrance that made people feel like they were going to ascend. Moreover, it was shaking violently, as if there was a living creature inside. The frightened Komatsu was hesitant and didn't dare to go forward. That was because Yi Fan had already instructed it not to take risks in this place. If it encountered anything strange, it must call out to him to prevent any accidents. Longma, the divine knight, and the several masters were also alarmed. They all rushed over, and when they saw the copper furnace, they were all shocked. This furnace is a holy weapon, but it has been destroyed. It has lost all of its precious aura, and the deity inside has already died. This was the divine knight's conclusion. Yi Fan nodded and revealed a serious expression. This was a holy weapon, and it was destroyed just like that. It was truly a pity. Is this the demon refining furnace? Zhang Qingyang opened his mouth. As the little Taoist master of the Central Earth Tao sect, he was very familiar with these ancient artifacts. There are words on the side, the child flower said, and pointed at a stone tablet not far away. The densely packed words seemed to record an extremely important matter. Yi Fan, the divine knight, and the others didn't recognize it because it was Sanskrit. All of the words were ancient and incomprehensible. The masters walked up and carefully studied it. They revealed serious expressions because this was the language of origin, the first traces of Sanskrit. It was difficult to understand. Fortunately, they had studied it carefully and were able to roughly recognize these ancient characters. When they understood most of them, their expressions immediately changed. This is the secret text carved by the later generation's virtuous holy monk before leaving the spiritual mountain. It records the secrets of this copper furnace. A master said solemnly, "Continue reading and see what exactly is written." A master's expression was one of shock. This is the ancient furnace that Shakyamuni personally sealed. Right at this time, the furnace shook again as if some creature was going to rush out. This made everyone endlessly shocked. A holy weapon's spiritual energy was exhausted, and even the deity inside died. What exactly was inside? Chapter 10:23. The furnace's surface was mottled with rust. The furnace lid trembled and released clanking sounds, as if it would be opened at any time. Everyone couldn't help but back up. This was a bronze furnace sealed by the quasi-emperor, Shakyamuni. Only heaven knew what was inside, but its shape was similar to a demonic refinement furnace. If nothing unexpected happened, it might very well be suppressing an ancient demonic saint. Why is it so fragrant? The only unexpected thing was that there was a fragrance wafting out from the furnace from time to time. Komatsu was the first to discover it. He was incomparably infatuated and not the slightest bit scared. His small purple diamond-like nose moved as if he was floating on clouds. What exactly is going on? Yi Fan asked. The masters carefully studied the inscriptions. Their faces changed from shock to excitement, and then they became incomparably happy. They were almost dancing with joy. This didn't match their identities. They were normally quite steady, famous monks. It was clear that the bronze furnace was related to great things, making them lose their composure. This is a medicinal furnace. It's a great medicine personally refined by Shakyamuni Buddha. When these words were spoken, there wasn't a single person here who didn't reveal a look of shock. A furnace of medicine left behind by the quasi-emperor was truly astonishing, exceeding their expectations. This is a great medicine left behind by the Buddha? A master continuously chanted Buddhist names to hide his excitement and loss of composure. This was related to great things, leaving everyone's heart shaken. The inscriptions on the inscriptions were extremely ancient, requiring careful study to understand. The masters slowly translated them and read them out for everyone to hear. More than 2,000 years ago, Shakyamuni had refined medicine here. He wanted to use the spiritual mountain's dragon vein as the fire to slowly mature a great medicine for his descendants. However, this medicine was too rare and precious. The amount of time it took to refine it was unimaginable. Even on the day Shakyamuni Buddha left, it still hadn't formed a pill and was still being nurtured. This is a Buddhist great medicine. Since ancient times, almost no one has successfully refined it. Its divine effects far exceed that of a medicine king. A master said, after several hundred years of nurturing, using the dragon vein's essence energy as the fire to slowly refine it, even the saint-level medicinal furnace of spirituality was used up. The deity within died, but the great medicine still hadn't formed. Later on, Shakyamuni entered the starry skies, instructing his descendants to continue watching over it. One day, it would definitely succeed. Another few hundred years passed, and the spirited mountain slowly dried up because of a shocking change. The great virtuous holy monks of the later generations could not wait any longer, and they also entered the starry sky. However, the Buddhist great medicine was not complete. If he forcefully took it away and changed the earth vein dragon fire, all his efforts would be for naught. He might even blow up the cauldron and destroy it. In the end, the bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sects all retreated. They left behind this inscription to explain that the entire spiritual mountain was sealed, hoping that one day the great medicine would be formed. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This great medicine was just too time-consuming, actually needing several hundred years of time. Even the many holy monks couldn't wait any longer and could only leave. This stock of medicine was refined from the undying divine tree's essence. A master said in shock. He pointed at the last line of characters on the tablet, his fingers even trembling. The main material was actually the only Bodhi divine tree essence of Buddhism. In the past, Lord Buddha had used a section of the main trunk of the tree of immortality to refine it into a copper cauldron. It was obvious that he wanted to refine a cauldron of supreme, treasured medicine. This caused everyone to be moved. Shakyamuni was testing things out. He had a divine tree that was completely different from an ordinary Bodhi tree. He didn't hesitate to use up a section of the trunk to refine an undying medicine. If he succeeded, then that meant that this undying tree could refine 4 cauldrons of great medicine in the future, and the medicinal strength would increase several times. It belongs to whoever can obtain it. Lama was the first to move. He changed his mysterious attack and spat out a mouthful of essence energy, opening that cauldron lid. Chi! A streak of green multicolored light immediately rushed into the sky, its speed extremely fast. Everyone had a premonition that the situation was far from reassuring. This great medicine's spirituality was too great, immediately running away as soon as the cauldron lid was opened. They all rushed into the sky, chasing after it. Even Yi Fan was shocked. His feet moved with the row character art, turning into a streak of lightning. He reached out a large hand and covered it. Lama's flames, even more so, overflowed into the heavens. When he opened his mouth, it could devour a mountain. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, this great medicine was extremely special. What rushed into the heavens was only a medicinal cloud, and not the true body. This green cloud also possessed powerful medicinal properties. Even experts like Yi Fan, the Divine Knight, and Lama were fooled. The true great medicine was below. When the great experts sensed it, they hurriedly swooped down. However, they saw that the little purple guy was extremely happy as he hugged a dark green little tree in an infatuated manner. Lama came up with a hoof. He wanted to seize it, but in the end, he was sent flying by a slap from Yifan. This was a pill with an extremely special shape. It wasn't a perfectly round immortal pill, but rather a small Bodhi tree. It was as tall as a palm. Its entire body was dark green and resplendent. It shone brilliantly with the little stone Buddha. The pill is complete. This might be the second great medicine refined by the Buddhist sect in recorded history. The first furnace was made in the ancient times, and it surpassed people's understanding. It had long since become unverifiable, but this furnace was right in front of their eyes. It was refined using the essence energy of a spiritual mountain's veins after exhausting the deity of a holy weapon. Yifan carefully observed it and discovered that the medicinal properties of this pill were too powerful. Komatsu had already left the ground just like that while hugging it. It floated in the air, and the multicolored light entered its mouth and nose, making it look as if it was ascending. It has 70 to 80% of the medicinal strength of an immortal medicine. This was his judgment. This was definitely a divine treasure. Quickly seal it with a jade artifact, or else the medicinal energy will scatter. The Divine Knight reminded. Yifan took out a white jade cauldron and sealed this small tree-shaped divine pill inside. Then, he handed it over to Komatsu and told it to store it properly. The little purple guy shook his head with all his might. His long eyelashes blinked, and his large eyes were as black as gems. He wanted to give this to his master as a gift. It has always been the master who gives medicine and weapons to his disciple. How could there be such a thing? This medicine was discovered by you, and, in the end, it was also obtained by you. Put it away. Yifan shook his hand and scattered the medicinal cloud. He distributed it to the people present. It also possessed an immortal divinity, and its value was extremely high. Komatsu insisted on giving it to Yifan, but it was rejected in the end. Yifan made the decision and sealed the divine pill inside the pine pagoda. There's an immortal medicine on the other side of the starry sky. Your master doesn't lack these things, and I have used it several times to shed my mortal body and exchange my bones. You just happen to need it, so you can use it to transform and refine your Tao body. Yifan took out the droplets gifted by the ancestral ginseng of Mount Changbai and distributed a drop to everyone present. These were originally prepared for Komatsu, but now that it had obtained this furnace of great medicine, it no longer needed it. On the other side of the starry sky, the eldest disciple Tong Tong and Little K had the 9 apertures divine elixir of Holy Spirit, which was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. Yifan always felt that it was a pity that he didn't build a similar solid foundation for Komatsu. Now, he finally had one less thing to worry about. Lama opened its mouth, but it couldn't say anything. This was discovered by Komatsu, and in the end, it was also obtained by it. This made this evil horse feel that its luck was not good. They went around the spiritual mountain, and the masters copied many scriptures from some precipices. They were all excited, and many of them were lost scriptures. They swept through this place and only left after several days. Although they didn't find any other precious artifacts, this trip was not in vain. In the end, they returned to the mortal world. Master, from where do we enter the starry sky? Zhang Qingyang asked. To find Henga Pass, Yifan said. Back then, Shakyamuni and Laozi both entered the starry sky and descended to the Big Dipper star region. There were no starry sky coordinates on the spiritual mountain, and the roadmap of Buddhism couldn't be obtained. Now, they could only find the path that Laozi had taken. This was also the answer that Yifan obtained from the old Taoist on Mount Fangzhong. Laozi had indeed left behind an ancient road for future generations, but it was very difficult. Henga Pass was famous since ancient times. It was the most famous and impregnable fortress in ancient China. Because it was locked in a valley, it was as deep and dangerous as Hanggu, so it was called Henga Pass. In the past, This place was filled with the neighing of war horses and corpses. It was once an ultimate battlefield where one man held the pass against 10,000 enemies. Back then, the allied forces of the 6 countries attacked the pass. But in the end, they ended up with rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Qin relied on Hanga Pass. To cultivators, this place had an extremely special status. Laozi rode a bull to the west, and purple energy came from the east, mighty and mighty. In the end, he left Hanga Pass in the west and left behind many immortal secrets. For thousands of years, many Taoists and Taoists from home and abroad had come here to worship their ancestors. It had already become the most important place of Taoism. Hanga Pass was located in Wangduo Village, 15 kilometers north of Lingbao City in Henan Province. Yi Fan, the Divine Knight, Longma, Komatsu, Flower Buddha, Zhang Qingyang, and Long Yuxuan had arrived. Komatsu, go back. Yi Fan rubbed its head. The little purple one cried again. Its big eyes were red, and tears rolled down its cheeks. It begged him to leave with it more than once, sobbing softly. Yi Fan couldn't bear to see it either. His heart ached. Parting was always frustrating, but he couldn't bear to part with the other side of the starry sky. There are also things on this side. Master is doing this for your own good. We'll meet again in the future. For now, you should stay away from this whirlpool and cultivate in peace. Jumping out of the battlefield is the best choice. I'll wait for Master to enter the star passage before leaving. I'll watch you leave with my own eyes. Komatsu said timidly, choking with sobs. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. Each ancient star could only have one person who could prove their Tao. He had many considerations and could only harden his heart and leave the little one behind. I don't know how many decades, centuries, or millennia it will be. He sighed in his heart. The ancient Hanga Pass of the mortal world no longer existed. Even with Yi Fan's divine abilities, it took him half a year to open up an ancient path and enter a world surrounded by ancient formations. In front of him, ribbons of black fog pervaded the air. Ghostly aura filled the air, corpses were everywhere, and ghostly flames were everywhere. There wasn't a single bit of light between heaven and earth, and it was incomparably dark. This was an ancient battlefield. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Who knew how many Een spirits roamed this place? And all of them were the souls of soldiers who died in battle in the past. At the end of the horizon was a mountain valley, and there stood a huge city. This was precisely the cultivation world's Hanga Pass, and it was famous since ancient times. According to legend, after passing through Hanga Pass and opening the West Gate, there is a boundless starry sky. Back then, Ishi was responsible for guarding this place. I wonder if there are still saints guarding this place. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Within this ancient battlefield, there were all kinds of Een soldiers and horses. Tens of thousands of them roamed about, and there was simply no such thing as reincarnation. The cries and howls made one's scalp go numb. Black fog surged, and from time to time, malicious spirits would rush over. Yi Fan sat on Longma while reciting the expiation scripture. All evils retreated, and all types of Een spirits were purified into clouds. The entire world was illuminated. When they arrived in front of this impregnable pass, a loud shout rang out, shaking everyone's ears to the point where Wang's sounds rang out. In front of the city gate, demonic aura overflowed into the heavens, and bloody light filled the entire ancient battlefield. Who dares charge in a Hanga Pass? This was a great ancient demon. Bloody light surged like the sea, and magic power overflowed into the heavens as it stood guard in front of the pass. It's you. Yi Fan was startled. He didn't think that before leaving, he would still encounter the unparalleled demon lord that had manifested in the mortal realm during the Second World War. This figure matched the blurry silhouette in the photo. We want to pass through Hanga Pass. Yi Fan stepped forward, indicating that he wanted to pass. I'm under the orders of Guan Yinzi to guard this pass. If you want to pass, then you must rely on your own strength. This great demon was a Tao-severing king. Demonic aura surged all over his body, and his eyes were resplendent. His body was sturdy, and his skin was like jade. He was extremely demonic. Chapter 10:24. Yi Fan, the Divine Knight, and the others looked at each other with a strange expression. This demon venerable was ordered by Guan Yinzi to guard this place, so he must have a powerful background. Guan Yinzi's name was Yi Shi, and he had a very high status in Taoism. He was honored as a mortal one sure, which was directly related to the purple chi from the East in Taoism. It was because he welcomed Laozi into Hangu that there were all kinds of legends. This demon venerable was personally appointed by the great sage of the Pre-Qin dynasty to guard this place, so no one could underestimate him. Everyone had to respect him. This great demon venerable was named Xianxi, and it was impossible to know how long he had lived. He was once taught by Guan Yinzi. He had thick black hair and a jade-like face. He did not look old, and his eyes were like the universe. He had deeply grasped the essence of Yi Shi's scripture of Wen Shi, but no one knew if he had cultivated Yi Qi turning Sanqing. Sage, he has ordered that the future generations cannot pass Hanga Pass, because the road ahead is too dangerous, Xianxi said firmly. If they wanted to pass, they could only fight and defeat him here. The great demon venerable who appeared briefly during World War II was definitely not a weakling. He had received the inheritance of a mortal Wen Shi, so it would be a tough battle if they were to fight. Lama raised its four hooves and was the first to attack this otherworldly great demon venerable. It was rare for it to meet a demon expert, so it naturally wanted to learn from each other. On this ancient battlefield, all kinds of brilliance shot out. Lama's hooves were like giant hammers, making a buzzing sound as it danced and stomped. The void was constantly collapsing, and the horse's neigh pierced through the sky. The ribbons of black fog dispersed, and the souls of millions of soldiers trembled and quickly dodged. The great ancient demon venerable Xianxi used his hands to move the sun, moon, and stars. The starry sky was boundless, and he actually had the grace of being untouchable as he looked down on everything. Meteorites fell from the sky, and countless comets crossed the sky. The battle between the two was so intense that it was too much for the eyes to take in. In the realm of severing Tao, Lama was absolutely invincible as long as it did not meet someone above the level of great accomplishment. However, at this moment, it was extremely difficult for it to fight. The great demon Xianxi's realm was not higher than his, but the occult arts he cultivated were strange and unpredictable, with endless profoundness. His various spells and celestial arts were often unexpected, and many of them were like masterpieces. This is Taoist master Wen Shi's inheritance. He is from the fiend race, so he cannot inherit it completely. This is also why this bloodline is so terrifying. The Divine Knight walked forward, his spear piercing through the void. The tip of the spear was plain, without any fluctuations of divine power. But when it really touched the front, Xianxi became incomparably solemn. Then, Yi Fan took a step forward. This great demon who had survived since the Qin dynasty immediately jumped out, feeling an unparalleled pressure. After a moment of silence, he said, "The road ahead is very dangerous. Guan Yinzi asked me to guard this place because she doesn't want anyone to take the risk and lose their lives." "Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist," Yi Fan said politely. This was a great Yao that he could not offend. Boom! The majestic city gate was opened. The ancient city was desolate and silent. The streets looked as if no one had walked for thousands of years. The bluestone slabs were dotted with spots, and everything was dark. Yi Fan and the others entered the city and entered the border pass that had been mysterious since ancient times. It belonged to the cultivation world and was a mighty pass that led to the outer realm. In the past, this place used to be very prosperous. Many cultivators cultivated here, and it was even guarded by a great sage like Guan Yinzi. His fame was truly illustrious. This place is very important. Every generation, a powerful sage has to personally guard it. Now that the Dharma ending era has arrived, all the sages have left. Otherwise, I wouldn't be qualified to replace them, Xianxi said solemnly. Yi Fan unexpectedly learned a shocking secret from him. There were many astonishing ancient formations on Earth that could be used for defense. If a powerful enemy from the outer realm wanted to attack, they could only go through Hanga Pass. No wonder. Even Longma was lost in thought and didn't dare to say anything else. The city was quiet without a single sound. All the cultivators had left. This place had turned into a dead city, retaining its ancient style and layout. The streets were old, and the ancient buildings were magnificent. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, but it was frighteningly quiet. In ancient times, the area outside Hanga Pass was not peaceful. Many battles took place, and some powerful remnant races are still there. The road ahead will be difficult. You must be careful, Xian Qi reminded them. Yi Fan and the others expressed their gratitude with solemn expressions. It seemed that the road ahead would not be easy. No wonder the old Taoist from Mount Fangzhong had warned them. Soon, they arrived at the center of Hanga Pass. There was a lifelike statue of an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was riding on a green ox and looked otherworldly. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a sage-like demeanor. He stood respectfully with his hands by his side. They didn't need Xian Qi to tell them who they were. Yi Fan was in a daze. He had seen the incarnation of the green ox that Laozi rode in the Ziwei ancient galaxy. Soon, they saw a giant tablet suppressing Hanga City. It had a monstrous aura and was surrounded by rays of immortal light. The tablet was densely engraved with characters, all of which were divine marks of the Great Path. This tablet was personally erected by Yi Shi to guard this place. Guanyin had once served the Taoist quasi-emperor. He built a temple on Dragon Mountain and invited Laozi to preach the Tao. He stayed there for many years, and it was precisely because of this that the Tao Te Ching came into being. Without a doubt, Yi Shi was a saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to guard Hanga Pass. This place was very important as it led to the outer realm and contained ancient secrets that no one knew about. With this tablet here, Hanga Pass can be preserved for eternity. Yi Fan exclaimed. The tablet was engraved with the laws and imprints of the great sage. Every ray of immortal light seemed to be pregnant with the qi of the absolute beginning. Yi Shi was a saint, but he had served Laozi for many years. Because of this, his cultivation had improved greatly and reached an unfathomable level. The Tao Te Ching, which was secretly passed down by Laozi, contained wonderful techniques such as one qi turning into 3 pure ones, which were all mastered by him. As a disciple of the quasi-emperor, he was a great saint who had cultivated to the highest realm in the past few thousand years. Yi Shi himself had also written one called the True Scripture of Wenshi. This scripture was divided into 9 chapters and described the laws of the universe and nature. It allowed one to experience the truth amidst the nothingness. It was one of the famous 5 scriptures of Taoism. Finally, Yi Fan and the others passed through the city and left this lifeless ancient land. The huge west gate was opened, and a dazzling starry sky appeared before their eyes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was all too surreal. Behind them was a sturdy land and an ancient city, but in front of them was a vast starry sky. The stars shone brightly like a beautiful painting. Those stars seemed to be within reach, and the galaxy flowed, sending down beams of celestial energy. It was auspicious and holy. How can we enter this starry sky? Do you have the coordinates of the Beidou galaxy? The divine knight asked. They only lacked the coordinates. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have already restored the ancient altar on Mount Tai. Unfortunately, they didn't know where they wanted to go, so they couldn't travel across the sky. There are no coordinates of the star domain, only an ancient path. Our predecessors have followed it, Xian Qi replied. He pointed with his finger, and a 5-colored altar appeared not far away. It was not very big, and its stone body shone with different colors. Once you step onto this altar, you will enter the starry sky. There may be many demons and ghosts along the way. Be careful, Xian Qi warned. Only this altar didn't have the coordinates of the path ahead, because it had already been set. This was a special little altar, and it could only lead to a certain secret place. So you're saying there's a little altar like this ahead, and we need to activate it many times along the way to reach the destination? Correct, that's right. Qianqi nodded. Everyone was startled. This was indeed an ancient path. The path ahead was boundless, and they didn't know the destination. They could only walk on it. Many predecessors had left this way. Meanwhile, Yifan was lost in thought. Would this ancient starry sky path coincide with the mysterious star path left behind by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin? Everything was full of unknowns, and all of these things were waiting for them ahead. Zhang Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, and the others couldn't calm down. They were about to leave Earth, so they were more or less excited and couldn't help but clench their fists. Only the purple little guy was the most upset. He cried his heart out and grabbed onto the corner of Yifan's clothes, refusing to let go no matter what. He begged again and again as tears rolled down his cheeks. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Yifan comforted him in a gentle voice. In the end, he brought the others up the altar. Light flickered there, and an 8 trigrams gate appeared. All kinds of symbols flickered, and in the end, it slowly burned brightly. Master, can you take me away? The purple little guy cried and begged from behind. His voice was tender, and he looked at him helplessly. He powerlessly stretched out his little hands towards the sky as if he wanted to grab something. Yifan couldn't bear it anymore. A clear aura appeared above his head, and another version of himself appeared. Immediately, Demon Venerable Qianqi was shocked. This was the 3 Pure Ones technique. This Yifan left the rainbow altar and jumped down. He pulled Komatsu up and softly said, Master will send you back. Master. Komatsu looked at the rainbow altar and then looked at his master. He cried loudly, but in the end, he was still pulled up by this Yifan. The 2 figures, one big and one small, slowly walked into the distance. On the rainbow altar, the divine knight, Longma, and the others all stepped into the 8 trigrams gate. However, Yifan still stood there and stared at the 2 figures. Woo-woo. The purple little guy's cries drifted over with the wind, causing him to sigh softly. Little senior brother, we'll wait for you on the other side. Master is doing everything for your own good. If there's a big battle in the future, you'll be the main commander. Zhang Qingyang said, Take care. Long Yuxuan didn't like to talk much, but he still spat out these 2 words and waved his hand forcefully. Let's go. We'll travel billions of miles into the starry sky and reach the other side. The divine knight said, Let's go. The road ahead is in sight. Everything is for the sake of proving the Tao. Lama also spoke. This time, he didn't transform into an evil beast. Let's go. Yifan turned around and led his 2 disciples and the child flower into the starry sky gate. Everyone, take care. Qianqi shouted from behind. Thank you, Demon Venerable. Everyone waved their hands to express their gratitude. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the 8 trigrams gate on the rainbow altar emitted an eternal radiance. The 8 trigram symbols on it seemed to be forged from metal. They vibrated in unison and flashed thousands of times before connecting the road ahead. Following that, the entire altar dimmed in an instant. The 8 trigrams gate and the others disappeared together. They embarked on their journey and entered the boundless starry sky. The mysterious unknown awaited them ahead.